Brutal shifting sounds echoing down the mountain as we're back at Mount Panorama for the SimGrid World Cup presented by Thrustmaster. Round 2 here at beautiful Mount Panorama. Birthbirds down the hill, up the hill, whatever comes at us, we will try all of that. With me here is Luke Rogers. My name is Randy Butler, bringing you all the action from the 12-hour endurance race. Luke, what's going on?
6.2 kilometers per lap, over a 1.5 thousand foot of elevation change per lap on an 82-year-old track. It's going to be crazy. We've got a 39 40 car grid. I think it's 40 car today, but I think the probabilities of a big lap one crash is very likely.
Let's not be that pessimistic.
Give me crash. Give me crash. I want to crash.
No, we're not wanting any crash, and we obviously got someone leading the pack that has more than enough experience to lead us through turn 1 without any issues. Jordan Sherritt, not just championship and World Cup leader, but also pole setter in the qualification here at the first 1 minute 59.1, absolutely blasting time here on the sheet. Also to name Matt Beavers on 4th, which is a Honda NSX GT3, a car that we rarely see that far high up. Probably completely wrong. I'm sorry for that. Since Suzuka, I remember qualification for Honda wasn't that great, but in the race it went a lot better. Obviously, we got tons of other drivers that are all capable of being among the top drivers, among the top teams here at Bathurst, but we also know overtaking is not really easy, right, Luke?
Yeah, I think it also really depends on the car you're in, because cars like Mercedes, they can sort of overtake on the mountain and the Conrad straights. But if you're in a Porsche, or if you're in an Audi, you're going to really struggle, because you get stuck behind a car that's going in a straight. And they are really the only overtaking, the only big overtaking opportunities on this track. It's going to be very difficult. But some of these cars are great, and I mean great on the brakes. Take a Porsche. So diving to the inside in a place like the Chase for a Porsche, that's really going to be the only way they overtake this track.
Actually, having a quick look here at Nicolas Hillebrand live streaming as well his race. So he is in the 557 cockpit of the Apollo Motorsport Audi, a bit further down the grid. Not really where his team chief probably wants to see him, which is actually me. So whatever went wrong there, I'm angry at Nicolas. But I'm sure
it's all Nico's fault.
It's all Nico's fault. I'm sure that we'll have a great race today. It's a bit different to what we saw in qualification, because we're actually starting in pitch black night, or let's say it's not really night, it's 5 a.m. in the morning, and then we head into hopefully a brighter future.
Yeah, that is the Bathurst tradition. You start just before sunrise, and it makes this track absolutely beautiful. The shots of the mountain that you get, as Carlos crests skyline with this beautiful sunrise in the background, there's no track like it. But yeah, I'm kind of excited, because the one thing I think is very important is going to be tyre temperatures. We're going to be looking at sort of 15 to 16 degrees of track temperature change, and that's going to be a big factor in this race.
I'm pretty sure that all the teams have a lot of Google Sheets and Excel tables already around with all the changes in pressure for the tyres here, depending on the temperature. But we will get also a great walk today, which is something I really look forward to, because these cars are lovely. Like a full GT3 grid at Bathurst is such a good view. I think it's a great way of starting your day. I mean, we've got 1 p.m. now over here in Germany. So a lot of racing action today all around the globe, but you're definitely at the right channel, because this one will be the best.
Well, this is, in real life, this is my favourite race of the year. The Bathurst Top. There is nothing like it. It's produced so many memorable finishes. I mentioned earlier the 2015 four-way battle. 2019, we had that 9 minutes to go where Matt Campbell centered up the inside in the Forest Elbow in a Porsche. So it's a track that, we say it's hard to overtake. We say, it's survival rather than maybe pure pace, but it really is a track that is amazing for racing. And it's in terms of design, it is technically a street track, and it really feels like one. It kind of feels like, to me, it's what Monaco should be.
Yeah, Monaco, the hills are actually a bit further away. I have been at that track quite a few times, even though it's still an interesting one. We're doing the grid walk, as we can see. We said already, it's pitch black right now. Beautiful Ferrari and Mercedes AMG in one row. Then we got a full Audi row. And Luke was already telling us about the unlucky times of Audi at the last Bathurst races. And it seems like qualification here was similar to that, because in terms you're into Audi parts, you're looking for something for your street Audi R8, because we all got one in the garage laying around anyway, right? This qualification session was perfect for you to pick up whatever you needed elsewhere to do the next track day, like a GT3 wing, some carbon fiber here and there, new wheels. All of that was laying around, as they really struggled to get the car around the track today.
And I think that's where you just have to tune out a bit of your sensitivity, because those cars are so twitchy. But I think you can afford to do it in qualifying. In real life, we saw the Valvoline Audis. I think both of them crashed down in qualifying. One of them wasn't able to start the race. But in this, you crash in qualifying in ACC, it's just going to mean a bad track position.
It's luckily not like real life. I can tell you, crashing in real life, first of all, doesn't feel as good as it does in a simulator. And second, it's way more costly, since I just did that on the Nordschleife a few weeks back. Can tell you, if you do too much sim racing, you end up with the same mindset as I did. I crashed, and my first thought in the car was, no worries, escape, restart, try again. That was probably just a mistake with a line. Yeah. There's no new car button. Definitely not. So, it is costly, but it's also costly here today in the Bathurst race, because we know if you crash up the hill, for example, you need to drag on that car to the pits all around this huge mountain with these tight S's coming down there. It's not easy when your steering wheel basically more looks like a hockey stick instead of a normal steering wheel.
Yeah, and it's, I think, worth pointing out as well that we have no safety cars in this. The race, the only way that the race will be stopped is if we have a big pile up on lap 1, and I believe we will reset if that does happen, and the whole field's involved. But apart from that, it's green flag all the way. You have local yellows, if there's a spin out, but if you drop back because of taking damage and you have to repair it in the pits, the only way you get that time back is by going fast.
Going fast is not easy, especially not in these conditions right now. I mean, look at the cockpit shot we currently have. It's really dark, and then you're just following this roller coaster with the slight difference of it's not keeping you on track automatically. You still have to make sure that you're the one in control. And then there are a lot of these drops coming down here. You need to get into that bend, trying to stick to car to the inside, because you can easily run wide here, touch the wall, and then you lose so much speed and momentum coming on the long straight. And it's crucial, because you will lose 10 to 15 seconds here if you have a bad accident and nearly half spin the car or something like that. So it is crucial to make sure that you're quick on those straights, the few straights that we actually have in Bathurst here. And it's just beautiful to look at all these slides, and it will not make the thing easier, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think nighttime racing here is kind of almost a rally mentality, where you're watching rally where pretty much every corner is blind, especially in the dark. You sort of trust in your pace notes, and here obviously you don't have any pace notes, but you know the track, so you have to trust in the knowledge you have of, I come around this corner, I know for a fact, there's the dipper, I need to turn left, I need to brake here and there. So although the visibility is poor, although pretty much every corner is blind, especially in these conditions, I think that confidence, especially in this time of day as people go off track, that's not a great way to start off. that's not the track we're going rallying.
Seems like people still have to sort each other out now that they go too wide. Gridding up, we got Audi, Mercedes, Honda, Audi, another Mercedes, and then on 7th position, the first Ferrari on the grid while they approach the last corner before we start into the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. Round 2 here at Bathurst Mount Panorama. Stetsenko will lead the field into turn 1 in just a few seconds. When we go green and racing at Bathurst, Audi is leading into turn 1. right behind that, that's another... Oh, that's actually the Mercedes leading into turn 1. Where's he actually going through? That was a quick one. Totally missed that.
Yeah, we've got cars going a little bit wide in the corner, but it seems we're going to be well behaved so far through Hell Turn. Coming up the mountain straight now. I think this is really where cars need to get single file here, because you cannot go too wide around the mountain. You can make a pass here in the first right-hander, but this mountain section, you need to get single file, and you need to set up for Conrad straight passes.
Definitely not enough space to really spread that one.
Well, they're not listening. They're not listening.
Some people go wide over the curb. Luckily, no one's spinning the car because you can easily lose the rear end, especially here. Cars tend to be very unbalanced, but still Stutsenko being in the lead with the Audi after shortly losing it to the Mercedes on second place. He got a whole grid, like a whole row of Mercedes chasing him down here, 2 and 3. And then it is the first Honda NSX, and I think also the only Honda NSX we have in the grid today, on a 4th position. Michael Tauscher for Black Falcon right now in their Mercedes. Obviously, Black Falcon also racing right now at the Nürburgring for the 24-hour race, so there's racing action, as I said before, all over the place today. Doing a good job with the 211 Mercedes, trying to stay close to the top 2, but Stutsenko with full control right now, going downhill for the very first time.
And it was a very well-behaved first lap. I was expecting a crash, at least in the cutting. Come on, guys. Not good enough. But actually, so well-behaved. Everyone, I think, sort of worked out their track position, you know, before coming through the cutting area. Everyone got single file. And that's just what you need to do at the mountain. It's a 12-hour race, right?
Look at
you
that.
Make positions, but
that looks like Summer Sailor Walmart.
That was
Which Audi was it? Was it the 557 there? Being a bit deep into that turn. 521, we just heard from race control, alright? So I wasn't sure that it also looked a bit like our colour, so I'm sure if it was Nico Hillebrand trying to... oh, look at that. Race control immediately telling me it is actually a 557 car involved as well. So thanks for that. Thanks for destroying my day that early on. We'll be on board with Marek Schitz here. Racing Line Motorsport 129. Currently in a 5th, trying to chase down Syke in the Honda NSX on 4th. That was the one that Matt Beavers qualified and put on that position. Seems like the Audi got a bit better exit there on turn 1, but not enough to attack early on.
And I believe this is where the 17 spun out down the descent. Actually, it got a bit of help, it looked like, or rather missed its braking zone. Not perhaps expecting people to be braking early with that concertina effect into the Forest Elbow, or into Forest Elbow actually, because it's named. Did you know it's named after a guy called Jack Forrest who actually lost his elbow at that corner? A bit of trivia.
I didn't do that. To admit it.
It was in a motorcycle crash in like 1950. He completely lost his elbow in a crash. But
that's not really nice. But at least he now has his own corner. That's pretty cool, I would say.
This is the terrifying point of the lap for the Audi. I mean, it gets so twitchy over the crest of McPhillamy Park, and you know, as we were saying in real life, I think there were 2 crashes in qualifying, 2 crashes in the races for Audi through there. But I think in ACC, it's a little bit more similar. What a shot that was! It's just mesmerising. ACC is such a beautiful game, such beautiful cars on such a beautiful track.
And we see how close they get to these walls, and it's probably a bit easier for them right now in the dark to have everything under control because we just started freshly into this 12-hour race. There was a short qualification before that, but all of this will become even harder later on in the race. It might be light then, it might be a lot better to see everything, but you also tend to touch walls a bit easier. While we see once again the Honda trying to fight off the was it the Black Falcon AMG? That's Tauscher in front of us, I would say. Not Syke. Syke is the black Honda NSX on 3rd now.
Making progress.
Yeah, it definitely is doing good here in the early phase of the first 12 hours in the SimGrid World Cup, but it will not be an easy one because Tauscher seems to be quite quick currently with the AMG, and we know how stable that car can be even under a lot of pressure.
I think this is partly what we're seeing is where the drivers that qualify are not necessarily starting the race. I know for the one car, the car currently leading, obviously Jordan Sherritt did qualifying, and we've got Stutsenko leading the race, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of the cars towards the front have a slightly slower guy driving at the start who's maybe a bit more safe, is someone you can trust, a safe pair of hands for that start of the race. But when that happens, the nature of endurance racing, we have 3-4 car teams, with the different paces of the different drivers, it can really cause those close racing despite the length of the race.
We just saw someone used his still viable elbows in a fight. getting people onto the dirt a bit and onto the curbs. Or we get another replay from further back the field. Let's see what happened there. That's, I think, one of the few Porsche, or the only Porsche that we had, trying to help the front runner be a bit quicker around their corner, have a bit more momentum onto the straight.
It's not Daytona, it's not NASCAR. I don't want to see
there's
much
no draft
drafting.
bumping. Yeah, there's no draft bumping normally. Shins still right behind Tauscher in sight. That's the Mercedes AMG and the Honda right in front of that. And behind is Golds and Hendrickson, another 2 AMGs. So a lot of AMGs right now in the top 10. William Hendrickson from Gripex Engineering here with the beautiful yellow LED lights. One of the really cool features in ACC. You can actually choose which lights you want there, which color you want it. I think there's it's really a nice immersion effect. Oh, that was it looks like a BWT Audi going through there. I think that's not really how you make a move up there on the hill.
Yeah, that was just I think the Mercedes sort of got out of the preferred line, and it lost the. It's not necessarily a groove, but it got wide in McPhillamy, and there's a little bit of cambering on the inside of the corner that if you sort of plant the car into it, you get so much more speed through there. So the Mercedes was wide. I think maybe the car was slightly damaged, and those 2 cars coming through the Audi really pushed it off track. It was lucky it didn't go into the wall. There was a big crash this year for Mercedes actually right there. Where, I think it went into the Ford Mark car, and there we go. There's the incident that happened to it before. I don't think with ACC the damage will be that bad. It is a game where, especially compared to real life, the damage isn't as severe. So those kind of things is definitely recoverable, but it's not optimal.
And definitely not, and especially that spinning costs a lot of time. Lewis Verplanken from Esports Performance Racing Team in the 602. It is a Pro Class Mercedes, but now it's all the way down behind the Silver Class drivers. So that's a long way for him to get back. It's still who was in 41st position there. In case you're wondering, on the left of your tower, that is like the white cars in the Pro Class. Silver is obviously the grey and silver color underneath the colors, and then there's underneath the numbers, and then there's a red one, which is basically our reserve car, guest car. So that's a team not scoring any points, but instead just being here for the experience and enjoying a good 12-hour endurance race. And since I saw that in the chat, yes, we're talking about real 12 hours. So even though the in-game time can be accelerated, these 12 hours are for real.
And we're really going to follow the sort of the temperatures, the sunlight levels of real life. I mean, the temperature, I believe, actually follow what it is at the track in real life, according to, I believe, Google. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact calculation, but at the moment we've got that 8-degree air temperature, 8-degree track temperature that it sort of. There we go. I've just got it from Race Control, so it's last weekend that we got the temperatures from, which is why it's so cold right now, because obviously Southern Hemisphere is winter. It's towards the end of the winter for Australia, but in that night time, you're going to be dropping down. It's amazing to think in Australia 8 degrees is cold. Like here, 8 degrees is not a bad day, but towards the sort of middle of the day, we're going to be looking at sort of mid-20s track temperature, and that sort of progression from 8 degrees to 25 is going to be so interesting.
These 4 trying to run full grid formation once again through that turn. Very interesting. Going side by side with all 4 of them. The Audi right in between the sandwich there from the Mercedes. Hendrickson under a lot of pressure right now as... Who's that behind? There's Golds in front, and then that should be Copera in the 101 Audi right behind that. So it is not easy for Golds to get away from the 11 right now. As we can see, they have some small fighting groups here now coming down the downhill section. And the Audi... we talked about that in qualification, the difference in characteristica from the cars. And I think that's one of the big challenges for the drivers today, to realize what's the weakness and what's the strength of the car in front of me and the car on my back.
And I think, especially for the Audi and the 2 Porsche drivers that we have, they're going to be really annoyed as soon as they come to the Conrad Straight, because even in the draft, they're going to struggle to sort of pull up to the back of the Mercedes, where really that's where the Mercedes gets all its time, Conrad and Mountain Straights. And then you come to the mountain section, the Audi closes so fast through the corners. But I think you just have to recognise you need to be a bit patient. Maybe you jump them in the pits, you pit lap early or something like that. Use your strategy to get around. And you have to remember also, you don't need to pass someone now. We're 10 minutes into a 12-hour race. It's not the end of the world if you get stuck behind a Mercedes for a bit.
We're seeing now both groups actually getting a bit closer. We're still on board with the 11, which is Hendrickson, and then the blue AMG, that is Golds and Tauscher. It seems like Tauscher actually lost contact here. We can see to the Honda NSX in front, and the mistake in turn 1 that will probably give a chance to Shins now in the white and blue Audi on the right of your screen, probably going too white into the next corner, because without any slipstream, it's really hard to make a pass here. Shins on the outside for the next corner will probably not work. There's a second car already looking up the inside there, which is Golds, who thought about maybe getting a slipstream from Tauscher and do an AMG train. Not really works, so Shins are capable of holding on to 5th position for now. But this fighting group, I mean, they are on since we started the race.
Yeah, that right-hand kick just at the start of the mountain is really one of the sort of 2 or 3 main overtaking opportunities on this lap, right? Is there, the chase, forest elbow if you're bold enough. But it's so hard to do if you can't get to the inside. If you try and go around the outside, you need it to be a slow car because you lose the groove. Again, it's one of those corners that's slightly cambered. So if you're not in the camber, you're not planting the car in that sort of angle of the track that's right next to that curb, partly where it's been ground down by the cars, it's so difficult to overtake that.
It definitely is. And if you're wondering, where's actually our leader? Stutsenko is already 3 seconds up ahead. He's really doing a good job right now as a starting driver for the team. John put the car on pole position in qualification. Henrik Gamble, CAC Sim Racing, that's the 995 silver class car, second in class, if I see that correctly, because Spears should be the leading car right now, the number 8 on 9th position overall. And we also got Noble, one of the few, or probably the only Nissan GTR. Drive-through penalty for car 557 for avoidable contact. That's great. It's once again my car.
It's not going well, is it?
Dear. You know what? I'll just quit commentary because I really need to talk to some drivers. Can't be true.
Give him a little slap.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it would be great if we could all race in the same place, so I can just immediately reach out to them and grab their throat and tell them what the hell they're doing.
But it's not the only penalty. We get a 10-second penalty for the 125 for aggressive driving. We've seen quite a lot of contact earlier in the race, so I expect we're going to see more penalties come through over the next few minutes as race control sort of gets on top of what's happened so far. Especially on lap 1, I think we saw a little. Well, I think it was actually more lap 2 where we saw quite a lot of bumps. Some of them, it's just a racing incident. It happens where car in front breaks out and you expect. Not the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, it's the last thing you want to go a lap down early on with a drive-through penalty.
Definitely, yeah. But we know it's a 12-hour race, so a lot of things can still happen, but it's hard on your motivation and on the entire team. Well, I see a pass from the Mercedes against a Porsche, so what's the second Porsche in the grid? In there, we still with this fighting, and I absolutely love that. Tauscher, Gold, Shins, Hendrickson, and Coppera, they have been together since the start of the race. We said that before, and it's for everyone who never raced here or never raced in a sim racing grid like this. Being able to follow someone that closely lap after lap after lap in changing conditions as we have right now, because we are 1 degree up already on track and ambient temperature, it gets a bit lighter. We're coming out of the night now, and being able to follow someone else that closely, huge respect for that. That's really great skill showing.
He's just working on his sort of course of safety rating, clearly. Following within 3/10 a lap to get it up. But I mean, we see at the front already those gaps. 3 seconds between first and second, 6 seconds between second and third, another 4 seconds back to Tauscher. So we're starting to see a bit of field spread at the front. But this group here, I think with those 2 Mercedes sort of holding everyone up, they're so similarly paced. It's starting to create this sort of the draft train. And as we were saying, the Mercedes are so good in a straight line that if you just have 2 slower Mercedes that are right in front of you, it's so hard to overtake. And this Audi, I think, if it got ahead, would be able to pull away, but it can't get ahead, so it won't.
And will probably take a while before they sort each other out. It's definitely that currently the Mercedes seem to hold back the Audi from Shins a bit at least, because he can't be really shaken from the rear there. While we see Van Ommen trying to make a move, and we saw that correctly there. There's something to do. We're in silver class right now, Team ACR in an Aston Martin, and with opening the door in turn 1, there's a second car following right after.
Aston right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of Aston Martins down there. They're going side by side into the right-hand bend. It'll be very interesting to see if someone steps back. Yes. So it worked. Are these two-team ACR cars? Because they look absolutely similar. No, it's SRJ Motorsport, all right. Because they use the same livery. But it's not.
Oh, it spun him. He's
Oh,
spun in the
that's
championship
a
leader
bad
spins
spot.
around. And that is an awful place to spin around because you're going to get collected at some point. The SRJ car, the 125, spins the 404 out, Aston Martin there. And I think it did get collected by a car. I didn't quite see who it was. But I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point soon. But that might have some championship implications if the stewards come down hard on the 125 because that is currently the championship leading team.
Oh, it was not the Audi. It was definitely both Aston Martins
the 125.
connecting. Yep. The Audi had nothing to do with that. Looked up the inside, tried to make a move, then stepped back once again and saw cars in front spinning. But the problem really is obviously that it's hard to see into that corner. If you're coming around as one of the following drivers, you see the yellow flex, but there's not much you can do because you can't really anticipate where the car is, and there's not a lot of space moving around the car on that position. Obviously, Marek Schins once again trying to make a move on goals. That's the first blow AMG there, and then it's Tauscher right in front of them as well. But the Audi just not finding a way around it yet. A bit sketchy on the exit.
Should get a good run here though.
Yeah, but wait, Coppera actually got Hendrickson. Hendrickson down to 8th now, and Coppera up to 7th. So both Audis now behind each other.
And you just see the difference in the cars right there, because if that was a Mercedes behind an Audi, it would have passed over a car length on that straight alone with the draft. But the Audi just cannot quite get ahead. I think they're probably running a little bit more downforce just based off how much they're struggling in the draft. But really, what you sort of have to force a mistake for the Mercedes to pass, because we're seeing the characteristics. This Audi is so fast on the mountain section, but as soon as you get to the mountain in Conrad Straights, the Mercedes just says, "You're not going past." No, it's not happening. So you really have to rely on that mistake.
We know exactly why you actually prefer the Mercedes, because it's such an easy car. It's strengthens on the straight, and you can already use that, right, Luke? So
I'm an Aston Martin fanboy now. Thank you very much.
Oh, really? Did you change from AMG to Aston Martin?
Well, I mean, the Aston is basically a sexier British Mercedes, isn't it? So it's like, it's basically the same thing.
I heard about that in Formula 1. Yeah. So
Well, I mean, it's the same in GT3, right? It runs the same engine as the Mercedes GT4 car, I believe. It's what, a 4-litre bi-turbo V8, I think, these days in the Aston. Or is it, and then the 6.2-litre in the GT3. Two really nice engines, but there's nothing quite like a turbo.
I have to say, I would prefer naturally aspirated race engines, but lately it's turbo everywhere, and the same for us in real life. I actually drove a naturally aspirated in the race on Thursday. That was for the first time here at the Nordschleife, and I had the feeling that the car is way too slow, and I had to check the speedometer every single time and realize, oh, it's not that slow. It just feels like that. Because there's no push from the turbo, but it's so much better to drive in terms of how the accelerator reacts. Bonka from Mücke Motorsport, that's a German team, here up against Twardowski in the 125 Aston Martin, plus 10 seconds as well on it, but that you could make the move stick there. Still trying to find a way around here. Maybe on the exit. We know that the Audi gets a bit more traction there. Still not enough to get alongside the Aston Martin.
Yeah, the Aston Martin is one of the cars that with the 1.57 BOP change improved a little bit, but it looked like maybe let the Audi go there. Obviously, they're in different fields. The 125 is a silver car, the 25 is a pro car, and we know for a fact that the Mücke Motorsports team are a lot faster than 23rd place. So I think the Audi the Aston Martin rather, recognizing there's not a battle it needs to fight. There's no overall championship between the silver and the pro cars, so there's no real reason for the 125 and the 25 to have an extended battle there. And I think really smart driving there from the 125 team to recognize that.
Yeah, especially early on here in the 12 hours. We've still got 11 hours and 40 minutes. You want to make sure that you can just drive the car the right way, not being held up in too many battles that you might not even need to fight or should be fighting. Talking about should be fighting, it's still Schins against Gold. That's the blue AMG right in front of that Audi. And then Coppera slightly edging closer with each lap here. That should be a black and red Audi. It's really hard to tell in the dark. It has this red LED strip on the windshield. as soon as Copera closes that gap, this battle will be even more furious than it was already in the early laps here.
Yeah, exactly that. And a little shout out to Jardio. Someone mentioned in chat that he's one of the few Audis that is actually being able to overtake Mercedes right now. He just got past the 11 car. And the 49 Renault car is I think fourth of the championship at the minute after their fourth place finish at Suzuka. So if they can make a bit of progress up, yes, the one car, the current championship leaders, really far ahead. But that 11 car that they just passed is currently second place. And the 56 car, well, it's in second place, but maybe they can catch up to that as well. So it's looking like the 49 is going to be a real championship contender. And as someone pointed out, we are missing those passes. We didn't see Jardy get past the car. But it was a nice pass.
Probably was. I mean, we know that Honzi can really put on a great show. We're on board once again with Henrik Gamble, the CAC Sim Racing team. I saw some supporters in the YouTube chat already, which is one of the silver cars. And then we got Noble in the Nissan GTR, the big boy in the field, I would say, if it's not a Boatley.
It's really doing quite well. Really, 11th place. It's a very noble effort from Mr. Noble to get a Nissan right up there. It's a car that I think is sort of everyone's favourite underdog, right, in Assetto Corsa. It's got a little bit of a buff in that BOP change. It wasn't a massive BOP change, but it certainly helped the car a little bit. And we saw last time out, Jardia and Jimmy Broadbent actually won the Laguna Seca race last weekend in the Nissan. So it's nice to see that car getting a bit of representation towards the front of the field. That and the Bentley are, I think, everyone's sort of favourite cars in Assetto Corsa just because they're rarely actually that good. But yeah, it's nice to see it doing quite well.
What I think is really interesting, and that's something I witnessed across, I would say, the entirety of racing simulations right now that feature these cars, is we're talking about cars that are not represented that often, right? Like the GTR and the Honda NSX. And in this case, Porsche is not that often driven in the World Cup, but there's not a single BMW.
Oh, yes.
And that happens in so many sim racing titles right now. The BMW get totally skipped.
I've never been a fan, I'll be honest. I like it.
It's not about judging if it's a great car or not. It's just.
Oh yeah, I do.
The BMW is one of the manufacturers that we always link to motorsport, right? They have a huge heritage. They have a test center here at the Nürburgring, where they're doing a lot of work with the street cars, with the race cars. But it seems like, in terms of sim racing, the cars are not catching on currently. It's really, they're rarely in any grid, and I think there's not a single BMW here in the World Cup.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can think of where BMW gets a nice bit of representation is the M8 GTE on iRacing, especially in, I think, the sort of IMSA series that we see that car gets used up. But I think now that the Corvette's out and you've got a proper American car, the IMSA series is switching towards that. A lot of the drivers that race in those sort of championships are switching to the Vette. The Porsche gets a lot of representation as well. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It's a team where it's got so many wins at historic tracks, Sebring, Le Mans. It's won pretty much everywhere. I think actually it's won quite a few times at Bathurst. I'm not quite sure the exact amount, but it's one of the most successful manufacturers here. And yes, it's not very good round here in Assetto Corsa, but it is weird that we have none of them.
Really interesting, because we see here Pogacar in the Ferrari, second highest placed Ferrari against Hendrickson, and it seems like Hendrickson lost pace massively, because he had been with Gold Shins Copera previously, and we know that Copera made a move on Hendrickson and dropped him down to 8th, where Harry Spears is right now, leader in silver class, and all of a sudden Hendrickson is on 13th, trying to fight against 14th there. So it seems like they're struggling right now, getting the pace, while we see Shins finally making the move around the outside here on the Mercedes AMG from Gold. So is that Tauscher? Did Tauscher really lose that much time? Because Tauscher wasn't 4th previously. Both AMGs are blue, and it's really hard to tell in the dark. I'm sorry for that. But we get confirmation as soon as they cross the line. So yes, it is Tauscher who dropped there. And it seems like he's dropping on pace as well, because Copera was able to close the gap immediately there, giving maybe a chance to the Audi driver now, to the 101 to win another spot, and sending Tauscher down to 7th.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation in chat that Tauscher at some point put it in the wall, so that car's got a bit of damage, riding around bruised and battered, but you really can't afford to pit now. Pitting 25 minutes into the race completely screws your strategy for the rest of the race. So if that car is somewhat competitive on pace, you're going to see him stay out a little bit longer, try and push towards the end of this first stint. And whilst we're in that conversation, right, we're talking about stints, right? You have 9 sets of tyres for a 12-hour race. So we're looking at 3, maybe 4 double stints, depending on your stint length. When really is the best time to take those kind of stints?
I think that really depends on what strategy you want to go at, right? I mean, now we have colder conditions, so you could actually try to get the tire through here to a double stint. If you're not aggressive on it, because that's the other downside. Like you're a bit better on temperatures. The problem is you also tend to slide a bit more. So if you can really keep the car under control, restarting off the double stint works quite well. But we also know that some people like to put all the double stints to the end of the race because you want more performance in the car while still battling for position. And later on, it's easier to manage these tires on a long stint because you're mostly having long battles instead of really having close quarter combat.
Yeah, I think it's that sort of balancing out between at the start of the race, you might get sort of the optimum tire wear, but at the end of the race, because you've had all those single stints, you get that track position and you can just defend. Especially here, if you're, let's say, in a car that's quite good on a straight, maybe you want to take the double stints later because the cars that aren't necessarily as good as you on the straight are just not going to be able to pass you. So yeah, I expect maybe we'll see something like a Mercedes favour that sort of double stint in the end, and maybe the Audis and the Hondas do the other way around. But something that came up on screen there that's worth pointing out, the 125, our current Silver Class Championship leader, has just got a drive-through penalty for that avoidable contact we saw in the cutting. That might not put them a lap down just yet, but that's going to put them way off the lead in Silver Class.
Definitely, it will change a lot, and we know how crucial it is also for your mindset. Just getting these penalties early on, it hurts you for the last remaining 11 and a half hours, because you want to be in contention early on. You want to make sure that you're still with the majority of the grid, and if you get that penalty, then you're kind of losing that. That was avoiding contact there, and then giving a small nudge in the entry of the S's between those two Ferraris, two Audis, I'm sorry. Michael Capera, Silver Racing Team 101. We saw him closing that gap to Tauscher. Tauscher not really able to wrench out that performance of the AMG like it was before. He came from fourth position, lost 2 positions already. Now it's Capera trying to bring all that pressure onto the Mercedes AMG driver right in front of him. See how good the Audi handles actually downhill here. A lot more stable, really getting all the traction. Now he needs to get a good exit, bringing all that momentum onto the straight, but the Mercedes is so quick. See that? It's just blasting away.
Well, that grunty goodness in the Mercedes front end there just pulls away from the Audi. But as you're saying, you see the sort of different characteristics of the car through Skyline, through the S's. The Audi just pulls so far ahead, and then you get that downhill section where it's all flat out. The Mercedes gets a gap again. The Audi catches back up in Forest Elba, and now the Audi's alongside. It's better on the brakes, and it's got the inside line through the chase. It makes the pass, gets it done. And Capera is now ahead of Tauscher, the 101, moving up into 6th place. A nice bit of progress, but they have dropped off the rest of the cars. Tauscher was falling back from the other cars. We spoke about how he had a bit of damage.
Yeah, it must be down to damage, I would say. Well, we are on board now, actually in Nico's live stream. That's Nico Hillebrand 557, currently in 27th after their drive-through penalty, chasing down Brook in the 77 Mercedes AMG. Seems like Nico's sweating a lot already. What's very interesting, I mean, if you're not used to sim racing, you never did such events yourself, it is exhausting. Like if you did your stint, you'll probably go for a shower right afterwards because you look like you actually ran a marathon. Once again, closing the gap here to the AMG, now trying around the outside, flashing his lights aggressively. And we know that Nico is often struggling a bit, keeping his cool, but it worked for that. He actually passed the AMG back onto 27th position, and now if you look at the bottom left now, you see the reserve car. That's the number 12 Ferrari there. So the rep mark car, they are the ones not scoring any points. And I just hope that Nicolas will not sweat away before the end of the race.
It's going to shrivel up like a raisin. But yeah, we see the gap, 8.4 seconds now up to the next car for Nico. And that's really where that drive-through's hurt the 557 team. It's put them really far back. And I think they have a pace. If they run a race with no incidents, probably top 10 pace, right? I mean, at least you'd like to think. But just because of that drive through, it sets them back so much, and especially in an Audi, what he said is quite difficult to pass in the car. We saw there exactly how it can pass, going around the outside because it's better on the brakes and it's faster through corners. But being that far back in the grid, it's not the end of the world with 11.5 hours to go, but it's certainly going to be a difficult challenge for them.
And we talked about if Shins in the Audi is being held back by the Mercedes, and it seems like that because he closed the gap to Golds here in the 44 for Revolution Sim Racing Blue. So it seems like the 192 could actually launch and tech very, very soon. And or it could be that the Audi is just running a bit better along the entire stint, maybe, because it seems like the Mercedes currently not up to the pace that have been able to do earlier on the stint. That is sight in your sight right now. The number 37 Honda NSX on a podium spot right now. We didn't saw Statsenko for basically half an hour now, because I think the last time that I saw his car was when he was leading into turn one. No, when he was second in turn one, then leading again down the straight, and since then he is nearly 5.5 seconds in front of the second position AMG.
Yeah, that one Audi spends most of the race in a different postcode to the rest of the field. It's really impressive to see that pace, and he's not even the guy that put it on pole. We saw there's a bit of a that almost went very badly wrong with the one car, bit of coming to his curse, but he survived. But we saw with Sherritt how he did a 1:59.1. That lap is insane, especially with the track conditions we had. They certainly weren't optimal. So a really impressive pace to not only have one driver that is at that sort of level, but also for Statsenko to come in and be running around that pace as well, pulling ahead of the rest of the field. It's quite impressive to see, and especially for a car that's bad on the straights, as I'm going to mention about a million times this race, the fact that the Mercedes couldn't just sit on the rear end of that car and pull itself along is really a testament to the speed of that team.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. They're in control. They're in control of the World Cup right now, and also at this race in Bathurst. Also doing their first lapping tasks. Back to Jaroslav Jonsik in 7th position, the number 49 Audi. It's black, orange, and blue. Trying to close the gap to Harry Spears in the 8th. That's a very colourful Mercedes AMG that you should be able to see in the next shot. There it is. Yep, with the yellow LED lights in the front.
Kind of reminds me almost of the Jenson Button livery, the British GT. What was it? The Team Rocket.
Oh, the Team Rocket livery.
Yeah, it's not the same color combo, but with the LEDs, it just reminds me of the what's his name? What's the James Baldwin, right?
Yeah.
It's been dominating a series in his first ever racing series. He's just come in as a sim racer and just smashed everyone out of the park.
Let's be honest here, in terms of sim racers going into real racing, all of the ones that really into that due to their skill or not, let's not say some entertainment product, right? They're all dominating their series.
Yep.
It's Baldwin in British GT, I think it is, and we have Heinemann currently in the GT4, who also is just coming off a win, leading the championship. It's another sim racer, so it really proves that you learn a lot about racecraft and how to handle a car around the tracks in simulator races. Talking about simulator racing, simulator fights, Shins now all over the back of Golds here. Blue AMG versus the Mercedes right behind that. By the way, I would really love if one day we get custom liveries. And I don't need to say blue and white all the time. It sounds a bit stupid.
I think some of these are custom, right? We have at least the Coach Dave Academy custom liveries in here, but not all of them are. I think the purple Mercedes are default liveries, but some of those are definitely custom. And it is something you can do. It's very awkward in ACC. It's not like iRacing, they just download training paints and you're done. You have to download a massive folder. But yeah, it's really nice to see a bit of variation in liveries. Something that we need more of, I think, in ACC.
Definitely. Marek Shins, Racing Line Motorsport, still looking for a way around an AMG, which is basically everything he did so far in the first 35 minutes, because it was always an AMG in front of him. Well, we see the 521 for aggressive driving, not leaving enough space. That's another warning, with the 7 being under investigation. Race control in the Marshals really busy in the early hour here at the Sim Grit World Cup by Thrustmaster. And Shins is, I mean, I have to say, in terms of following someone closely, Marek Shins did a great job so far. It's hard for him to find a way around with the Audi, of course, because we mentioned that so often that the car is not really set up to do anything on the straights here, as it's not a cheater car like Luke normally prefers. But it's a car that you actually have to handle well in corners to make it work. But so far, he's doing a good job. Maybe gets another position. While we now with James Parker, the 888 Ferrari, are right behind Hendrickson, who is losing in nearly another position. That's the Coach Dave Academy Ferrari, by the way, now that we see the livery. Good looking car. But what happened with Hendrickson? What happened to the 11 AMG, which was in 4th or 5th position some laps before, and now constantly losing position and losing pace?
But it's not the only Mercedes we've seen that is really struggling. And if we go off Tauscher and how far he dropped back, that was all off damage. So maybe it's actually the Mercedes here that are struggling. I know from my own experience, even running at Coach Dave Academy, in the Mercedes, you cannot go flat through the mountain section. You know, through the Griffin's Bend, through Reed and Solomon Park. It's something like an Audi or a Porsche. You can usually take it flat with a good setup. With the Mercedes, it's all about lifting to sort of bring the front end in on corner. You know, you use that sort of lift-off oversteer to turn the car. And maybe, unlike what we're expecting with the Audis being unstable, maybe there's too much stability in some of these Mercedes, and that they just don't quite have the grip and are understeering off and tapping the wall. Because, I mean, we saw in real life the Aston Martin crash from Martin Kirchhofer in qualifying, I believe it was, in a real life race, where he just understeered in Solomon Park and at 200 kilometers an hour completely totaled his car. Maybe that's happening to some of these Mercedes.
Yeah, we know, like, as soon as you go too stable, it's really hard to get the front end facing towards the apex, making your life a lot harder behind the wheel there. See if James Parker gets around Hendrickson this time. Great run out of the last corner here onto start finish straight. Normally you could try to go side by side and then dive into that turn. There's a bit of banking on the inside to make it around, but not possible here in terms of speed. Straight line differences. See the exit from Hendrickson there. It seems like if pace is dropping due to damage, it might be straight line speed. Not sure, because the exit looked good, but now the speed difference between the Ferrari and the Mercedes is quite big here.
And I think the Ferrari is a car that, I mean, I don't have massive experience with it in ACC, but it's a car that tends to be quite malleable to the way you want it to be driven. You know, you can take a lot of aero off it and get it running well in a straight line, or you can put a lot of aero in it and get it running well on the mountain here. And it's a car that you can really build how you want it. And we see, I think that's how the 888 has it right now. It's driving really nicely. It looks really nice in the corners, but it also has enough straight line speed to be able to make passes. So the 888 car looking quite good. Yes, it's only in 14th. It's not even the first Ferrari, but it's making progress.
Definitely does. Once again with Shins, who gets a lot of screen time, I have to say. Racing Line Motorsport probably very happy about the performance by Marek Shins in his first stint here. And Gold still holding him back. We see that Coppera is not really up to the pace of Shins and Gold's right now, because it was a lot closer previously. And right now it seems that's not really working for him, but Shins still looking for a way around their Mercedes, around to finally get into 4th position, maybe chasing down the Honda NSX that is on 3rd. For that, he first has to find a way around that Mercedes. Not easy at all. Drive through for number 7 for avoidable contact again. So we heard already from race control, it's roughly 25 seconds that you lose in a drive-through.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, an 11.5-hour race, but you know it's pushing you back in track position. And we said earlier on, track position is quite important here, especially because basically half the lap you can't overtake unless you're some crazy Porsche driver and there's 9 minutes left of a 12-hour race. It's pretty much just not something you do. Yeah. So being able to have that early track position is so important, and losing it with those drive-throughs when you do stuff like that and kill a Ferrari,
very unfortunate.
Bad.
Seems like both cars weren't really synced going down there, and then slight tap at the rear, gets unsettled, and then you easily lose grip down there and go off into the gravel trap. Unfortunately, also I would say a severe impact there, so there'll probably be some damage on that Ferrari.
Yeah, that's not going to be a very happy front end. I'll say that on the Ferrari. You see it in the pits there. You can see it's a bit scraped up. Obviously, the damage model in ACC is not quite like real life. The car doesn't quite disintegrate as it would if it hit that wall in real life. But it does simulate the damage internally, and in terms of the aero damage, the steering, suspension even. So that car is, to use a word I absolutely love, balked.
Definitely not mint condition, never been abused, that's for sure. Coopera, 2.2 seconds right now onto Shins. Wondering if he's able to creep a bit closer there. Because we know that at one point Marek Shins will try to make a move on goals. And if Coopera is anywhere near, there might be the chance for him to also sneak through. But for that, he has to close the gap previously, which won't be an easy task, that's for sure.
And one thing we do know with the Audi is it can carry more speed to the corners, right? So I'm looking maybe for them to get right to the bumper of that Mercedes and then lift off or brake a little bit early, maybe in Hull corner. You know, get that sort of switchback move coming up this the mountain straight. Use that aero to really pull alongside, and then as soon as you're alongside the Mercedes, it's going to be very difficult for the Mercedes to really do anything about it. So it's all about just finding that initial momentum to counteract the straight line speed. But one thing we're seeing just overall so far is that the Mercedes are sort of falling off as this stint goes on, and I think that's something that is worth bringing up about endurance racing. Right, all these cars, in terms of their optimum sort of window in the stint, they're all so different. You know, the Porsche is so stable through the whole stint, even on old tyres. And Mercedes, it chews up the tyres a little bit. You know, when you lose that rear traction, you lose a lot of the top speed that it has. And Audi, again, it can counteract that speed. So is there any car really that, you know, from your experience, you know for a fact will come alive in these sort of last 20 minutes?
It just helps to have the engine and rear really pressing on the tyres, especially if they get bad. Beautiful shot, by the way, from the Shins car here, and with the camera set in the front bumper. Well, once again, he's chasing down Goltz downhill. Getting very close here with the Audis, a lot more stable. We see Coopera also gaining a bit of time now, down to 1.1 second. It was above 2 seconds prior, so seems like Goltz is holding off Shins once again for a very long time here. We also heard already from Race that we actually throw into a quick break here, but we will be back with the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster with more action from the 12 Hours of Bathurst in just a bit. Back with the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. It is round 2 here after we have been visiting Suzuka prior. We're now at Mount Panorama Bathurst. And once again, we're actually looking at the beautiful Audi R8 from Racing Line Motorsport, still right behind Goltz's 44 Mercedes AMG. By now, I would say they could actually create a car together because they're so close to each other each and every time we got them on camera. I'm not even sure if Marek Shins is maybe working on the exhaust system of the AMG while being behind that. I mean, they're so close, they could easily just change some of the routing down there.
And do you think maybe there's a bit of strategy involved here with this Audi? I think at some point you'd think it would have found an opportunity to pass, right? And maybe there's I don't want to say maybe a fuel-saving strategy coming in where they're just, you know, lifting off a little bit towards the end of the straights and just sort of letting that toe from the grunty goodness of the Mercedes, you know, pulling it along, just to save a bit of time in the fuel in the pit stop. Because obviously, it's 65 minutes length here. That's the rule we have, same as the real life GT World Challenge. So most of these cars, if not all of them, can do on the fastest map mode. They can do it easily. But the way you can sort of use fuel saving to your advantage is if you then come into the pit, you need to put less fuel in. You're going to save time.
Definitely. I mean, if that works out, especially over time, they might be able to mimic the same pit stops and then keeping that slipstream for quite a while. It could really out for them in the end.
Yeah, and that's where those cars that really are struggling to overtake might.
Yeah, but look at Coopera. He's down from 2 seconds now to half a second, getting onto the back of Shins and Goltz. So soon this will be a three-way battle. And that might change strategy a bit because Shins then needs to make a move with having a second Audi right behind. We see that side in the Honda NSX also starting to lap. That should have been, I think, a Muka Motorsport Audi that we just saw in the shot there.
Yeah, and I think with this dark red Audi coming up behind Shinzo with Campera in the driving seat right now, it's going to really force the move, force his hand. I think he's going to start getting a bit more aggressive. Obviously, you still can't pass in the mountain. The only real place you can do it is Forest Elbow, and you sort of expect you're going to get a little bit of car damage if you do that. So I think we're probably still going to see him try and wait for a straight, try and do it into the chase. But he needs to do it soon, otherwise he is going to start going backwards.
It will be harder as soon as he also has to defend his position instead of just looking up to front. Is Campera? No, that's a 997. You see, Campera obviously has the 101. Was a similar Audi, and
it's
that
the same
could
color.
Yeah. 211 and 997, all right, that we got from Race Control. And that's the problem when you think there might be teammates because they're running the same color scheme and the same layout, but then they aren't, and then things get really confusing. But what doesn't get confusing is now that we get a bit more light on the racetrack and everything is a bit brighter, that we clearly see the red Audi from Campera closing that gap. Wonder how much longer they can actually run on the same fuels. Like we think they can at least do an hour, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but obviously they can't do more than 65 minutes because that's the stint length rule.
Oh, true.
The one thing that is, I think the Mercedes is the only car that struggles with 65 minutes. It can do it perfectly fine, but it pretty much uses up the tank. Whereas, a car like an Audi, I think that it's 120 litres, right? The Audi, same as the Mercedes. It will use maybe 10 litres less over a stint. So it takes less time to fill it up when you get into the pit stop. So if you do sit right on the rear bumper of a Mercedes coming into the stop, and your entry to pit lane is the same, you take the same amount of time getting into your stop and your exit's the same. In theory, the Audi should be able to jump the Mercedes in the pits. But in practice, you have those minute things of maybe you lock up as you're coming in and you slide into your pit box, or your acceleration out is not quite as good. So really, you want to make the pass on track. And as we've already said, with the 101 coming up right behind, that 192 needs to start making progress soon.
It's all about the progress now that we're nearly an hour in to the first 12 hours here at the Sim World Cup by Thrustmaster. Knight still doing very well in the only Honda NSX GT3 that we have in our grid today. The Rookie Monsters one that we've got on screen right now, number 37. Downhill doing some lapping here and there. I would say so far an uneventful race for them, but being on a podium, that's good.
Yes, sometimes it's nice just to have a bit of an uneventful start. It reminds me of, I was watching Le Mans last week, and the Richard Mille team with the full female roster. I don't think we saw them on the broadcast once across 24 hours, and they got a top 10 finish out of it just because they stayed out of trouble. Nothing controversial happened. They didn't really have any incidents where they went off track themselves. They had no contact with other cars, and they progressed nicely. And sometimes it's nice to just have that kind of race where you're on your own, you're in a decent enough position. Obviously, third place. If you're in third place racing like that, is great.
Definitely is, even though it doesn't mean that much. We're still 11 hours on the clock. Michael Campera now finally in striking range, I would say. Two Shins, the white Audi right in front of him. We see how they use different light settings currently. It's endurance lights still on the racing line Audi. There's none on the Silver Racing Team 101 car. When you got the normal lights on. And then it's still Golds, who is probably looking way more in his rearview mirror than through the windshield for the entirety of the race already.
I like to use the phrases driving backwards and driving forwards. Right? I mean, you're not literally driving backwards, but it's all about who you're racing. Are you trying to catch the guy in front, or are you trying to keep the guy behind? And really, that's all the 44 can do right now. Goltz is just not quite on the pace with the Audis, but he's using his car well. He's making sure that he doesn't make any mistakes, especially in the traction zones. With the Mercedes using up the rear tyres a little bit, it tends to spin them a slice more than the Audi does. You tend to lose a bit of rear traction towards the end of a stint, and that can really harm your straight line speed. But the fact that he's just keeping it nice and stable, especially through the mountain, no mistakes, that's allowing him to keep Shins behind. and forcing Shins to start looking backwards as much as he's looking forwards.
Talking about looking forward and looking in the rearview mirror. Copera now got his eyes really locked onto Shins. Losing a bit here down the downhill section through the S's once again, coming onto the straight, but it's not looking like he will actually catch that slipstream to further close that gap.
I was just watching the screen on the car there, and Forest Elbow feels so slow when you're in the car. It's this really tight downhill left-hand hairpin, and then you look at the speed and they're still going like 110 kilometers an hour. It's absurd how much speed these cars can carry through corners these days, and it's so cool to see, especially up on the mountain at Mount Panorama. It's such a tight track, and be able to carry those speeds through the corners consistently over a 12-hour period without touching the wall once. That's a really great achievement. And honestly, even if you're finishing down in 20th place, if you finish the race, that's a big achievement in itself.
It definitely is, and every car wants to achieve that, but I thought... No, I definitely saw in the number 5, they suffered a disconnect, which is very unfortunate early on in the race here. So hopefully they will be able to make it back. Let's see what's happening here now that we will cross the first hour here at the Bathurst 12 Hours, which was an hour where we saw these people sweating for sure in position 4, 5, 6, 7 because they were constantly fighting. This should be Beers. Yep, the current leader of the silver class, really defending his position. 7th overall, so for a silver car, amazing performance right now. Behind him is no one else than Shadi Honzik on the 49 Audi. So also not an easy fight. It'll be interesting now that we see this fighting group around Gold, Shins, Copera approaching the Muka Motorsport Audi, and with that starting another phase of lapping other cars. Now it's all about traffic management, deciding for a good line, and then sometimes also a bit luck to keep the position or even making a move on this.
Yeah, Laguna Seca last week, with a lap time that's what, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 15 seconds, I can't remember the exact time, but it's such a short track, and we had 40 cars on the field, and every lap there was traffic. It doesn't matter where you were on the track, it doesn't matter what position you were, you had traffic at some point. In the Bathurst, it's a bit of a longer lap, you're looking at about 201, 202 pace. It's 6 kilometers of track. There's those big straights, so traffic's not a massive issue, especially for the first hour. But once we get sort of 3, 4, 5 hours in, when you have maybe 15 cars on the lead lap, all those cars a lap behind, they're going to just start concertining you up. And if you get to the start of the mountain and you're stuck behind an Audi that's a lap down, or stuck behind a Porsche, and you're in a car that's fast on the straights but not great in the corners, you're going to lose so much time just being stuck there, not being able to go forwards. So yeah, as you said, there's a bit of luck in it, but I always like to feel like there's sort of lap car karma in endurance racing. Over a course of 12-hour periods, everyone gets screwed over by someone that's 3 laps down.
Look at that! Shins and Copera side by side behind the Muka Audi. Gold's is already through, so that will give him a nice gap finally and a bit of breathing room to relax. But is it enough for Shins to stay in front of Copera? It is still, but he has to pass that Muka Motorsport Audi in front of him while defending his own position. So this all of a sudden got a lot hotter here, even though track temperature is still at 9 degrees. Ambient and road temperature, as you can see on the top right, with slight wind of 8 kph here at the first. There is a Porsche very slow, and they're connecting with the Muka Motorsport Audi. Shins very lucky to not lose the car. Copera with great reaction right behind him. Both Audis still underway, even though I think there's a bit of damage. Spears now getting closer as well. That's number 8 Mercedes. That's all of a sudden right behind Copera with Honzik, who just did the fastest lap. So all of a sudden this turned into a huge battle, and still there is where's the Muka Motorsport Audi? I think that's gone, but we still have that lap Porsche that was part of this crash and pile up now, bringing everyone a lot closer together. But Gold's now, he's the lucky one. He's already spreading the gap there.
Yeah, we were millimeters away from a monumental pile-up for the sort of the back half of the top 10 there. They were lucky that the two Audis were able to slow down fast enough before they hit that Muka Motorsports car. And yeah, I think the 192 might have a little bit of front-end damage, but I don't think it'll be the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, that Porsche, I think, was slowing to let the lap cars by, and the Muka Motorsports Audi just sort of felt like it didn't notice or didn't recognize that the Porsche was slowing down. You had that
it was
contact.
very slow compared to
Blocks the field, and that's so unfortunate for these guys who now, you said they were right on the back of the 44 Mercedes, not being able to get past the car before the mountain section. We said you can't pass through there, so you lose all that time. And when those lap cars start causing crashes, you lose even more. Now you see how big that gap is to the blue Mercedes up in front.
Yeah, goal's already up to nearly 4 seconds due to what happened. We see the Mika Motorsport Audi in the background, which got collected there by the Porsche. All of a sudden had such a high speed difference. Might get that in the replay again. No, that's the trying to overtake by Capera against Shins. Once again coming down the first straight into the right-hand bend, but not really trying too crazy. I mean, they know that they're inching closer. That was before.
Yeah, we're about to see it. I think we're about to see the incident
should
between
happen now, right? Like the
motorsports.
Porsche really got a lot slow. We see it there in front of Golds.
Yeah, it's up in Reed that it happens. It's just here with the Porsche, I think, lets by the Mercedes. Yeah, pulls aside to let the Mercedes by, and then the Mika Motorsports car just doesn't notice. Because probably, there's a bit of damage to the 192, but it shouldn't be an issue. It's just a really unfortunate timing there, but the Porsche is doing the right thing by letting the 44 Mercedes through, and the Mika Motorsports Audi, I think, just doesn't see that closing speed, or thinks maybe the Porsche will speed up faster than it does. A bit of a mistake there from that Audi that's already had quite a few issues. Luckily, it's not the end of the race of the 192. The car still seems fast enough, but in terms of lap time now, losing the 4 seconds to the Mercedes can be very annoying.
And we know that it's a big topic every time in real life racing as well. When we're racing here at the Nordschleife, for example, like what do you do if you get a blue flag, right? Do you stay online? Do you try to be nice and actually let them pass? But as soon as you try to let them pass, you create a ton of other problems to all the drivers around you because you're in a spot that no one normally knows about, and then you have a speed difference that doesn't really fit to the rest of the pack, and that's what happened here. Like the Porsche wants to be nice and trying to get out of the way before going downhill and costing even more time, but with that it created this huge speed difference, and being in a spot where no one expected such a slow car there, and then creating that little pileup that we just had.
Yeah, obviously, although in game it's a blue flag, in terms of the rules that we have put in for the Sim Grid World Cup, it follows more the sort of the yellow stripe blue flag rule, where it's more of a there is a car that's faster than you behind you than a get out of the way. You have a couple laps to do it, and really what we want to avoid is you intentionally slowing the guy behind you down or causing contact. So I think maybe there we'll see. Honestly, I kind of look more towards the Mika Motorsports Audi in terms of causing the incident, because the Porsche was doing the right thing and the Audi just didn't slow down. Maybe thinking the Porsche will let them through as well. But the big problem with the mountain is when you try and slow down like that and let people by, every corner there is blind. So the cars behind you that are closing at a high speed come around this corner thinking you're going full speed as well. Suddenly, you're 40, 50 kilometers down, and there's just a concertina in that contact, and that's exactly what we saw. So it's unfortunate, maybe a racing incident, but really not what you want to see now into the race if you're the 192.
Well, that is true, but it's also part of the fun, as we know. I mean, endurance racing is interesting due to all the traffic management that you have to do, besides all the strategy, tyre management, and all the other tasks that these teams have to handle throughout the 12 hours that they will race here at the first. Talking about racing and task at hand, Capera still trying to get close to Shins. Shins now, for the first time, I would say, in this first hour, that he has the room to really spread the legs of his Audi R8 GT3 and can really use all the speed can build up. Will be interesting to see if he can get away from Capera. We'll be jumping back to Nicolas Hillebrand in the 557. They won some positions after their drive-through penalty for causing a collision, or like avoidable contact it was, back to 24th. So after losing 25 seconds roughly, they're now nearly back to the position they had before that. 3.2 seconds up to Lee, the number 7 car in front of them. It was 4.8 a bit earlier, so they're creeping closer with the Audi. Seems like they will have a lot of space right now. There's no car in sight. There's the next one. So quite a lot of work still to do to get inside the top 20 for the 557 Butler Motorsport car. But they're on track. Back to Hendrik Gambal, CAC Sim Racing number 2, 995. Second position in silver. Really doing a great job because they're right there in it with the pros.
Exactly that. There's 2 silver cars that are 6th and 9th right now. It's really impressive to see because the Pro and Silver class, for those who don't know, is decided by your times. Well, partly by your times in the qualifying, which obviously was at this track. We had 40 cars qualify with their best times, or their best average times on this track, and then the field was roughly split half and half. But we made some exceptions, right? The teams that were maybe not quite fast on pace, but the teams with experience, people that we know have done a lot of sim racing, especially endurance in the past, got moved up to Pro, and maybe a couple of slightly faster cars in the Pro field got moved down to Silver. But it was mostly up. So you're looking at cars that have less experience in racing endurance, particularly, and maybe weren't quite as fast in qualifying, now competing in the race really well. So it suggests to me that they're sort of on the right track in terms of mentality. They're nice and stable. They don't really had any mistakes. They've avoided all the incidents so far. And also in terms of pace, the cars are nice and stable. So they've got the right sort of setup. It's really promising to see from those Silver teams.
I just love that we have these different classes racing. Let's see. While we still have the Kaxam Racing car in a shot right now, we will head into a short break and bring you all the action right after from the Sim Grid. The first 12 hours, the World Cup presented by Thrustmasters. Don't go anywhere, just get a grip, like a short drink, whatever you need, and then be ready for racing coming up next. Welcome back, everyone, to the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster Round 2 at Bathurst. The 12 hours of Bathurst endurance racing at its finest once again with Rug Rogers, and my name is Rainier Butler, bringing you all the action live here from Mount Panorama, while we're looking at Laura Zenard from McOfoven Racing. Wow, that was not a good start into this into this new intermission. Can you take it away, Luke?
Yeah, well, we're 2 minutes away from the end of the first stint. Obviously, 65-minute rules. We've already mentioned this earlier on in the hour. So all these cars that haven't pit yet are going to have to come in this lap or next lap. And if you don't, drive through penalties straight away. So you're losing a lot of time. But yeah, so we're going to see a very full pit lane now. And this is where you absolutely cannot afford to make a mistake. Because especially if you're running within, let's say, a second of a car around you. If you slide into your pit box and you have to reverse, or if you brake a little bit too early, if you're braking into the pit entry, which is quite challenging here, it's a little chicane to get into the pits. You make the mistake, there's another position loss. And here we see the first of the gaggle of cars. What do we call a group of GT3s? A mess? A
lot of money.
Yeah.
To call that. I mean, just in case you guys are interested in what all of this would mean in real life. Roughly a GT3 car without spare package, without the Evo package, without endurance package, just the bare bone car that not gets you into any race championship, it's just that you have a chassis, is roughly 650,000 euros. So more than €500,000. So if you see a grid like this and you see them crashing in real life, like a whole pile-up like you have in Macau, it's basically all the money you will never have in the entire life.
That Macau crash was depressing.
Yes.
I think it was something like 10 or 15 million euros worth of damage, I think, in that crash, if I remember correctly. So it can really be quite expensive, especially here where at Bathurst you're sort of expecting that a few cars are going to have big incidents. Remember back to Marvin Kerkhofer, as I mentioned before, he had he totaled the Aston Martin in Sunwon Park. We had 2 Valvoline Audis get totaled in McPhillamy, and a Lamborghini that joined them. There's all those cars, and you just, every time you watch a crash, you're thinking, there's $100,000, there's $100,000, there's $100,000, just gone. And speaking of gone, I think 117, I believe, we just got told by race controllers, lost into the mountain at some point, so they're going to have a bit of damage to the car. 137. Sorry about that wrong. But luckily for them, they don't have to pay for a new one.
That's true. That's the beauty of sim racing, that's for sure. And without naming that, you should go somewhere else, because Best Racing will definitely be at the Thirds 12 hours this weekend. If you're into sim racing and you just like seeing the best sim racers in the world, then obviously the Sim World Cup by Thrustmaster. But there's so much sim racing right now on it this weekend. So if you have multiple screens, it might be worth to just checking out what else is out there, because then you really understand why we're all that passionate about sim racing. It's great racing everywhere. It's close. It's amazing. And while we see that Porsche going off,
that could have been a lot worse.
I can tell you that you will get on a single day of sim racing, you will see probably more close fights and more highlight moments than the entire last 5 years of real-life motorsport.
Yeah.
So, better stick with us. Watch some sim racing live for you. And I really have to say, I still don't see Nicolas Hillebrand in our tower on the left.
Oh, good. He's one position too far.
He's
24th,
he's
right?
still on 24th, which is an issue, because I got all the screens running right now where our team is participating, because we got 3 or 4 races this weekend happening at the exact same time. So they're currently all racing in our lineup, and I think Nicolas Hillebrand is currently the car with the worst position. So Nico, it's 1.3 of a second. There might be a chance to pick a picking 23, while we see on a screen on the right, we see the TV screen, but I think we'll jump in because there's a fight up further up the grid. While Hillebrand tries to find a way. 6th and that's Gumbel in the CAC Sim Racing car, but where's Honza gone? But further up ahead, I think.
The cameras doesn't want to show us, but they were within I think 1/10 of a second of each other heading up the hill. The 101 and the 2 car, they were so close. And I think we actually saw a partial position there. But you were talking about the other sim racing events. One thing is also want to mention is something we were going to talk about at some point during the race. Thrustmaster, our sponsors, obviously being the technical partner for the Ferrari Hublot Challenge, I believe is the name, Hublot Esports Challenge. To get the name right. They're working on that as well. It's just nice to see. Obviously, Thrustmaster, their main selling point is selling sim racing equipment, but to see sponsors and also real life motorsports, real life car manufacturers like Ferrari step in and create these series. It's really nice to see. So that's another sim racing event that's happening soon. I believe it's on the older second course again, the 2014 game.
It is.
In the 488 Challenge car. But that'd be interesting to see as well. And as you said, there's so much sim racing on these days. There's so much to watch, and really the racing is generally better than the real life counterparts.
It definitely is. We'll see Hillebrand once again chasing down Hannah here for 22nd and 23rd. So, they're actually running into Hendrickson now, who was the previous top 5 car. The Mercedes there, so that's the picture on the right. But at top left, you now have Witschak in the red Audi. That should be the it is the 101 car that was fighting with Shins, who's now behind. So it seems like their pit stop was a bit quicker as they're now approaching another Aston Martin, which is a lapped car, and then it's the Ferrari in 7th position that they want to catch up on. Shins is the one doing double stint here. That doesn't say anything about his tyres, because we don't know that yet, but definitely about the driver. So they didn't do a driver swap, while the 101 actually did one.
And usually you have your drivers that are designated as your double stinters, right? The guys are nice and feathery on the throttle, coming out of corners. They know how to get the traction without spinning the tyres. They don't necessarily slide through the corners, and yes, they may be a little bit slower overall. But that stability is really nice in the double stint, because in the second stint you can have a bit of extra pace. And so that's something we often see. I remember I was speaking to Nico, and it was one of the teams he used to be on. It's not the one, obviously not you guys now, but one of the teams he used to be on. He was the designated double stint driver, and he hated it because he always had to drive slow. But I think a lot of these teams, especially towards the front, will have that guy that they know is great on tyres. And I think at the start of the race, because of those cool temps, that's not a nice spin, but because of those cool temps, you're putting those drivers in early, get them out of the way, maybe save one for later. But getting them out of the way while the track is cool gives you so much more pace towards the end of the second stint.
We'll see what. That was someone having lag. I was really surprised. Where's the Audi off to? I mean, that looked like a call, and then my people need me, and off it goes. One of the downsides, obviously, of racing online is the connection, but luckily nothing bad happened other than that. So Motlapa Motorsport back to 22nd, but still fighting with Hannah there, the 72 car from the silver class, and they should be in the top. Are they top? They're top 10 of silver class. James Parker, Dave Coach Academy Ferrari, side by side now with the only Nissan GT-R that we have here. Beautiful fight. It's a lot lighter now. It's like, I really love that we have nearly 7 a.m. in the morning now in Australia. Not right now, obviously, because they're further happening time, but in game. Changing the conditions once again, and it really is hard because let's be honest here, Luke. Back in the days in sim racing, a lot of breaking points we created were based on the shadows, and we can't do that anymore. Yeah. Now everything is dynamic.
Yeah, in iRacing you can still get away with it normally, so it's something I'm prone to do, and it's something that I struggle with in a set of courses, especially with the longer races, because you come into it and you have these shadows that are moving every lap, and so you really need to start sort of designating your own, or rather learning the track well enough that you don't need braking markers that much anymore. Bathurst is a track where, corners like the right-hander there we just saw, you have a very obvious braking marker because it has the 100 to 50 meter boards, and you sort of brake with the access road. It's the same with the chase, but the one thing that can happen is a car goes and hits those boards, and suddenly you don't have your braking markers anymore. So you need to sort of learn it off the track. The one thing I think Assetto Corsa Competizione simulates really well that you can use for that is those sort of the rubber laying down on the track. Right, you get those black marks in the braking zones where the tyres are sort of being scrubbed along the track, and you can use them later in the race. So there's an Audi. Oh, it's actually one of the red and black Audi we saw earlier, I believe, that is off track. But you can use those black markers, right, to inform your braking points as you progress into the race.
It is interesting now that everything is dynamic. And you're definitely right regarding the rubber build-up. We see the Mika Motorsport Audi and an Aston Martin coming a bit closer, trying to actually get to know each other a bit better. Door banging. Luckily, nothing bit happened. Mike Noble should also be on his second stint already, as I'm pretty sure that they had to pit as well after the 65-minute mark, so that GT-R still has the same driver. All on board with Nicholas right now. That is the darker Aston Martin. Nicholas Magoni from Wheelspin Esport, trying to find his way through traffic. And is that Lorero, the 70 Audi, pushing there from the rear?
I think that's right? The blue one is the 70. I believe that's the Muka Motorsports car, right? The right behind us.
Oh yeah, it should be the blue one. Yeah, you're right.
That's a bit of a clunk with the wall for the Muka Motorsports car. That car has been all over the place in this first stint. We've seen contact with other cars. We've seen a wall tap now. It's been a bit messy, but a quick bit of trivia. This is for Race Control and for you guys in chat. If you have a drive-through from a penalty, does that reset your stint timer? Because I'm pretty sure we haven't seen Nico pit yet, but he had a drive-through earlier.
That's a good question, actually. I really don't know.
Okay. According to Pit Controller, a drive-through penalty doesn't, a manual drive-through doesn't. So Nico must have pit, I just didn't see it. But so obviously he spin over the 65 minutes.
He had a manual drive-through.
Oh no, so he got a drive-through penalty from Race Control, which wouldn't reset it. Oh, that's an Audi losing it in Reed Park, but just on the end. The 101 is bended into the wall. One of the cars running in the top 10. I don't think it'll be race-ending damage, but there's going to be a fair bit of front aero damage there. Oh, that's an unfortunate spin for a team that was doing so well.
Really sad.
According to Race Control, we didn't see it, but there was a rear shunt as well, I believe, into the wall. I hope we get a replay of it just to see just how much damage that car has. There we go. I think this is going to be it right now.
Yeah, there we got the 101. That's the dark red Audi. Still looks fine there.
It's completely on its own, so it must have just dropped it on the sort of the. I think it was on the left-hander of Salmon Park, or was it earlier?
See what happens here. Still stable, all good. That's Shin's car in front of him, if I read correctly. It's obviously. Oh no, it's still driven by Shin's. Yeah, they didn't change driver. The Racing Line car in white, the Audi R8. And now that's where the R8 is so unstable. He went slightly over the curb there.
Yeah, he just hit the curb.
And then braking traction on the rear. Car started spinning, not able to catch it. Unfortunately, an impact into the wall as well. So there will be quite some damage.
we see the one car down into 16th. The current leaders, or the previous leaders, well, obviously Stetsonov in that car. Jordan Sherritt, I think, is at a moment somewhere, and they've been forced to come into the pits, whether for damage or for something else wrong with the car. But down in 16th now, a car that was doing so well early on, all the way back there, they still probably have the pace to push forward. But to go from 1st to 16th, that's really unfortunate. I still think they're one of the favourites to take the overall win with the time left. But if they've got a bit of damage on that car, it's going to be very hard to make progress.
Yeah, but we also know how good Sherritt is, and we'll probably go through the field like no one else does with the Audi here. It's currently out chasing Novakovsky, which is a Porsche. So is it the car right in front of him already? That should be the 255. Yeah, that is a Pro car. So that is full position here. Under braking. Seems like the Porsche actually stepped back there, not trying to get involved with the number 1 Audi from GTWR Simulator.
Giant truck. For another one? No, I didn't quite get along the inside.
Yeah,
but
that
was to be bold.
Yeah, that's a very risky situation.
But
he's doing it here.
What a pass by Jordan Sherritt. Two positions and 2 corners.
We're talking about it's so hard to overtake with the Audi, and then Jordan Sherritt just comes around and is like, guys, I will show you it can be done.
He's just not listening. What's happened? They've got a bit of damage. That's why they pit. They've just taken the wing off. Obviously, you can't see it. Taking all the air off the car. Suddenly, it's the best of the straight now. But that's a really nice speed. Yeah, the Mercedes got a little bit loose, I think, on entry. Went wide up through the cutting, and the Porsche just tucked itself into the gap. Also, the Audi tucked itself into the gap, sent it up the inside in the cutting. A nice and smooth move, putting Sherritt back up 2 positions. They're still down in 15th place. They were running first, so it's still not great, but it's not the end of the world.
They're definitely not bad. Well, we see now with the sun coming up, not down, as we obviously race from the night to the day, that we will have basically a different part of the track being tricky due to the sun glaring right into your eyes throughout the next, let's say, half an hour. As we heard that Skyline currently has exactly that effect when you're coming up there. It's hard to barely see anything there. And it just shows like how hard it became to do these races. Like back in the days when we started sim racing years and years ago, it was all about basically just reproducing your hot lap over and over. There was no tire wear, there was no time progression, no changing the tracks, no fuel. It was just driving and driving and driving. And now all the drivers even have to count in where the sun is and how they cope with that.
Thanks to Declan for putting out in chat. With 31st and 32nd, we've got Ham and Bacon next to each other within half a second. That's a pretty great combo, if you ask me. Although it's essentially the same thing. But
Ham and Bacon.
That's
amazing.
You can write that script if you tried.
My favourite driver pairing right now. It's like Ham and Bacon. That's an amazing combination.
All we need
is should be on the same car.
Someone called Bagel. Bit of cheese up there as well, and maybe some cheddar.
Must be Bagel, but Bagel
got a great combo.
Must be brothers, so they're in front and in the rear of them.
That would be magical. I had bacon bagels last night, actually. They're very nice. I had 3.
Good that we never go off topic.
I know. We've got 12 hours. We can afford to go off topic
True
for a little bit.
True that. If you're wondering, yes, you will see all the 12 hours live here on the SimGrid channel. So you won't miss a single second, besides you have the breaks, but due to our replay system, you will see everything that is important on board with Margoni, right from his helmet cam, basically, showing us the beautiful cockpit of the Aston Martin vintage GT3 car. Nice steering wheel, a lot of buttons.
Yeah, one thing I'm quite intrigued about is just how much steering angle he's putting in, because, I mean, I'm not the fastest guy in the world, but I've driven this track a lot, because, I tried to qualify for this. I think we finished 43rd. And just watching him, how much steering angle he has to put in on the right hand of Griffins as he enters the mountain. Even here, he's going beyond that sort of 90 degrees. And really, the car starts to understeer when it does that. It's sort of a... I remember it was Fernando Alonso in the 2005-2006 era in Formula 1. He used to do that where he didn't oversteer. He steered too much to make the car understeer. And it just gives you so much grip mid-corner. So if that is intentional, or whether that's just what you have to do with an Aston, it's really cool to see that sort of, when you get that on board. It's not something you see that often in real life because you don't really get the helmet cams. But being able to watch someone's steering inputs and just see how much angle are they using, it's such a cool thing to see.
Definitely. 25, 72 and 404 on the investigation. Seems like the marshals really want to make sure that they have a packed schedule of things to look at.
They've got 12 hours, they need something to do. Just penalise everyone. You see right there, coming through the chase, you can see how the car sort of moves around in the corners. Right? You saw a little bit of correction as mid left-hander, he's having to counter-steer the car slightly. Even there, the car's starting to slide, so you can see where I expect that this is one of the cars that's double stinting, just based off those slides we're seeing. But especially in the chase, you sort of crest a hill as you turn in for the corner. And when that happens, the rear just gets really unloaded in the car, especially when you're driving something which doesn't have a lot of weight on the back. Right? I mean, it's an Aston Martin on a Mercedes, but from my own experience driving the Mercedes, that car gets so sideways if you carry it just like 1 or 2 mile an hour too much into the entrance of the chase. It's such a challenging corner. It doesn't look that difficult compared to the rest of the mountain, but it's a tough challenge. And talking of a tough challenge, backs out of the side-by-side coming into Skyline.
Oh,
Mercedes
look
a
at the
little bit all
sun
over the
glare.
place.
Beautiful switch over here.
I think the Mercedes spun out, didn't? Oh no, it's still there.
No.
I thought it spun out for a second. That was a really nice pass in the Porsche. And, that's where you see the sort of different characteristics of the car. The Mercedes, when you're coming down the hill, you're lessing. The car's driving itself really. It doesn't really have any grip coming down the hill. The rear tends to get quite floaty as well because it doesn't have any weight really towards the rear. So coming down the hill, the Mercedes is a little bit leery, a little bit scary. And the rear engine Porsche just comes alive. You saw how grippy it was through the dipper, and that's really where that car is successful at this track.
Another drive-through, 72 this time, for avoidable contact. Let's wait for the first penalty that says unavoidable contact. It's
Usually this guy getting hit. How's that?
Could be. You never know.
When was this Nissan in sixth? That is impressive. I mean, we look at the diversity in cars. Look at what in first place is a Mercedes, second place is a Honda, fourth place is an Audi, fifth place Aston Martin, sixth Nissan, seventh Ferrari. Real diversity of manufacturers. And yesterday we were speaking about how the Mercedes and Audi's being best here, and the NSX sort of being the dark horse. But seeing a Nissan and a Ferrari and an Aston Martin all right near the front as well, it's pretty cool to see.
Definitely, I love that we have so many different cars and that they are all able to be within the top 10. Noble definitely did a good job on the GTRs, getting further up the standings every single time. There's a silver car now in front of them, that's Gambal on the 995, but that's 1 point whatever seconds, I think. Probably a bit hard for me to tell on the screen. Audi let the GTR pass. That was a lap car, so it worked quite well, even though we saw a bit of lights flashing in there from Mike Noble from FFS Racing. Bringing the only Nissan GTR that we have in the field. Oh, side by side here, that's the Dave Coach Academy Ferrari against Victor Gallen, who took over the car from Spears. Currently not in the lead anymore in silver, instead in second position, as we know that Gambal is now leading. But the Mercedes still pretty quick from Good Smile here. See how Parker in the 888 finds a way around it. Obviously that's a pro class car, and they really want to be further up the field.
And I'm saying I'm a little bit surprised by Nissan being in sixth, but this is a track that car has been very successful over. Obviously, it used to race, I believe, in the was it in the V8 Supercar series in the 90s and the 80s? I know there are some very successful examples of the old Skylines, the R34s and 35s, and the R32, I think especially, was so successful around here in the past. But even in recent, I spoke about that four-way battle in 2015. It was won by Nissan GTR. It's a track that Nissan are very successful in. Obviously, Japan's not that far away from Australia, relatively speaking. So it's a fairly local race for that team. It's a fairly local sort of car market, for Nissan. It's one of the places they want to sell their cars in Australia.
That's true.
So it's sort of nice to see the sort of history of this track where Nissan rather has been so successful is sort of continuing even into the sim racing world.
We only have 1.5 hours done so far on the 12-hour race, but we had a ton of storylines already starting to come together. Also, a slight touch here between the Audi and Mercedes under braking. Luckily, nothing big happened at any of the cars. But let's have a quick look at the tower, because there are a lot of stories to tell while Noble now passes another Aston Martin as we're lapping and trying to get closer. Or that was Gambal probably. That's the CAC Sim Racing car, if not mistaken. That Noble just passed. But if you look at the tower, we got Sherritt, the number 1 car, leading for the entirety of the first hour, currently in a 14th position. John really trying to get back all the lost positions there. We got Tauscher one of the cars that was within the top 4 in the first hours, number 211, now only on 17th. It's another big of the storylines. Same for Shins, 192 is now only on 8th position. So big winner, I would say, of the first hour are the number 37 and number 44, that's second and third. Beav is on the only Honda NSX, and Gold's still on his AMG GT GT3 car. Really did a good job of fighting off Shins and Capera in the early stage of this race. Also, probably to note, because obviously I looked into that a bit, Nicholas Hillebrand back on 18th position, which is better than the starting position for the 557, even though they had a drive-through already, so lost approximately around 25 seconds. Obviously another drive-through for Hannah on the 72, 20th position. So yeah, just showing us that it's not always about the position you're currently in, but where you end up a bit later, now that we see that our grid is fairly mixed already.
Yeah, and going back to the comment I said about the Nissan, here's a little bit of trivia for you. Nissan is one of 2 teams that has entered in every single Bathurst 12 hour. Because it started in 1991. It's an 82-year-old track. So the Bathurst, I think it was originally the 500 and the 1000, has been running for nearly a century now. But the actual Bathurst 12 hour for GT cars is only running since 1991. And I believe in real life it's only BMW and Nissan that have run in every single race since the start. Various cars. 300, I think it was a 300 ZX.
That was
that's a clunk in the wall for the Mercedes.
Was the same Audi and Mercedes on the lap before that touched on the braking. And
they're
this
not
time,
liking each other.
Yeah, this time it didn't work out like on the first try. Unfortunately, one car out. Capoccia on the number 2. Yashid Ferrari, currently in 7th position, chasing down Gambal. Should be in the car in front of him. You see that? I think that's the Kaxian Racing colours that we have right in front of him. And then it's Noble on the Nissan GTR, up to 5th position already. I really love that we have, like, of course we have a lot of Mercedes and Audis in this race currently. But if you look at the overall board, it's not like there's clearly one manufacturer totally dominating the first 1.5 hours.
Yeah, exactly that. There's different types of cars in different types of positions in this track. I think the only manufacturer that's really struggling is Porsche, and they've even got a car in 11th. So it's nice to see, as you said, that everything is so not necessarily balanced, but I think the teams are balancing it out, and especially now we're entering sort of that double stint phase, and sort of later on in a stint phase, where maybe the Mercedes falls off on longer stints, and the Audi doesn't quite have that performance through the corners when it's on older tyres. That's when a car like a Nissan, which is so stable through the corners, and it really doesn't use that much fuel, it's good on the straights, that really comes alive later on in the stint. And I think we're seeing something similar with the Aston Martins, which is a bit surprising because they're usually a little bit heavy on the tyres. But both those cars seem to be coming alive later on into the stints.
Yeah, definitely. It's just showing the characteristic of the cars we have here, and some of the stuff I love with classes that have multiple car manufacturers, and in different layouts as well. I mean, we've got front engine cars, we've got mid engine cars, we've got rear engine cars with a 911 GT3 in this. So everything you can kind of have, it's here. It's available in this grid to race. And that was John Sherritt on the number 1. That's the white Audi in the background here, right behind the Reichert 488 car. It's another fight that he will get involved in the big track with the car that was in the top 5 previously. Side by side now, Ferrari and Audi down the straight. Sherritt really lucky here. He catches the slipstream off the Audi right in front of him that might be able to push him past that 488 Ferrari. Nope, small notch. Both now switching over sides. And it seems like Sherritt will get at least one position, even though it isn't the one he was chasing. He gets another position in this one. It really shows how good John Sherritt is with predicting traffic movement and using it to his advantage.
Yeah, but I think part of the downside there is the Ferrari's better in a straight line. So although he got the draft from the red Audi, as soon as he caught up with it, the Ferrari just was able to keep going, and he was sort of stuck on Audi straight line speed again. So a bit unfortunate for Jordan not to get a pass down on Conrad, but he's just going to do it on the pit lane straight instead and get through. There we go, through Hell Corner, gets back into the 13th place, or 12th place rather, starting to make progress up the field. But this is where maybe the Ferrari straight line speed is going to pull that car back into contention. Can the 488 make the position back? I'm not quite sure. I think the Audi's just got a better run out of the corner. And now this is where the Audi should be able to pull ahead as it enters the mountain section through the sweeping right-hander. It's a little bit tighter than you think. Getting out onto that outside curb, now through the cutting, up into the proper mountain section, the Audi should be able to pull ahead, and Jordan should be able to continue to make progress.
Jordan trying to get back all the positions he lost previously, while we also see Gamble, our silver class leader right now, 6th overall, so really doing a great job here, and trying to fight off the number 2 Ferrari right behind, and then it's Shins with the 192 who had a very exhausting first stint in this race for sure, with a lot of fights. Probably put some pressure onto them. Yatseed, 7th position. They can be happy because they are the fastest Ferrari. Obviously, the next one is the Dave Coach Academy Ferrari on 10th position. And then it's Reichardt on 13th. Never bat to be the quickest car from your manufacturer. Obviously, they want to at least be in front of the silver leading car because that is the car, the Aston Martin. In I don't know how you name that color, Luke. Oh, that was the previous silver leading car. Harry Spears.
Can we just give that car a drive-through penalty every hour for having anime livery? Because
why do you want to give it a drive-through for that?
It's almost as cursed as a Good Smile Racing livery. Not quite as cursed, but almost. With the Hatsune Miku livery. It's always funny to see when people do anime cars. They look stupid, but in a really good way. But that is talking of stupid, that is a big mistake to make. I spoke about how the Audi gets, the Mercedes gets very floaty through the entrance to the chase, where that crest is. And that's case in point right there. It's the corner where that car really struggles. It's 44, losing a bit of pace there. Overtaken by Jardia, the 49 car, making its way to 3rd. They started, I believe, 11th or 12th in that Audi, so nice bit of progress for that team.
And we just missed the initial Euro beat on the Mercedes. But Honzik in the 49, they really did a lot of progress. As I said already, now in podium contention there, with being 3rd on the 49. Golds, after defending for so long, had to give up his spot there, dropped to 4th. While we see that the Ferrari is still working on the Cat Sim Racing Aston Martin right in front of him. They want to try and find a way around here, but Aston Martin not easy to overtake. No matter where we are on the track, a car that's capable of doing nearly all the stuff somehow decent on this track, and not as strong strength and weaknesses as the Audi has, for example, on this track, or even the Ferrari. No, not a Ferrari, the AMG. So it'll be very interesting to see if Andrea finds a way.
Yeah, it's a very unique car, I think, the Aston Martin in GT3, purely because it's not unique at all. All the other cars have their own sort of specialties. The Ferrari is a car you can really tailor to how you want it to drive. Mercedes, Nissan, Bentley, BMW, usually great on the straights, bad through the corners. The Porsche and the Audi the other way around. The Aston Martin just sort of does everything okay. It's not great on the straights, it's not bad. It's not great through the corners, it's not bad. It's not great on the brakes, it's not bad. It's just sort of good everywhere. And that's why sometimes I think it sort of sneaks its way into really good positions, because maybe the Mercedes chews its tyres up too much by sliding through corners, and then it can't get traction down. Talking of traction, that's a nice little move by the Ferrari, but I don't know if they can hold on. The Aston's going to concede, I believe, coming to the cut-in. So a nice pass there for the number 2 team to get ahead of the leading silver car. But all those cars, especially when you get old tyres, all the cars with this sort of specialty start to struggle a little bit. And that really lets the Aston Martin sort of come alive later on into the stint.
Race control saying, that we get a battle for the lead. That should be between Matt Beavis and Anna Freeve on the 56 Mercedes. So we really see the NSX coming alive now. Matt Beavis, who managed to get that Honda NSX up on the qualification, but didn't start it. Now going around the outside here for the lead of the 12 Hours of the Thirsty in the SimGrid World Cup round 2. So it seems like that worked quite well here for the Honda NSX, but Race Control also said it seems like the Mercedes is on all the tyres, while the Honda NSX should be on a fresh set of rubber there, which definitely helps. But now they're running into traffic, so Beavis not really able to run away instantly unless he's using traffic to his advantage, but the Mercedes is already pulling out. not giving any slipstream to the Honda, but giving slipstream to his manufacturer brother there, to the other Mercedes, but won't be enough to slingshot onto the Honda NSX for the next corner.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see the strategy starting to play out, with the fresh tyres and the double stints are coming into play, and whether later on into the race, which strategy is going to work out. And we were saying earlier, being on fresh tyres at the start of the race gives you track position later, but being on fresh tyres later means you can make overtakes later. So if you're coming into, let's say, the last 20 minutes, and you're on fresh tyres versus a guy in front 5 seconds ahead on old tyres, you're going to be confident that you can get to him and maybe pass him. But one thing that I always find interesting about that sort of strategy is because we don't have safety cars in this kind of racing. In sim racing, there's no safety cars, or at least in ACC. In the race, that's always a thought in your mind that towards the end of the race, it's more likely that there's going to be a safety car. So maybe you want a fresh set of tyres for the end when everyone gets pushed together. But in this, if you can just extend your lead at the front, if you can just pull so far ahead that people can't catch you on those fresh tyres, that's just a race win for you. So maybe getting that track position early is the better idea.
Yeah, we'll see in the end, I would say. But you're right, obviously, with not having a safety car here, it is one of the factors that you normally have to keep in mind when racing endurance. What we have to keep in mind in comms here is obviously our little breaks that give us time to catch breath, get some drinks in, and get ready for the remaining 10.5 hours here at the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster Round 2. But first, we're back with action very soon. Back again with the SimCrit World Cup by Thrustmaster, also supported by Coach Life Academy, obviously here at Mount Panorama. But first, the iconic mountain racetrack with a lot of GT3 action on our hands, as we got 10 hours and 18 minutes still to go of our 12-hour endurance race. Throughout the back, there were obviously some incidents here and there. That's the 557 Audi. Being clipped at the rear, I think. Not sure if he actually closed too early to get in front of that car, or if someone else made the move. That looked really weird to me. I would have loved to see that in a different perspective. Not sure who's on fault there. The 557 currently in the pits, because that was major damage.
Yeah, it kind of felt like the Mercedes wasn't quite clear and just came up behind him.
Oh, yeah, the Mercedes came over.
The Mercedes comes over thinking to get, I think, back in the draft. Pulls over and it's just not quite clear. It's almost like a NASCAR-style crash where, you know, they try and slot into the lane and there's just no room.
Really want to make sure that they get all that slipstream there.
Yeah, and it's just really unfortunate for the 557. We're talking about, we were talking before the stream how that team's been in a real rut in terms of getting involved in quite a lot of crashes. Sometimes not necessarily their fault. And there, I mean, he did nothing wrong. There's a complete passenger in that crash. It's so unfortunate to see a team, again, struggle with an incident that's really not their fault.
Dropped down to 35 now. You can see that on the bottom of the tower there. Nicholas Hillebrand, 557. 35th position. That means they once again lost all the positions they actually won. 10-second penalty to car 261. Is that the car that caused this crash? No, that wasn't another Audi. No. That must be a different car.
I'd be interested to see what Race Control make of that. For me, the 22 Mercedes was the sort of instigator of it, just by misjudging that gap. Whether Racing Control will say the same as me, who admittedly I'm a hobby sim racer. I'm not a pro. I don't know racing as well as perhaps you do, Annie. But what was your thoughts really on that crash?
I mean, there's not much you can do, right? Like on board with the 557 there for that. You just pass a car, you just wait, and then someone wants to slot into. There's no chance for you to catch the car. Of course, stuff like this can happen. Not saying it can't happen, but I don't see a reason to slotting in that aggressively with over 10 hours still to go in this race. So even if that was racing for position, it was racing for position that doesn't really say anything right now, as we know. So yeah, very unfortunate there. I feel like that could be worth a penalty, to be honest. Judging the situation like that, because not really a racing incident.
It's a misjudgment, as you said. It's
yeah.
In terms of fault, there's definitely a driver at fault for it, and I think in terms of interpreting the rules on causing a crash, there's definitely avoidable collision. So yeah, I mean that Mercedes already has a fair bit of damage to it, but I think that race is going to get even worse for that car, as it probably will get a drive-through, not a stop-go for that.
We'll see what's happening while we are both with Loris Enart. 261, a silver car. While we heard that the 22 that was involved in that 557 crash, the Butler Motorsport Audi, that the car that caused the collision was already on the investigation for a different incident. So it's now adding to their list of possible penalties, I would say. Really wondering what the marshals will make out of that. We heard that we will see what happened to the number one car, which was our previously leading car for ages in this race, if we can say that for the first 2 hours. That looked like there was that's
the Mercedes that spun.
Yeah, that's the Mercedes that was in the top 5 and dropped really heavily. It's something with H. Who was that? Trying to see it in the list. Or they changed drivers, probably. Hendrickson, yeah, that's the name. So they dropped hard. They have been the top 8 for sure previously. They have been part of the fight with the 2 blue AMGs up front and the Shins Raceline Audi. See if we can do a bit better from the cockpit here. That is the number 1 car that we're looking out from, the Audi R8. Coming up the bend, there's the yellow, so you can't overtake. And then all of a sudden, there is this Mercedes standing there in the way. 2 things here. one side, yeah, it's really hard to see a car there, but we were able to see the car, right? But we know that this corner is really hard to adjust your line and speed. But on the other hand, you took the risk of basically going full in that corner under yellow, and that's what happened, right? I mean,
if you look at the rules, if you look at the rules of Sim Grid World Cup, if there is a yellow flag, you are supposed to slow down, and they just didn't. And they got penalised for it. I mean, you don't need to give them a penalty for it because they penalised themselves by getting involved in the crash. And a real lapse in judgment from Sherrod, who, I mean, so far has been the sort of star of the World Cup, making a very uncharacteristic mistake. Luckily, it's not the end of the world. They're in 10th place. It could be a lot worse than it is, but it's definitely not what that team wants to see, and definitely something that I think maybe they need to keep in mind for the future, that they need to just slow down if there's a yellow flag. It's a 12-hour race. Losing a second or two to slow down for a yellow flag instead of pitting for damage, I think I prefer that.
Yellow flags are always a hard decision for drivers. Oh no, that's once again the number one. It's that the Coach Dave Academy Ferrari on the right. Yeah, it is the 888 with Parker behind the wheel, and once again it's Jordan Sherrod here, part of a mistake and a crash. And according to broadcast, we just heard that it seems like Jordan Sherrod was actually, the deciding factor here that caused this crash. But I'm not sure, is that now him being not in the groove anymore, really pushing too hard after everything that happened? Oh, it was catching grass there, spinning around, taking out the 888 Parker. Wow, that's now a lot happening for the current leading car in the World Cup here.
I think what you have to say has probably happened there is, with that penalty, he's trying to push real hard, to try and get that time back, and he just pushes too hard, coming out of the chase, loses it, and just smashes into the 888 Coach David Academy car. Both those cars are going to have big damage as they plummet down the field now. The 11 car, so the one car is actually still driving, but you have to expect that car is going to have a fair bit of aero damage. I wonder if maybe, given the fact that there's about 10 minutes left before the end of the stint, that maybe Jordan's just going to try and drive to the end of the stint just to preserve the strategy somewhat and get the damage fixed there. But that car must be a handful to drive right now.
Yeah, I can't really see this car being able to perform at its best right now. Back to MSR Liga Endurance team, Marcel Reichert. I'm pretty sure that's another German driver, because if I remember correctly, MSR is a German organization. Not even sure if I raced with them in the past. The 488 Ferrari, not to get confused with the 888 Ferrari. That's the Coach Dave Academy car. The blue AMG, is that gold on the back? Now trying to pass Reichert here, trying to lap him now. So I can't really tell from the number on the car. Trying to spot it.
See it.
It could be golds.
I can't quite see from the angle. So hard to see the numbers on these cars sometimes. But yeah, I mean, this Ferrari is in a pretty good place, the 488. Obviously, it's gained a couple of positions because of that crash between the 55 and the 888. It was nearly involved itself. Just about avoided it. But it's nice to see, again, we were speaking about car diversity. And the Ferraris and the Porsches are really the ones that weren't doing that well. Now we have a Ferrari in 6th. We have a Porsche in 11th that's starting to make progress and should be able to get past Jordan for a top 10 position given the damage to that car. It looks like maybe we're going to have 5 or 6 manufacturers in the top 10 to finish the race, if it stays somewhat similar to what it is right now.
I should do actually the same. Oh, wow. We just heard that the number one car is under investigation for ignoring yellow flags. That was the incident that we saw where they crashed into the nearly standing Mercedes. To the right, so that will change a lot of things here. Cars 125, 22, 48, 521 under investigation, and with a 10-second penalty to the number 2 car, that should be a Ferrari, if I remember that correctly. The number 2 car.
And coming from race control, the 11 car has told race control that they received 45 seconds worth of damage in the pit lane because of that crash with the 1 car, which I think we're all pretty happy to say was the one's fault. So I'm expecting, if not a penalty, I think we'll see a penalty for the lack of slowing down for the yellow flags, because SimGrid has just changed their rules on yellow flag. Before it was a sort of a warning. Now it's a slow down. It's a rule, or what's the way? It's an order. Not more than a warning now.
Yeah,
and they just didn't listen. Well, didn't. I mean, they must have seen the yellow flag and just didn't do
definitely.
it. Didn't slow down for it, and then later on causes a crash that is. I mean, if it's caused 45 seconds of damage to that car, I'm expecting we're going to see a stop go for that kind of thing, just to sort of balance it out. Because really, you want the sort of the penalty to fit the crime, right? You want, if you do 45 seconds worth of damage to a car, in theory, it's fair, or it's justice for the car that causes it to get 45 seconds worth of penalty. There we go, from Race Control. In my ear, thank you, Michael. Minimum penalty for ignoring yellow flags is a drive-through. So at best, the one car is getting one drive-through. At worst, it's probably going to get two, if not a drive-through and a stop-go penalty. They've got the 22 car as well, getting a stop-go plus 10 for avoidable contact. The one thing that, I mean, I say that the one car is definitely going to kill a yellow flag penalty, I think, just from what we saw. But at the same time, it's also unfortunate for them that car, the Mercedes, spins out in front of them. Because you could argue, maybe, Rene, that the Mercedes should be penalised for avoidable contact, whilst at the same time the one car could be penalised for yellow flag. I'm not sure. I mean, personally, I don't think the Mercedes should be.
I wouldn't give a penalty to someone that caused the yellow already all on his own. Because that wasn't unsafe return on the track or anything.
I mean, it wasn't off the track in the first place.
Yeah, in such a car, you can't just disappear, make yourself invisible. That's not possible. But the problem with yellows is, and all these rules around it, as we have the same issue in real life. And for example, here at the Nürburgring, when you do the endurance series, yellow means that there is something, and you should be aware of it. You might need to slow down. But there is no rule telling you to really be slower unless it's qualification. So we have that decision every single time in racing. We see a yellow and we have to judge, can we actually take the risk and still do the corner fully and be on the accelerator all the time, even though there might be a car left and right? Or should we brake and probably lose the position because the one behind you will definitely try before the yellow flag to overtake? Or at least close the gap under yellow then. So that's basically the same here. Like, he was approaching the corner, saw the yellow after the braking point, so you're already in the flow for the corner, and then decided to just use the usual exit on that turn, the usual line through it, and speed, and trying to get away with it. If it goes wrong, then yeah, you definitely ignored the yellow flag. Mm-hmm. But it's not like we can now just point the finger at someone and blame them for them, because you will see mostly on the yellow, and that's the same for every real racing series. We're fully on accelerator all the time, because a single yellow, especially on tracks where we have double yellow or code 60, doesn't mean anything. We're not willing to lose time just because someone is waving a yellow flag. But in this case, unfortunately, they're led to the exit.
Yeah, I think that's something where ACC really differs from real life, is that it only has one type of yellow flag, right? You look in F1, you have the single yellow, which means there's probably a car in the gravel trap, and you should be prepared to slow down, but you don't need to. And then you get the double yellow flag, and if that happens, you have to slow down. You have to show on the, I think it's on the acceleration tracing, right, that they look at, that you have lifted off and you've slowed down the car. It's the same when you have a code 60 or a full course yellow, where you have a single yellow. If maybe there's a car in the gravel trap, again, you could drive past it at full speed, and just be aware, if you have a code 60, instantly slow down. If you have a full course yellow, instantly slow down. If there's a slow zone like we have at Le Mans, instantly slow down. And it's just not something that is in a set of Corsa Competizione, and that's where you have to look at the rules for the SimGrid, because we have specifically put in place a yellow flag ruling, and that is, if there is a yellow flag, slow down, because it probably means there is a car on track where you're about to drive to. And really, I mean, the one car essentially ruined their own race by ignoring it.
Definitely, but they also got 10 hours to actually make up for it again.
But then you throw in the fact that they had that incident with the 888. If they get a drive-through for avoidable contact, and then they get a stop-go maybe for the crash with the 888 car, that's going to put them one, if not two laps down.
That's true. It will cost a lot of time, which has happened. But we also know how crazy Bathurst is, not just because sometimes there are kangaroos on the track in real life, but also because this track screams drama, especially in the conditions we have here. It's still fairly cold, 11 degrees, and the sun is moving up now, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue on the different corners in terms of sun glare. But still, it's not perfect conditions for slick tyres and really getting all the traction of your cars. Alaric Enslin now behind the wheel of the Coach Dave Academy Ferrari, chasing down Neve. That's the AMG 999 right in front of them, and the Magoni 521, which is another Aston Martin.
And you spoke about conditions at Bathurst. The one thing that very rarely, very occasionally happens is it starts raining here. I mean, Australia is not known for rain, but I remember, what was it, 2013, I think it was, where there was a hailstorm mid-race, and they were all on slick tyres up in the mountain when it happened, and there was probably the craziest overtake I've ever seen, where all the cars were going around at like 10 kilometers an hour, and then you just see this Porsche just drifting in the water, just drifting around someone. It was an absolutely crazy race, but it's such a rare sight, and when you get those weird conditions on a track. But sometimes those sort of lower temperatures that you get at the start of the race can have just as big an effect in terms of handling of the car as something like rain would be.
If we also get rain under these conditions, then yeah, anything can happen here, let's be honest. That will be crazy. Racing in the rain in Bathurst, probably one of the worst things that can happen to you as a driver. I see that Enslin is still right behind 999, blocking up the inside already. But earlier, before the turn-in point for this flat-out left-hander. Oh, there's a chance now. Cyprus, a small contact though between the Ferrari and the AMG. Very unfortunate there, but it seems like both cars actually survived. To note that Neat is still in front, it seems. We now got James Bacon, SRJ Motorsport. Number 1, Jordan Sheridan had a really eventful last lap, so I would say, now up to 8th position. So they tried to recover from what happened, but we still don't have any input on in terms of their of the ruling. So we'll soon know if they got a penalty for that or not. So far they're trying to desperately get back all the position, all the time they lost. Now coming closer to number 2, or not number 2, number 8, but 2nd position in silver class, which is the Anime AMG right in front of them.
I'm actually quite impressed by the one car's ability to fatal error. Hopefully that is definitely suboptimal, but it looks like we've still got a feed run now, so that's fine. Not the end of the world, but yeah, it's quite impressive by the one car, despite the fact that it had that crash, to still be that fast. You know, that car is definitely damaged. That car is definitely struggling. I think in the corners with that lack of front aero, the car should be understeering a little bit, but it's still going pretty well. I say pretty well. It's probably about to get 2 big penalties coming its way. But I mean, we know how fast Jordan is. Maybe they can come back from it. They are the current championship leaders as well. So worth pointing out, they're leading the GT3 Pro field. So if they really screw this up, if they can't really come back from the issues they're having, maybe the 11 car, the 56 and the 49, the current 2nd, 3rd and 4th car, can catch back up. And we can see right now that the 49 is in 2nd place. The car that's currently 4th in the championship. It's having a really good run so far. I can't quite see the 11. Is the car leading the race? Or am I being dumb? I'm probably being dumb, but I think it's the car leading the race. And then also, obviously, the 56 we see in 11th place. No, it's not the 11th car. Where's the 11 car then? That's 11 car is currently P2 in the championship. Oh, is that that's one of the Audis that had an issue at the start? Oh, no, the 11's a Mercedes. My brain has stopped working. Mr. Producer, could we try and find the 11? Just see where they are, how they're running, because there could be a really big change in the GT3 Pro field if those cars, if the 1 and the 11 both struggle to get a good finish because of the issues they're having. You know, the 49 at this rate will take over the championship lead. The 56, if they can get a top 10 finish, will also, I think, move into 2nd place. But if some of those cars that maybe finish sort of 5th, 10th place can get maybe a podium finish, like 39th place. 2nd last car, so the Mercedes, that car's had a lot of issues. Oh, there's It's actually the car that spun out and took out the one car in the cutting, I believe. So yeah, Carter's really struggling. The car is currently second place in GT3 Pro, down in 39th place. I mean, yes, they can come back from that. Yes, if they're actually as fast as they were at Suzuka, maybe they can come back to a top 20. But being that far down this early in the race, that's really not a great sign. I think there are a couple laps down now already, 2 if not 3, and 28 seconds off the next the 68 Ferrari in 38th place. That's really bad to the 11. Really, not a great place. I think we'll see them come back through the field a little bit. It really depends on how much damage is in the car, but I think just because of the pace of that team, the DC Sim Racing car, not the DC Sim Racing car, the Griffex Engineering. I've just read in chat that the 111 DC Sim Racing car, and I've got myself confused, but the 111 had a little shout out in chat, down in 25th place. It's a silver car, so it's actually 25th is pretty good. It's beating a fair few pros right now. It's running 5th or 6th in class, so it's not a horrific finish. No, 6th, yes, 6th. I can't count. I'm awful at counting. But talking of counting, we look at the gaps that are starting to break out between the field. We have the 13-second gap between 15th and 16th, 24 seconds between 17th and 18th, and then another 8 seconds between 16th and 17th. So we're starting to see the field spread out now, and this is where traffic becomes a big issue, because obviously, as we've said 50 or 60 times in the first 2 hours of this race, overtaking at the mountain is absurdly hard. And when I say absurdly, I mean it is one of the most difficult tracks on the planet to overtake in that sector. So if you're getting stuck behind, let's say 35th place, and you're running 5th, you're going to lose a second, if not 2, just in that section of the track alone. And if you're running a car like a Porsche or an Audi and you're stuck behind a Nissan or a Mercedes, you're going to lose more than that, because you're not going to be able to get past on the straights. Obviously, we've had new rules. Just brought in the new blue flag rules with the Sim Good World Cup, alongside those new yellow flag rules that we were speaking about, where I believe it's 3 laps you have. If the car that's a lap ahead comes up behind you and is sitting behind you, you have to concede within 3 laps. You're perfectly entitled to overtake them again, but what you can't do is impede them, and you can't cause contact.
It's like the blue flag question, blue flag rules are always complicated for drivers, because they're all doing their own race, right? They all want to be quick. No one wants to lose time, even in a 12-hour race, and that sometimes leads to people slightly ignoring blue flags. There we go. Violation to car 1 for ignoring yellow flags. Violation to car 7 for unpredictable driving. So
sounds like me.
2 times violation is a penalty. I'm not quite sure yet.
Is that for both cars? So hearing from race control that the one car did slightly lift off, approaching the car, and given that it was in the cutting and it's a completely blind corner, they couldn't have known what side of the track the Mercedes was on, and because there was indication there was a little bit of lifting off, a little bit of precaution, they'd be given a violation warning instead of a drive-through penalty.
I have to say, and I think that's...
I think it's a bit lenient.
I think that's fine, but I can't agree on that, really.
For me,
you need to decide if you take the risk on a yellow flag or not. Mm. And while I understand that it's a blind corner and they had a car in front of them, so they couldn't see the Mercedes there, it was up to them to ensure whatever they do allows them to react to something. And I'm absolutely sure that Jordan knows that, first of all, the corner is blind, and second, there's absolutely no runoff left and right. So whatever causes the yellow must be somehow close to his ideal line through that turn. There's no other way.
Maybe this is why we're in commentary and not race control.
Yeah, it's like, no, that's fine. I don't have to agree with that all the
race
time.
control is pointing out that on the replay it was showing blue and yellow flags. So it is possible that because the blue flag was displaying and with the way ACC was working, the game can sometimes overwrite yellow flags in terms of the visible flags you see on screen with blue. I think you still see yellow up at the top, but no one's looking at the word race whilst they're driving. Right.
It's really hard.
But we can't confirm what they heard or saw, so they're erring on the side of caution just to, let's be a bit fair. I mean, we're probably still going to see them get a penalty for the incident with the 888 anyway. So they're still going to, I think, fall back down the field, but all the way back up to 6th already for Jordan Sherratt in the one car. That's still quite impressive. But yeah, I mean, they have to know now. I think if there's any other yellow flags, that car is going to really be cautious because they cannot afford to get another drive-through.
Yeah, will really have a huge impact on their race, so obviously want to make sure that they get away good. Well, we'll see the number, that's the number 56, Mercedes. Antonov here trying to fight off for 8th position. That's not that, they're not far away from Gallen though. Wasn't sure if they just overtook them and we didn't saw it. Because we know that the tower on the left is a bit slow in ACC. It's not. It always
resets every lap, right?
Yeah, every lap instead of being dynamic. So sometimes, yeah, we might be wrong. So sorry for that. While we see the Coach Dave Academy Ferrari once again, the number 888 against a Mercedes AMG. That's the Lee one, number 7. Oh, both cars running a bit wide there. Luckily, getting it under control, accelerating on that grass there, winning 1 spot. Get up to 17th right now.
Yeah, one thing, especially it seems we're looking at the 88 and a car that had a lot of damage earlier. I think one, we spoke about how obviously damage in a sim race doesn't cost any money, but also the thing that really differs between real life and sim racing is that you can fix everything in sim. You know, you come into the pits, you serve whatever time it's saying. You know, let's say you have suspension damage, it says 40 seconds. Your car is completely perfect. You know, it's back to newly mint condition once you do that. In real life, if you lose a bit of rear aero on the car, unless your team spends 2-3 minutes to put it back on, you're going to have to spend a lot of the race with that. There'll be a rear aero. Or let's say you knock the toe out on a wheel. It takes ages to fix that in real life. So you might have to race a bit with your toe slightly wrong. So now that the 88 has served that damage penalty, it should start to progress back up the field. I mean, they lost 45 seconds, but it's 45 seconds to get a newly mint car, essentially, for that 888 team.
We still got nearly 10 hours in front of us, so I would say whoever has still got a car in the race and is not more than a lap down has the chance to basically reach whatever position they like to. Jordan Sherratt, he did a lot of work, a ton of work. He's basically king of the hill currently. Might not be in the lead because that is the Honda NSX by Rookie Monsters that's currently leading. But up to 2nd position again after enough incidents for basically the entire World Cup.
But I think that's partly because of pit strategy, right? Obviously, we're nearing the end of the second 65-minute stint. It ends in 45 seconds, in fact. So all these cars are starting to come into the pits now. Yeah, we saw him, I think it was in 6th a lap ago. So 4 or 5 cars in front should have come into the pits now, moving, and we see those cars sort of filtering out around the 10th position. It's actually going to be a little bit tight, I think. For a couple of the cars on the hill, it's going to be very tight whether they get to the pits before the stint timer runs out. Because obviously some of these cars won't have pit exactly on 65 minutes, so pit a little bit earlier, which means that the stint might run out a couple of seconds before. So it's going to be very tight for some cars. But, I mean, you'd expect most cars will have sort of calculated that. Let's say they're doing 202 laps. They'll have said, right, do we have 2 minutes 10, to factor in maybe they make a mistake somewhere and avoid that drive-through. Because that is one thing you don't want to be doing, getting completely sort of pointless drive-throughs by just missing your stint mate. You've got to err on the side of caution for that, and I think a lot of the teams are. The 56 and the 37 are on the same strategy. I believe that's single stinting their tyres so far. Although I'll get corrected very quickly if I'm wrong. Yeah, so they're single stinting their tyres so far, which is why they're starting to pull those big leads, I think, on cars like the 44 and further back like the Nissan, which you saw as double stinting earlier on. So those cars falling back, but maybe that's... Oh, 56 double stinted. They're on a new stint now, so they've just pit. But they've already got a double stint out of the way, and they're still in 3rd position. A nice start for them. As I think is definitely the right sort of play to double stint early. I know we're going to go back and forth on this the whole race, but for me, it's the way to go just because of those track temps, and also because when you're following other cars, you can compromise your corner speed and use that slipstream a little bit better to maybe look after the tyres a little bit more. So doing it earlier in the race whilst it gives you worse track position, I think overall it puts you in a better position for the end of the race.
Yeah, we'll see if you're right or not.
I'm probably
Play out
in
9 hours and 48 minutes in the race.
Well, I'll be there to see it, so you know.
True. You're actually covering the end
I'm
of the race.
doing the end as
right?
well, yeah. Obviously, it's worth pointing out that we have multiple commentators. I'll be gone at the end of this hour. Some of you will be happy, and some of you hopefully will be sad. I think, Rennie, you're staying for another 3, right? So you're going for the first 6. Then I'll be back at 9 p.m. UK time, so 10 p.m. CEST, to cover the last 3 hours of the race, which means I get to go watch my local football team. Well, I didn't physically get to watch them, but I get to watch them online. Get to watch the match, and then eat some food before I come back on. But yeah, it's going to be a great end to the race, and we're going to see that strategy that I'm talking about now. You know, keeping it in mind. I probably will forget, but I've written it down. You know, cars like the 56 double stinting early, the 37 single stinting early. When we come to those sort of last 2 hours, if those cars have avoided incidents, which one's going to be in the lead? Maybe coming into the final hour, coming into the final 30 minutes.
It will be interesting to see how all of these different strategies will play out. It's we heard it already that P2 is probably the only car trying to run a different strategy right now, which is the number 1 car. So obviously their strategy is a bit thrown overboard, I would say, with everything that happened. So they're just happy to basically run that car still. What we see on Beerman being a bit of pressure here by another Aston Martin, but that's not another Aston Martin on the back in terms of position. See that correctly? That's the Keck Sim Racing 2 car, which I assume is another German team. I like that.
It's conveniently not the number 2 car.
It's it's
the 905.
It's the number 2 car in their team.
Yeah.
Number 995 in terms of number plate, and they're still leading the silver category.
Yeah, I mean, Aston going quite well. I said before the race that there's a car that got a little bit of a buff. And also, if you look at the GT3 Silver field, the front of that field at Suzuka was 4 out of 5 Aston Martins. So it kind of looks like the sort of the championship favourites were those Aston cars. But then you look at where the rest of them are. The next best Aston Martin in silver is down in 21st place.
A lot of flex now out on the track. It's really hard now as a driver to actually keep an overview. It's like, who do I have to let pass? Who I'm actually fighting? Is there anyone I'm really chasing down right now and trying to overtake? So it's a lot on your mind now, going up and down the hill here, or the mountain, I better say, while trying to maneuver through this.
It's a lot bigger than a hill.
It's slightly bigger than a hill, I would say.
This track is 571 feet.
That's once again the same Mercedes being slow.
You know, there was a pass in the dipper, I believe, wasn't it? It was a really nice position to see, overtake to see rather. But we saw the one car just come into the pit lane. Once again, I believe this is a on strategy pit stop this time, rather than damage or anything. But that car does still have damage from the earlier incident, so I expect this is going to be a longer pit stop now and drop them back a bit further in the field. But I mean, I think they'll still be able to progress. The number 12. A car double stinting, so obviously in the first stint they've single stinted, presumably for track position, and now when the field is a little bit more spread out, the 12 car, a car that's obviously not racing for championship points, racing for a bit of fun, being the reserve car for today, that got in due to, I believe, the 5/6 not entering the field. But yeah, they're the only team now on the second set of tyres choosing to double stint, which I also quite like that, because you get that lower track temperature, Renee, but you get the track position from the earlier single stint.
I would still prefer to run single stints early on, just because you want the car to be more nimble and control a bit in traffic. As it's not just the positions you might be gaining or losing otherwise, it's also penalties you might get or not get, depending on how the car behaves, right? So you want the car to be in the best shape while being in traffic. On the other hand, looking at the track map to the right, it's not like there are many opportunities to be not in traffic. Even though you might be later on in the race. So a lot of cars the first, and with that comes a lot of traffic. So I'm not quite sure if it really matters in terms of traffic with the tyres, as you might just be stuck in the same traffic later on.
There's also, I think, something that you can raise from that is that you have to be dynamic with the strategy, right? You can't just come into the race and say, we're going to double stint on the first 3 sets of tyres and then single stint the rest of the race, or we're going to single stint all the way to the end and double stint at the end. You have to come in thinking, we're going to double stint at the start if we have a bit of a gap around us, if we get a bit of clear air, or maybe we'll, if we're still racing with a pack of cars that are for position, an hour into the race, we'll get another set of tyres on the car and single stint for a bit. And you just have to be dynamic with it, and that's how I think some of these teams will gain a few positions, not just from the pace of their car, but from being a little bit smarter with their tyres.
Yeah, it is about strategy. It is about making sure that you're on the full potential of your car while keeping everything in mind. Also, that's if you wonder why we're talking about double stinting tyres, it's not just because you save a bit of time in the pits. It's actually because the rule set only gives you a limited amount of tyres available for these races here in the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. So it is about managing all of these different factors for good performance. And we'll see who did their best after 9 hours and 42 minutes now. Simon Fidella, Yashid, they switched drivers here on the number 2 car. Currently in 7th position. They're going up and down every now and then here, while they're trying to now find a way around Biermann. That's 995, the Aston Martin on the right, so they might go 3 wide into the next turn. They actually both pass the AMG without... Oh, that's once again... Was that the Mercedes closing a bit too early, slightly tapping the Ferrari? I just saw the wiggling. Was it a contact?
I'm not really sure, but something that's worth pointing out, something that's just happened. The 49 car, I believe, has just had a massive crash up the hill. We saw a yellow flag for a little while. That car is in the pits, and someone's just wrote in chat, Victoria Thompson, that the car is DNF. That's a car with Chris Herka that was racing really well at Suzuka. I remember he was right up at the roads in front of the field. In fact, that car is, what, in P4 in the championship? So, to DNF from P4 in the championship, a car that was in 2nd place at one point, I believe in the hands of Jardy, if that is the right team, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it looks like that car isn't going to be racing anymore. I think they totaled it on the on Sulman Park, where we were talking about in real life, where that massive crash with the Aston Martin happened in the hands of Marvin Kirchhofer. I saw a yellow flag there. I saw it was the 49 car, and now you just see it plummeting down the field, obviously on the tracker on the left-hand side. Now in 26th, that 49. That is big for the championship.
It definitely is. What we got on screen, Michael Capera, they have been around position 6 previously. That's the Silver Racing Team 101, right behind the Taplin right now, the 25 Muka Motorsport pink Audi R8. So we know that Capera is capable of running this particular Audi up the front in terms of pace. He's trying to find a way around Taplin here, up the hill. And, that will prove different for him, pretty sure about that. But he can be quick. He knows he can be up there with the drivers in the top 10 easily. But for that, he needs to find his way back.
And there's quite a few cars now that need to find their way back. I mean, the one car has sort of done that, but we're still, up in the air about whether he's going to get a penalty for his incident with the 888. We still haven't heard back from Race Control, I believe, on that. So, especially when you think about that violation that they spoke about, where the final warning with the yellow flag, it's not just ignoring the yellow flag that they're going to look at in terms of penalising, being very strict on. I believe because there was 2 incidents there, because he's under warning, they might be a little bit stricter on that kind of incident. So, the 1 car could be all the way down the field. We saw the 11 earlier on, he's down in 39th. The 49 car totaled on the mountain. I believe it got hit by someone else and it couldn't get back to the pit lane, which automatically DNFs your car. So that's 3 of the top 4 now having major incidents. Yes, the 1 car is running in 5th, but it might not be there for much longer.
Yeah, it's still impressive that they are currently in the top 5 with everything that happened. So, Sheridan and his teammates at the GTWR Simulator Giant Truck team really doing their best here in Bathurst to make an Audi proud with their with the performance. Currently, they are the fastest Audi because we've got Honda leading in front of 2 Mercedes AMG, then the Nissan GTR, the only one that field the 123, then the first Audi, and then the first Ferrari now, then the first Aston Martin.
The 66 had the shunt with the 49 car. We believe it wasn't the fault of the 49, but I mean, obviously we haven't seen it crash yet. I'm hoping we can get a replay. I think this might be it right here. Here you go. So there's the 49 cars approaching the hill. All looks good so far. Is it going to hit a car that's alongside on the track? There's a 22 somewhere that this car hits that has spun around. Whether, I'm not quite sure where it happens, but I thought the incident that caused them to DNF, although it's not this lap. We got the wrong part of the replay, so we're going to hopefully try and find that and then get it on screen. But I think it was up in Sulman Park, just before obviously McPhillamy, the left-hander that is famous for killing Audis. But yeah, it was up in Sulman Park, the sweeping left-hander. I assume, based off what we're being told from race control, that they had contact with the 22 Mercedes, that the Mercedes was either slow or spun on track, and it's totaled it off the back of it. So I believe this is it now. Obviously, it's a couple corners ahead where the incident happens.
Now let's see what happened to the 49 Audi. Lee coming up the hill, all of that looks quite good.
It's right here, I think. Ooh.
Oh, look at that Mercedes
Absolutely
spinning
nothing
twice.
you can do about that.
Yeah, it's like there's no chance to get around there. We see
And
the
blue Mercedes hits
NT
as
in
well.
the back. Yeah, also connecting there. Oh, that sounds like there's just nothing you could do. You're completely leaning on the outside tire. There's not much you can actually do in terms of moving the car around without spinning it. So if there's a car in front of you, yeah, and then obviously the car not running really well on the suspension setup,
That's a lucky Mercedes.
smashing it multiple times down the hill here. It's not working. Oh, crossing the straight again another time.
Yeah, the
Wow.
steering is just completely gone on that car. It really reminds me of for your Bathurst aficionados, Chaz Mostert's crash in V8 Supercars in 2015, where, I mean, in real life he broke his leg and I think caused a pretty severe problem with one of the marshals because he mounted the wall. It didn't quite mount the wall for Chris there, but you could just see that, you know, obviously the car was already damaged from the hit with the Mercedes, and then it's coming down the hill and he clips the wall again, and I think from there just breaks the steering, and that car's just out of control. As soon as that happens, all you can really do is just slam on the brakes and hope the car slows down. And as it started to pinball down the track, more and more damage goes to the car, and I think you can see why that car was DNF'd.
Yeah, there was not much to do. It's you don't really want to roll it like this down the hill. It's a bit risky. Don't want to collect any more cars
And
on
we saw
the
the
way.
Mercedes, the blue Mercedes, nearly got taken out by it, and that really would have been a tragedy because that Mercedes already clipped the 22 car. So it was already involved, or already got damaged from the incident that started the whole thing. And it's very lucky that it didn't hit Chris Oka coming down the hill and get even more damage from that car, because I believe that car did hit to repair.
Now in the shot is the second position in Silver Class, the number 8 car, Gallon on the Mercedes AMG. It's a good smart car. Still close enough to dream about being in the lead of Silver Class, because it's Biermann right now, the 995 Keck Sim Racing Aston Martin. And it's just trailing 0.8 of a second currently to Reichert. That's the Ferrari in front. And then it's a bigger gap of nearly 18 seconds to the Silver Class leader. Back to Sheldon Muscat here. That's the 36, third in class. Another one of those Audis currently fighting against the 97 Porsche.
It's really interesting to see that in both classes, both the Silver and the Pro class, that most of the cars that finished in the top 4, so obviously you've got 8 cars there, the 4 Pro and the 4 Silver, most of them are having issues. You look at the 4 in the championship of the Pro class, you've got the 1, the 11, the 56 and the 49. The 1 car is under investigation, although it's in 5th right now. The 11 car is all the way at the back of the field. 49 we've just seen has had a massive incident on the mountain. The 56 is running, I think, around 10th place right now. Actually, no, they're up to 2nd. How the hell did they get there? But they're all the way up in 2nd now, so maybe they're the team that's going to take control of the championship. But then you look at Silvercast, the 125. I mean, it's not even on the tracker at the minute. 995 again. It's leading the field. No, it's never mind. I'm blind. Apparently, the 8 car, 3rd in the championship, running 2nd. So the team's doing well in Silver is still doing well in this, a bit better at least than the Pro Field. But the 17, 4th in championship in Silverfield, that's further down the field. So in terms of championship implications, what we're seeing in this, we're going to see maybe, if it stays how it is, which I doubt it will with 9.5 hours to go, the 995 and the 8 are going to take control of Silver, and maybe the 56 is going to take control of Pro.
It will be interesting to see, and this is just the round 2 of the Singapore World Cup by Thrustmaster, so obviously heading over to Spa in round 3. There's a lot of
24
points
hours
to grab.
No less.
Yeah, 24 hours. I mean, 12 is long already. 24 is a completely different monster for a team. And in terms of stint planning, making sure that people actually have some sleep in between, awake enough to actually take over the car once the stint comes over. So, won't be
56
easy.
got the lead.
Yeah, they just took it from long.
Yeah, I just said that the 56 is in second place, the car that's currently third in the championship for the Pro Series, but now it pulls into the lead, it gets the 37 NSX. I wonder if maybe there's different tyre strategy coming in. I think, look at that, the NSX was doing 2-minute flat 0.8, and that is in race trim doing as fast as a lot of the guys doing the fields. I'm hearing now that the Honda's just on a 203, so 3 seconds slower than it's been going every lap essentially. So I'm assuming either it's had a moment somewhere, or it's had to slow down because of traffic or something to do with that, and that's just allowed the 56 to get by. And you see now the 56 is pulling ahead from Mr. Producer. I'd like to find out the tyre strategies of both those cars. I believe the 56 was running something different earlier.
And now obviously we've got a lot of things to consider in terms of Alright, so that was about the live timing, I think, that we have accessible. Sometimes we're stopping and we're actually listening to race control or broadcasting, so sorry guys for that, but we're trying our best to get you all the information about what's happening. I don't want to jinx something, Luke, really, I don't want to, but it's just probably another 5 minutes until the next 557 crash, because we're back to position 20. We had been on that multiple times today already, and every single time the car crashed afterwards. So, just saying, it might happen soon.
I think in terms of racing karma, it's about time. I think this is where we're going to see the NSX have a bit of a moment. I wonder if he just misses his braking zone for the chase and gets in the gravel. It gets a little bit sideways through the chase on that crest that I spoke about, the little crest in the middle of the corner that's so scary. And that's where the passing
over
position
the curb
happens.
there. Over the curb, no problem to keep traction on that car, and then losing the position there. That's very unfortunate. I mean, you're leading 12-hour race per third. You think like, all right, this will be a cool fight. I can hold them off because it's not easy to overtake them per third, and then you do this, and basically give the position. Like, all right.
With the 8 earlier, the 8 went in the wall after doing that. So, if anything, you know, if you are going to have that moment, it went about as well as it could for the 37 car, because that could have been much worse. And I wonder if that's maybe because obviously the 8 is a silver car, maybe a little bit less experienced in both driving a sim car and also driving in sim. The 37 obviously being a pro car, having more experience, maybe being able to save the slide, obviously being able to catch it and continue, is sort of something to do with that.
Yeah, but I don't really think that there's a huge difference right now in terms of pace and experience between Silver and Pro. Like the grid here in the SimGrid World Cup is really, really good. Like it's high skill level, and no matter the class.
I didn't qualify.
No matter the manufacturer they bring. That's Copero once again fighting, still against another Audi. So he managed to overtake Taplin. That's the Mooka Motorsport Audi somewhere in the back of that. It's 5 seconds. Oh yeah, it's 5-second difference between them now. And that's Muscat, a silver class Audi in front. So Copera trying to get back all the lost positions after he gave the car to his teammate, because Copera had a great first stint, was racing in the top 5. And now they're barely holding on to the top 20, now around the outside, very late in the brakes, and that's not working out. So another short off-road adventure for the Audi there.
It's Audis going all over the place. We saw how many Audis were at the front. Oh, that's the 8 having another issue, hitting a wall. But one thing we chose before the start of the race, we picked a bunch of cars we wanted to follow through the race, whether for championship implications or for interesting teams, like obviously the Coach David Cunningham team. We always love to see where they are. And so now we're nearing about a quarter of the way through the race, just under that. We're going to have a quick run through of what we've seen so far. So obviously the one car, current championship leader, qualified in first place, is now down in fifth place, and obviously a difference of -4, still with that penalty hanging over their head. The 56 car, car that finished third at Suzuka, now obviously leading the race. It qualified second, so it's done pretty well to maintain that. It's actually, I believe, the only car of the top 4 that has actually gained a position, because obviously the 11 car has lost 30 positions down in 6th.
Yeah, not really a good start for them.
I mean, the 211 as well, another car that's lost 12 positions, qualifying third, dropping down to about 15th now. I think, yeah, they're still in 15th place. 37 car, a car that's actually gained positions. Obviously, it's in second place now, qualified 4th place. 192, 5th, down to 12th place. I think it's still down there. A car that we weren't actually planning on following, but because obviously with the Eco Stream up, we were able to follow a bit more successfully is the 557, and they're pretty much back to where they started. And one of the cars
I'm really afraid right now. Really afraid.
And the Muka Motorsports car is a car that's had so many incidents during this race that it's about time that these two cars both have another one. So hopefully it doesn't.
Yeah, let's not jinx it. Nico obviously had like the last crash wasn't on him on the 557. They got basically clipped after an overtaking. Yeah, but now they're on the back of Taplin. So that's the Muka Motorsport Audi in the front. Let's see if Nico might get into position. And they're around the outside. Oh, he switched it over to the inside. No, he's choosing the outside. Oh, he can pass him way earlier than that. All right, the Muka Motorsport Audi pulled back. So that's another gained position for the 557 on the way to catch up to Kupera and Muscat, because Tsiolkovsky is currently, first of all, he's very slow, as it's 34th, and it's a lapped car, so not really in contention for this fight. That is the group that Nicolas Hillebrand wants to catch up to, Kupera and Muscat. And whose Mercedes is that now in between? Is that the 34th?
It's a heck of a battle for 17th place. You've got two cars within 2/10 of each other. The 101 sweeping around the outside of the fellow Audi there, the 36, getting a position.
Maneuver.
A lovely little outside pass. It's not very often you see a car go around the outside in the sweeping right-hander to end sector 1, because it is a corner. I think we said it in qualifying, where it's got quite a bit of camber just on the inside of the corner where the curb is. Because obviously this is an 82-year-old track. You know, as cars run around this track, it grinds like sort of little grooves in. Obviously they resurface it every now and then. But one of the places where it's quite noticeable is that corner, because all the cars get right next to the inside curbing, and it sort of creates a little, almost like rally-style sort of rut in the track. You know, because obviously in rally you see cars dip the wheel and they use it to turn the car. That corner, Griffins, is one of the corners where that works really well. And going around the outside is pretty much impossible, but the 101 did it anyway. Now we're nearing, well, just over 2.5 hours into the race. I believe we're going to have a short, quick ad break before a ride along with the Coach Dave Academy 888.
back again with the Sim Grid World Cup. Round 2 here at the first. Sleep. What?
Just playing. Sorry, I would say you're playing through twice. Spoon.
Now
There
you totally
I was being
broke my
definite.
rhythm, Luke. I
had to
thought
be
I
done.
was muted, but you meant I wasn't muted on the other channel. But I
I was being
was live
definite.
on the stream as
You
well.
were-
So sorry
yes. So am
for
I.
the remarkable intro I just did. But in case you didn't notice, you're actually back at the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. We're in the round 2, the first 12-hour race. It's also supported by Coach Dave Academy. They also have a team in this, which is the car that you just have on your screen. Alaric in all in with the 888 Coach Dave Academy Ferrari, currently in 12th position, chasing down, well, not really chasing down, Babin on 11th, because that's a nearly 15-second gap.
Well, Renee, it's been going really smoothly so far, so I thought I'd throw in a bit of a curveball, you know, just
Yeah,
mix it up.
just-
We have to have 1 or 2 moments. I mean, it's 3 hours. Like, we can't be nice and smooth for the whole thing.
I'm still on for another 2 hours and 13 minutes.
I'm off to watch some football, so have fun.
Oh, you
But
leave, right? You leave in 12 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm about to leave. I'm about to go.
Yeah, so if you thought you're a fan of Luke Rogers' commentary, just keep in mind that he leaves us to watch football. So,
But I will be back. I'll be back for the end of
Yeah,
the
that
race.
doesn't matter. You leave us for football. So
Priorities.
I think people should know that.
See, that's the problem with me is I'm not just a motorsports fan. I'm also a sports fan. Oh, that's not optimal 192. But I'm also a big sports fan. I watch like NFL, football, and all that, all sorts. So my whole weekend is just motorsports, and then the afternoon, you know, football, and then you get to the evenings because obviously American time and it's NFL. I'm very busy during the weekends doing nothing. It's great. Bit of a. Well, I wouldn't say a lull in action. There's never a lull in action at Bathurst, but the field's sort of. But actually, I say that this is a race for position. All 3 cars here are actually racing for position, but they're all sort of in line astern, as British commentators love to say. Obviously, the Aston, the Porsche, and the Mercedes all right here, all racing for position, all actually within a second of each other. So the 8 car is starting to slow down. But it's the car we saw hit the wall, right? So I'm expecting they're probably going to have a bit of right side aero damage. Maybe that's why the Porsche and the Audi are closing in. And I think the 8 has to recognise that this is not a fight they need to take, because obviously, different class, you're only racing the cars in your class. There's no overall leaderboard. So maybe
Still
the 8
looks
should just
cool,
pull aside.
though.
I mean, an overall win's always nice. But,
Yep.
you know, if you're racing for a top 10, but you're racing for an overall top 10, and you're losing time to the 995 in front of you because of it, at the end of the day, it's just going to spoil your championship hopes a bit as well, especially considering the 995 and the 8 currently second and third in the championship respectively, with the 995 finishing second at Suzuka and the 8 finishing third. It's only going to make the gap bigger coming into Spa.
Yeah, Spa will be an interesting race, especially since we do in 24 hours again. So, or the first time in the World Cup. So, we're basically gradually working towards a 24-hour endurance race. We see blue flags again, making it a bit harder now for everyone. Nick Babin for Carbon Esports, currently in 10th position, so that's a top 10 for this Porsche, one of 2 in the field. Definitely the higher placed Porsche right now. They're running onto Gallen. That's the Mercedes right in front of him right now. As Luke said already, they wouldn't need to fight for position because they are a silver class car. But Babin has Honorati right behind him, and then it's also another Porsche, but that's a lapped car. Mm-hmm. So as you can see, it's quite some traffic once again, and quite a lot of work for the drivers.
And talking of 24 hours, I'll get to compete in my first one in November. I'm very excited. It's
who was willing to actually let you behind a wheel on a 24-hour race?
Cyanide.
Really?
Yeah, it's me, him, and Gakko Daniel, who is a good friend of Sai's. By extension, good friend of me. Yeah, we're doing it's iRacing, so you won't like it. We're doing a 24-hour seeding.
Man, I did podium positions in iRacing already before you even bought a steering wheel. So.
That's probably true, actually. But I'm being coerced by Michael in my ear to actually talk about the race, because there's only a three-way battle for P4 nearly 3 hours into the race, the Nissan, the Audi, and the Ferrari all right on top of each other. The Nissan with the grunty goodness of that, what is it, a V6 twin turbo in the front of that car, pulling it along on the straight. It is in the front, isn't it?
Could be.
Is it the front? I always forget. Yes, is a front engine car. I always forget if it's tucked in the back or not. In this,
Really?
It's not. No, it is in the front. In that big.
Of course,
big
it is
bonnet.
in the front.
I know.
Where do you think it is?
I'm not a JDM guy. I think it's just a long boy.
You're not allowed to commentate anymore if you don't know that a GTRS has the.
I know.
engine
I
in
should
front.
know that.
Goodbye,
But
Luke.
I'm one of those rare people that's not a massive fan of the GTR.
Oh,
So I don't
right.
really care about
I'm not a fan of the car either. I think it's ugly, really big, and it's just not my type of car. I mean, I drove.
the old GTRs though.
I owned an old GTR, an R33 V-Spec, and then later on I test drove the Nismo GTR. You know, this like special model they built back then on the R35 at
Spicy
Silverstone, which was a fun experience, but it's a bit like a typical Volkswagen Golf R or something. It is perfect in terms of what it's doing, and due to that lacks a bit of character. Like the Nismo GTR back then didn't sound that great. It didn't perform like any fun on the track. It was just fast. So you had a supercar for nearly 170,000 euros, but you got out of the car and never turned around again to look at it, because back then, before the facelift, the interior was really boring, and I never really catched on to me how cool the R35 is for the money you spend on one. It's an amazing car, but it's just not for me. While we see Jordan Sherritt being under a bit of pressure there by Fidel. That's the Ferrari, the number 2 there, that was side by side all of a sudden. So I'm coming back to the actual topic of racing on hand.
Well, how do we do that?
How do we get? Yeah, I don't know. How do we do that?
I mean, briefly talking about Japanese cars, it always kind of felt like to me that the sort of the cheaper ones, it's not cheap, but like the old Nissans, the 240s,
They're not
the
cheap
Silvias.
anymore.
Yeah, they're not, because they're drift cars now. Yeah, but those cars were a ton of fun to drive because they didn't have any assistance. Cars barely had any aeros; they just slide everywhere.
I think the time. Oh, shit!
Oh, that's not good.
Touching the rear of the R35.
That's the one
he will
again.
definitely lose the position as well here to the number 2 Ferrari. Fidel is through. There is another Audi, but that should be a lapped car that's trying to go through. And we see a 30-second stop and go penalty for 55 unsafe rejoin. But yeah, the Ferrari, the other Audi is not in this fight, but the next one should be an Aston Martin, so also the Ferrari in the back isn't really part of this fight. But the Ferrari in the front is, as well as Panka in the Nissan GTR. So Sherritt just throwing away a chance here to get back onto 4th position with this Audi R8 in just a matter of seconds, basically.
So obviously, I've been talking about the one car crash, but the 888 never actually reported it, and by rule in SimGrid, penalties can only be handed out if they're reported. So the 888 obviously deciding that whilst it's a bit annoying that they had 45 seconds of damage because of the one car, that they either didn't feel it was fair or couldn't. Thought it doesn't really matter that they've the one car penalised itself enough by taking that damage, and the 888 decided not to report it. So they'd be okay with that. I wonder if maybe the Nissan might, the 1-2-3 team might have a bit to say about the one giving it a bump. But I mean, Sherritt was the guy that lost out because of it, so I expect once again probably nothing doing right there. But it's a car that's for a championship leader that really just needs to have an okay finish to preserve their position. They're getting involved in a lot of incidents, aren't they?
That's definitely true, they are. And we're not even halfway through the race now. Back to the fighting group here, Panka, Fidel and Sherritt. So I heard Ray Panka is one of the Kunos developers. Unfortunately, not one of the guys that I met lately. It's like Kunos happened at the Nürburgring, I think 2 weeks ago, and I actually ran into them as I live here. We took some laps together with Marco, David and Ari that have been here for some fun laps with their own car. It's really cool to see that we're all in the same business and all have a passion for cars and racetracks. And having some laps with them was quite fun. And now seeing them racing in the virtual world as well. I think that's quite cool. They're currently leading this fighting group, and it's probably Jordan Sherritt that has most of anger in his driving right now, because they could be leading this race by approximately 30 or 50 seconds right now, but instead they're back in this fighting group and really have to fight for every single position.
And that's just where mentality, I think, plays a clear part. You know, if you're the kind of guy that gets flustered, gets hot under the collar, you know, because a lap car makes you lose half a second here or there, or because you're racing someone and you can't really get past them because you don't have the straight line speed, or you don't have the braking potential. If you start getting annoyed by that in a 12-hour race, that's when you make mistakes. And I think that's probably what we're seeing from the one car, where, you know, mistake is feeding mistake, especially with that spin that they had earlier. It really felt like to me, because they had fallen back so far, or specifically because Jordan had made that mistake earlier on, in terms of not slowing down enough for that yellow flag. Oh, the 557, there's his traditional incident, and the 8 car gets spun out. Partly, I don't really think it's the 557's fault, but he gets turned, that 8 car, as well as another car that's getting involved in incident after incident, just like the 1 car. But those kind of cars, you know, you have one incident, you get annoyed, and then you overdrive the car and you have another incident and you get more annoyed. And then you go for a pass that's not really on, you get more annoyed. And I think it just starts to stack up.
Yeah, definitely. We know how crucial it is to keep a cool head and all that, getting through this, but everyone is super passionate about what they're doing, so you easily start and to get into rage mode, I would say. Not that bad, but it hurts your performance, at least for most drivers. There are some drivers that really thrive under such conditions, but that's rarely. So, well, we definitely saw it with the 557. Had to get running early on and then caught up in a lot of incidents. And now it's really hard for them to find the rhythm once again. And it seems like that's the same for Jordan Sherritt, who lost a bit of pace here against Panka and Fidel. Actually, Fidel overtook Panka, so that's the Ferrari now being now in 4th position. That's the quickest Ferrari, and they just asked for that, so we'll inform everyone else as well. I asked where our car is, the 557. They changed, Nicolas Hillebrand left the car, and it's now Maximilian Harklander behind the wheel, which is another real/sim racing driver in our lineup, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do now on the Butler Pal Motorsport Audi, which at least means that we have a fresh face now. And why did I say that even?
Why have you said that?
For real?
Renee.
Oh, really? I can't stand that anymore. But what did I do wrong to the world of sim racing that every single time we show our car, something happens?
You got the wrong shade of red, that's it. It's the
It
livery.
must be, right?
It's the livery. That is the...
Can't be true.
You've simultaneously commentators and owners cursed your own car.
Yeah,
Mid-race
basically.
several times.
It's like,
I mean, actually, I think you gained positions from that.
yeah,
I think
great, awesome. You also
In two
smashed the
positions.
car.
But I mean, it was only a light tap.
I'm just really afraid now. If I get the same curves on the real racetrack with our cars, it will be a very expensive
You don't drive
season.
an Audi, so
We're not driving Audi R8s. That's
I
true.
mean, as we have said several times. You know what it is? You know, I said that the Audis in 2020 at Bathurst were cursed, essentially. It was specifically the Valvoline Audis that were cursed. They were the ones that
they
kept
have the same colours.
and yeah, they're red, white, and blue.
Oh,
So
yeah, must be that.
there's your issue. You're secretly running the Valvoline setups, which keeps just bottoming out everywhere, which was the issue they had. If you watch the race, and well, actually, if you watch qualifying, because most of the cars didn't make the grid because they were crushed out, but they kept bottoming out on the crests, and that was causing the car to obviously get really unloaded. And when you're in a car renowned for being twitchy, like an Audi, and you unload it, you're going to go for a spin.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely not us touching the tarmac, that's for sure at that point there on the racetrack. But unfortunately, that was another spin. Seems like the car survived. Back to Jordan Sherritt, number 1, 6th position, currently chasing down the only Nissan GTR in the field. That was a good exit there for Sherritt. Might be a chance now, but look at this entire train of cars there. I mean, we're in 3 hours now, and we still have so many cars being close together just because there are so many cars on the grid, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah, it's just constant racing for 12 hours. You know, you really don't get that break. But as I'm about to leave, we're going to throw it to a quick ad break, and when I come back, I believe David is joining you, Renee, for the next 3 hours of the race. So take it away, you two. off break.
Right, I need to spot stream right after, so. I would say welcome back to the actual stream, but production decided to just set me live while I just put my last chip in my mouth. So you have to listen to that for now, for a second, give me. Nom, 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 nom.
You make it sound
Welcome
so smooth, Rennie.
To the, the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. It's the 12 hours of the first, and as you can see, with our beautiful lower third, and we slightly changed our lineup. So my name is still Rennie Butler, but I'm joined by David Christie, and just so that production also knows, my name is written with double T. So in case no one noticed yet, it's just the name that I use everywhere. Happens. David, welcome. Oh, wow, on the fly adjustments. Now I'm absolutely shocked. This is the best thing that ever happened to me in a live stream. Wow. That was really, I had to say that very often in my 15 years of on-camera work now, that my name's written wrong, but it never got edited.
That's when you
on
know
the
you've
fly.
made it, Rennie, when you can throw a tantrum about your name being spelt wrong and it's corrected instantly. But a very, very good afternoon. Thank you so much, guys, for having me along. What a race we've had so far. So much drama unfolding already.
It definitely was. David, did you see the first hours? We were watching them all the time.
I did. I've been watching the majority of the race so far. So obviously we had Statsenko in the number 1 GTWR car looking so good in that Audi. And what has Jordan Sherritt done? He's looked so uncomfortable in that car. He's looked so troublesome. He's getting himself into all sorts of fights left, right and centre. And how he didn't get a penalty for that incident coming up the cutting, I just do not know. I think he needs to go and buy a lottery ticket because he is a very, very lucky boy.
I really wonder if he just wants to show that he can handle whatever challenge is thrown at him. Well, we get another replay. That is, let me see, that's the 557, so our car in this race, which means I'll probably see another spin, crash, or whatever, really. Oh, it's a replay I hear from the spin earlier. Let's see what happened here.
To injury.
Yeah, really, it's like they want to make sure that I really suffer today. So we were following the two Porsches, and then over the curb, car unsettles, and yep, then just spins around. He slightly taps the wall there, but that's basically it. Maybe we got lucky. Even though that was a very unlucky thing. But yeah, happens, and we carry on. That's the same for Jordan Sherritt. As he said already, he had a bit of bad luck throughout the race, even though they had a comfortable lead early on. Now back to 6th and still chasing Panka in the Nissan GTR. Really wonder if he doesn't want to push right now, because I had the feeling that the Audi could be quicker, at least in the early of the stint, than the Nissan, right?
Absolutely. I think that Audi has got the pace now. There's a couple of things here. Firstly, I've lovingly referred to Panker as Pank the Tank in the GTR. That's the suitable name I think we should use for the next 2 hours. But Sherritt is showing signs of being so impatient in these early stints right now. We've got another 9 hours left to go, and that car is precariously positioned. The stewards are going to be well aware, Rennie, of that car, and he needs to be very, very careful if he's going to try and get past.
Oh, talking about being very careful, that was an entry not so carefully, and the maneuver not so carefully crafted, I would say. That was now pushing away another car. Well, we're back on the 5th and 6th position here, going past the wall, so close. Beautiful views that we get here from the cameras. And Jordan Sherritt in the GTWR Simulator Giant Track team is definitely the favourite car coming from the lead here in the World Cup. They have to pass this wide and monstrous Nissan GTR. Really closing the gap here. That's the chance now, going for the inside, and it seems like Panka actually decided to not even defend, not risking the good positioning right now for the Nissan GTR. And with that, Sherritt back to 5th.
I do wonder if they're on slightly different pit stop strategies, because that GTR is significantly slower around the back half of the circuit. As soon as it gets up to Reed Park, around Frog Hollow, then over McPhillamy Park and Skyline, it's almost like standing still. So it's really losing a lot of pace there. And then on the final half, that's when it gains all the speed back up. So Sherritt released up into 5th place there. Panker's actually unlucky that he gave that place over to Fidel in 4th place there in the number 2 Ferrari. I just caught the tail end of that on the stream there. It looked like the GTR was recovering after having a moment going through Solomon Park. So yeah, doing a good job of recovery, but it's all about staying on that lead lap.
It is important. We only have the top 10, I think, on the lead lap currently. So well, it's not. Oh wait, it's not even the top 10 anymore. It's the top 8 that it should be on the lead lap. So it's been harder and harder to actually make sure that you are in a position to maybe use any advantage to get further down the race as we now approach the last 9 hours with 8:57 still on the clock. One of the few Bentleys. I think that is the first time that we actually see a Bentley today on camera.
Yeah, they are wonderful, wonderful cars. In my time when I was enjoying a Assetto Corsa Competition, that was my car of choice. I enjoyed the luxury yacht of the Bentley. It's a wonderful, wonderful car, a lot of power. It's very, very heavy. It's very, very floaty in the steering. But yeah, if you can get that car hooked up right, it's a very, very enjoyable car.
We see drive through to car 557 for onside rejoin. He's commenting on that now. Happens.
It's a nice day at the office, Rennie, for you, isn't it?
Yeah, man. It's an amazing day. What else could go wrong? I'm just really happy that we don't have a real car in the 24 hours of Nürburgring, because I would be afraid that we get the same experience there. So that's fine. Panker's really losing pace right now. You said that he's not really up to what Jordan Sherritt is currently doing in his Audi R8. And now Beerman, the current leading car in silver class, is all over the rear of the R35 GTR here. So wondering if he is at the end of his tyres. Obviously, the Audi is on a different strategy right now due to all the incidents they had and all the damages they had to repair in between. So they're definitely not on their normal way of splits here and stints. Bill, seeing that Beerman is all of a sudden that quick, that's crazy.
The GTR as well, Rennie, is so heavy on the tyre use because it's such a big boy. The friction that it causes to the tyres just eats them up, I think, a lot quicker than it does with, say, the Ferrari or the Mercedes. So that is one thing that it has to be aware of as well, when it's, especially, like, say, when it's going up through this first half of the circuit.
It's not just the friction. I actually think that Beerman is so close to the GTR now because with all its mass, it's creating its own gravity, and with that just pulling cars closer. So for whatever reason, Sherritt made it like the NASA and just got away from gravitation, and then Beerman got pulled into it next. That's why there's always a car around the R35 GTR. But I mean, we know that Beerman doesn't have to pass. He is in the lead of silver class. It's not like he really has to make a move, and there's a huge gap between him and second position in that class, which is Muscat on the 36 Audi, which is like miles away right now.
Yeah, but this is where driver discipline comes in massively, Rennie. You know for yourself what it's like when you've got another car in front of you. It doesn't matter what position it is. Your instinct is to put that foot down and try and get past where you can. The problem with these 12-hour races and the endurance races in general is you've got to think about your team. You've got to think, can I absolutely 100% make this move stick without any damage to the car or to the rest of the race?
And we saw that there were some moments of misjudgment already in this race for some of the drivers, some of the teams, that were very costly. Beerman now trying to look it up the inside. Be aware of that curb. We saw many people already spinning, but he's now side by side with the R35. But R35, strong pull out of the corner there. And back with the Aston Martin. Under braking though. Aston Martin make it happen. Beerman now up to 6th position overall in the silver class car. Well, look at the R35 coming back each time we hit the straight.
Yeah, incredible power there. And there's somebody sending it up the inside there. Is that Babin down in 10th place there. I think that was actually one of the lapped cars there, but there we go. Up into 6th place goes Bierman, the number 995 car for the Keck Racing team. And great move, but silver driver, and a fantastic outing for that team so far today.
Definitely a great performance they've shown here. I'm just really so proud of the Keck Sim Racing team. They're doing a great job here, really showing they can keep up overall. Luke Vanek, the Esports Performance Racing team, that's the light blue-ish AMG, I would say. Great overtaking maneuver here against another Aston Martin, which was not full position. That's a lapped car, the blue and white Aston Martin you see in the background. And then the next car for Vanek is actually another Mercedes AMG, so not even visible in the shot here. Quite a huge gap. Now that we have, obviously, the entire grid mixed after our first 3 hours. There's a lot of traffic in between, a lot of lap cars, a lot of carnage sometimes even, as we see. And Panka, once again, getting more cars on his rear that want to push through, because the Nissan GT-R is not quick enough anymore.
Yeah, that thing is about as aerodynamic as a brick down the main straight. That's probably why the Audi and the Ferrari are delighted to get past him. But Rijkaard in that Ferrari is 2 cars behind. I think that's actually Copera that's moved up into 8th place there and is licking his lips in anticipation, trying to make that move stick. But the GT-R has the pace, and you mentioned that last lap there, Rennie. The GT-R has the grunt where it matters to make a nuisance of itself and become essentially a rolling roadblock.
It definitely is. I mean, we saw that against Bierman in his Aston Martin. Like, even if the accident is way worse than the cars around you, the GT-R engine just pulls you along and really makes sure that you can still defend. That is, is that Johnson? Yeah, that is the 77 Mercedes right in front of Royal here, who's 2 laps down in his Porsche. That's Max Motorworks, the black and red Porsche. But back to Panka and his issue of everyone on his rear being quicker. He's not really able to keep up with Bierman there. Wonder how long they will actually drag this stint on now, because they must come in at one point if the GTI is really dropping in pace so heavily.
That's if it's the stint that's causing the issue. It may be that he's out of position because of the changes in pit stops and things like that. However, he was running quite successfully up in 4th place for a good sort of 10-15 laps there. So the car does have pace, but I wonder if it's just completely fallen off the edge of a cliff, as we see with so many of the different brands here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Once the tyres start to degrade, the performance level just completely falls away.
It's very obvious right now. I just hope that everyone in the back now knows what they're doing, because we know how crucial it is to be awake now that there is such a huge speed difference. And it can really disturb your rhythm, and it can even lead to some crashes. Because that's 3 different cars behind. That's an Audi, that's a Ferrari, that's a Porsche. Completely different characteristics on these cars. And different braking points, especially compared to the Nissan GT-R. So these guys on the back really need to remember all the weaknesses of each and every car around them.
Yeah, look at Rijkaard though. He's having to really put a show on here to try and defend from Babin in 10th place there. And it looks like Babin's going to sneak up the inside as they come down in towards Murray's corner there. So that changes position as well. And that allows Panker a little bit of breathing space as well. That gap actually to Bierman in front coming down by 0.3 of a second. So I'm not sure if it's Panker that's starting to pick up the pace a little bit, or if that's Bierman starting to slow down just a little bit. And a violation to car 261 for blocking. So remember, 2 violations and that's going to be a penalty.
It is true, and with still way above 8.5 hours, there's a lot of time to get another violation, so you want to stay away from that. You want to stay clear. Be a good boy, basically. But we'll see if that is enough. Currently in the lead is Long, the number 37 Honda NSX. The only NSX in the race. And Matt Beavis was doing qualification for them, and they are followed by this car, Arion Blue and Orange. Like and subscribe Racing Team. By the way, also like and subscribe the SimGrid on YouTube if you're currently watching and want to support us. Kirill Antonov doing a great job on the 56 here. followed by Fidel in the Ferrari, and then Rados in another AMG on the 44.
Yep. And that is a race leader into pit lane then. So car number 37 jumps into the pits with 93 laps on the board, 8 hours 48 left to go, and it looks like there's it sounds like there's a bit of a collision halfway up the course.
Yeah, it could be. There was someone reported crashing, so... Oh yeah, so it was the number 2 car. The Ferrari looks a bit better than the front. We see that correctly here on our live stream, yeah, and the side as well. So let's hope still in good shape. Maybe not. He's actually coming into the pits. Kirill Antonov, he is now in the lead, and he's following Maxi Hartlander right now, the 557 Botapar Motorsport car in the front, but that is a lapped car, so they're not fighting for any position. Let's hope everything goes well here with lapping the car.
I've got to say to Rennie as well, at this early stage of the race, the one team that have really impressed me with their pace has been the number 37 Honda NSX team of Rookie Monsters. They had the strong pace earlier on. They were second place behind Stutsenko for the GTWR team, and Matt Beavis did an absolutely incredible stint, and that's now Dan Long in the car, so they are really going to be one to watch through the tail end of this race.
Definitely. I mean, we see the number 2 incident that we were talking about slightly earlier. Like the 37 Honda NSX, we know that in Suzuka, they placed quite high at the end result, but not really in qualification. So when Matt Beavers showed the pace for the car today here in Bathurst, that was really impressive already. And so far, I would say they had the most uneventful race of all the teams up front, and probably one of the few teams that never had to do any kind of comeback right now, besides the current leader Like and Subscribe Racing team, because we know Jordan Sherrod, that he had like 2 or 3 comeback runs already. Fidel was way further back in the pack. Same for Biermann, Pankert, Reichert. Copera was already in the top 5 and then dropped all the way down to 18th in between. So in terms of consistency, the Honda NSX is having the race of his life.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you want to see. It is the fact that you don't really want to have any incidents whatsoever, and the ones that stay quiet on the broadcast are usually the ones that will stay quite high up the finishing order.
They can stay quiet a bit longer, then they might even get the lead back, but they're currently 14 seconds behind. And we got report from Race Control that the number 2 Ferrari had just another incident, and they've dropped further down, as they're also, I think, in the pits right now. Not yet listed as pitting. Oh, they lost 30 seconds, also due to that pit stop already. So we will see them dropping even further. Very harsh for them. They're doing a good job there with the fastest Ferrari right now, because the next Ferrari is the 488 that just had a driver swap. It's Hermann now behind the wheel there, and then it's the 888, which would be the next Ferrari, which is the Coach Dave Academy car.
Yeah, and that was a driver change as well for the number 2 Ferrari. That's Eamon Murphy now behind the wheel, taking over from Simone Fidel. I do wonder if the collision that we heard about from Race Control was a little bit more significant than we initially thought, and the car immediately then went back into the pits and repairing the damage.
It must have been, because otherwise they probably wouldn't pulled into the pits immediately. Now there is the new driver, Eamon Murphy, you just talked about, now in control of the Yassid Ferrari in the beautiful black and light blue and red here, running on 8th position overall. Still a lot of time on their hands, though, to get back these positions. Cody Pride, the car guy racing Ferrari, and yeah, that's actually light color. That is neon yellow, I would say. Looks really good. Followed by one of the lapped Porsches, and that was really close. I think the orange Ferrari just did a small mistake, and Cody Pride really had to do everything to make sure that there isn't any contact, and also running a bit wide there, going into the green. Well, let's hope they all come through the next turn without any issues here.
My breath is firmly held, but it looks like it's all passed without any incident whatsoever. Saner heads prevailed, and that was indeed the number 68 car just making its way. That's the Leone V Racing team just making its way round through. And Pride doing a fantastic job now. The Pride car marked in red, I believe that's the guest car for this race, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They're not scoring any points, but they're obviously part of the entertainment and part of the fun of racing. Or we see the Connection Lost Racing Aston Martin here, number 404. Luckily, no connection lost so far, which is why they're 19th. And the Bentley that we see in front of the Porsche there, that's the car they're actually racing right now. And the cars on the back, at least the first Aston Martin, is also a car they're currently racing. So they are in a pack here. They might even have to defend the inside, not doing anything to do that, running a bit wide. That should still be fine. No, lost too much speed there. I think they went a bit hot into that corner, and Dedicek is actually dropping one position with Barrier now moving up to 19.
Yeah, that was Matt Yazzie, I think, in the Bentley that we just saw in the 194 car, taking a rather liberal line over the chicane just after the chase there. Doesn't really lose out too much time, but it does put him into the clutches of Valentin Barrier in that Team ACR car as they pull up through the mountain straight. And you know, this is one of my most favourite tracks in the whole wide world. The variation that you have in both the scenery, the track layout, the elevation. The other thing is as well is it's not just the elevation, Rennie. It's the differences in the track surface as well. There's so many unwanted bumps and kinks in this road at exactly the wrong places, on braking points, on turning points, that really, really unsettle the car when you least want it.
And not the smooth experience that you might expect from, say, when you visit a racetrack. Not at all in the first here. And obviously there's also this, I always call it the staircase effect, when going through the S's down the hill, which is the car constantly dropping over the crash down, and you can't really see that from within the car, especially with Bentley and this high interior and high dashboard. So Mattiasi doing a great job here. Just got a report for another car being off. Unfortunately, I didn't heard who it was exactly.
That was I heard the 602. That's the eSport Performance Racing team, the Mercedes AMG, that's involved in that one. I heard that it was at the chase, so they were running quite well.
We got the report 37 Honda, which would be the car that was in second position or lead, depending on where we happen at the moment. Well, we see the Bentley now under fire by two Aston Martins. Benz Mattiasi defending on the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley against Barrier and Dedicek on the rear. Not an easy task in that Bentley, which kind of feels at home, I would say, here in Bathurst.
Yeah, that Bentley is like a small, well, not small, but a rather mid-sized luxury yacht when you're trying to drive it around here at Bathurst. The suspension is so smooth and just very lazy the way that the car comes in, and it's just so wide as well. It's you expect to have a little bit of champagne and caviar in the back. That's what you'd be accustomed to in that thing, but those Aston Martins looking very, very fighty indeed.
And they're doing a good job so far. Hanging on barely to 18th position here, while being chased down by an armada of Aston Martins. I mean, the next three cars are Aston Martins, even though there's a left Audi in between. But Mattiasi's probably looking way more in his rearview mirror right now than he's looking up ahead. And we know how easily that can lead to another mistake or trouble. We had everything today already. We had spins due to braking in the grass. We had yellows that had been ignored, and then leading to a crash and all kind of action here at the first. And there's the first small mistake of the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley.
The other thing that I just want to pick up on, Rennie, that you and Luke were talking about quite early on, is just the physical effort that it takes for these sim drivers as well. Obviously, it's a new world for a lot of our viewers, perhaps watching endurance racing in sim racing. I've done endurance racing myself in things like iRacing, where I've done the 24 hours of Daytona, and I can absolutely promise you it is just the most exhausting thing, not just physically but mentally as well, especially when the track goes to dark, when the cars were starting, for instance, here at Bathurst. The mental concentration that you have to have is just on another level, and you think, we all do this for a bit of fun and a bit of laugh. This is just so intense. To keep these levels of concentration up for hours and hours and hours on end is, you definitely don't forget about your endurance experiences for quite a few months afterwards.
The 37, that's the Honda that was in the lead before. We'll probably see now what happened to it here. Oh, that was just touching the inside barrier there and then being smashed to the outside wall. That cost a lot of time, probably also a lot of damage that will further hinder the performance of the only Honda NSX that we actually have in the grid.
Yeah, that's not what you want though as well. The front right is severely damaged, and it sounds like it's going to be about 2 minutes worth of repairs, and that's essentially a lap down. So I mean, that's disaster for the number 37. Maybe not a massive disaster in the whole grand scheme of things, but to go a lap down just on one single incident is pretty massive news, especially when I was just praising them for how well the rookie monsters were doing pace-wise.
Yeah, they had a great race so far. They kept away from most of the trouble that we had here in the first, and we had a lot of them. Maybe we can bring you guys a shot if you just turned in to the stream, because obviously now we got 4:30 in Germany, so it's a bit more the time where people watch live streams. These guys started at 5:30 in-game time, so it was pitch black here at Mount Panorama. A lot of headlights everywhere leading the way. So some of the drivers really had a lot of drama early on trying to navigate through this challenging course in dark conditions. 8 degrees of track temperature we had back then. Now we're up to 13 on the track, 12 in ambient temperature. So as the course continues to be in dynamic, it's not just about keeping your concentration to do your hot lap over and over again. No.
I think, to be fair, he's probably just settling into his rhythm. He's probably just wanting to get on with it and keep the head down and just really push on. That Audi behind him, though, looking very aggressive and being a lap down. You would think they're trying to settle down and just get into it, but they are really pushing hard there. You saw the back end stepping out as it came down towards the dipper there, and yeah, they are really wanting past Machazi, and very quickly.
Now once again for the Bentley in the braking zone, and we see the other cars itching that closely because the Bentley seems to lose a bit of time compared to the Audis. Did the Audis collect in the background? Because there was an overtaking, but both cars disappeared from our screen. So
I think they're still going. Yeah, there
they are.
Panic over.
Yeah, really. I don't want to see more people crashing. It's really harsh for them. They're putting a lot of work into this. And yeah, it will be sad to see another Audi, especially since the Audi teams had a lot of bad luck already. Not just in the real life, the first, but also in this one here. They probably don't need more of that.
Having commentated on quite a few different styles of sim race, I've got to say, Rennie, how impressed I am with the quality of driving through the field here so far. There's been remarkably few big incidents so far. I'm going to touch my desk just as I say that to make sure I don't obviously jinx it. But here we go on board, or rather looking at Barrier all over the back there, and that is not a Porsche in front of him. I'm trying to think, is that
yeah, that's the CAC Sim Racing car. That's the Aston Martin, the leader in silver, if that's still the case. Yes, they are. They're third overall on a silver car.
That's a staggering performance from Bierman and the Keck Racing team there, but a lot of pace.
We just heard that sight on the 37, the Honda that had that mistake that was so costly as they had been running for the lead. Now with another brave maneuver back into the top 10. You can see that on your left, that's the number 37 Honda car. So good to see them being back again. Let's see, we got that in the replay. That is that the Coach Dave Academy car in front of them? Yes, it is. It's the 888 but that was after the overtaking maneuver already. So good to have that shot. Beautiful looking cars.
Yeah, and they really do look resplendent. I heard you and Luke mention it quite a few times. The graphical quality on this game is just second to none, both as a spectator and when you're actually taking part in the races here, Rennie. It just immerses you on a level that I've really not seen from the likes of iRacing and R Factor 2. It's it really sucks you in and makes you feel like you're part of the GT3 collective.
We had great racing in round 1 of the World Cup, which was in Suzuka. And in case you missed that and you're really into the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster, then better look that up again on the YouTube channel, because it was great racing throughout the entire race. Now we see Enslin being under a lot of pressure by inside from the rookie monsters. The Honda NSX once again making a movement to the outside, getting a bit more run around the turn and making the move before even going into the braking zone. Impressive.
Wow, that was absolutely breathtaking stuff there from Sai around the outside of the chase there, one of the fastest corners on the track here, and he made that look like that car was just absolutely standing still, and I can assure you it wasn't. So that is 2 places in 2 laps. Sai in the number 37 Rookie Monsters Honda NSX is on a charge right now.
And they're really doing well here in the first, and we heard it from the chat. Some people thought that's a bit of a one-trick pony because the car is meant to be very good at Bathurst, but I'm pretty sure that they didn't just choose the car to win Bathurst. Even though they had the chance early on, right now they're not really in position for that, but that doesn't mean anything. Well, we get drive-through for car number 8 for an unsafe rejoin, and then another drive-through for car number 602 for ignoring yellow flags. We had that discussion a bit earlier. The new rules say yellow flags, you have to slow down and you need to be cautious. And we had already crashes under yellow, or people ignoring the yellow flags, and that's just another drive-through here for the 602.
Yeah, that's another black mark for the Esport Performance Racing team of the Mercedes AMG. We'll have to find out who the number 8 is, but yeah, they're coming up an awful lot on race control messages, so if I was them, I'd be maybe having a little word on TeamSpeak. And another move there from the 37. I think that might be the one from earlier on, and that's exactly the almost the same move. Wow!
It seems like the Honda is really good on that last sector. It's stable, it's quick around that corner, like the left-hander is basically playing to the strengths of the Honda NSX, and Sai is really using that to full advantage and gaining positions there every now and then.
I'm just looking at the timing screens, Rennie, and at the moment, Sai is on pace to actually get himself up into 7th place. He's faster than about the seven cars in front of him.
He is unfortunately a lap down overall. That's the same for Enslin here, coached by Academy Ferrari. We got Vicchak in the 101 Audi, that's the red one in the back. And that's Pride in the guest Ferrari he's fighting with. So the yellow Ferrari is not fighting for points, only for position and basic exposure in this race. But the Audi is actually fighting against this Ferrari that we have on screen, and they once again go start by slap. Pride really using the entirety of the track, going left and right, trying to scare Vicchak on his Audi there, trying to find a way around the red and black R8. So far that didn't really work, but it seems like he's able to pull a lot of pressure there.
I'm just having a look at the standards. I think Sai's actually still on the lead lap. I think he is. I think he's about 30, maybe about 45 seconds off of the lead, maybe 50 seconds actually. But it does look like, so what happens with the timing screen is obviously as the drivers go through, it'll display them as one lap down, and then it updates itself as they go through every sector. So I think he's still in this.
Yeah, you're probably right there. On that race control, destroying that dream immediately. It's top 4 being on the lead lap.
Goodness me. But, I mean, other way, I mean, it's just a fantastic quality of racing that we've got so far. The fact that we've got the 4 cars then on the lead lap, and then down to 7th, where it looks like they're starting to really up the pace as well. I'm surprised that Tervainen in the GTR is still up in 5th place.
And they're really doing a good job here. And we know how hard it is, first of all, to now fight with really dropping in performance on the GTR, but also racing a car that not many others are racing. Because you miss data input, there's not a lot of help you can get in terms of setup work and all that. Everything needs to be done by themselves, because they can't just turn to someone else and ask for help with running the only GTR in this field.
Yeah, and I think they're doing the same bit again as we go side by side through the... that never just happened. Round into Skyline, that GTR somehow survived. I thought for sure there was going to be some yellow flags involved up there.
We tied everywhere now. Wherever we go with the camera, there's a hot fight going on. And so far, we're lucky that no one hit the barrier again. But it's... Pride really is trying so hard with the Ferrari 488 GT3 there to finally take down Mitch Häkkinen's Audi. So far, he didn't find a solution to actually really do it and get through with it.
What a cracking little effort from Pride so far as the guest driver this weekend to be right up there, and he's well and truly on point for getting a top 10 finish right now. I mean, we've still got 8.5 hours left to go, but this pace is sensational.
It definitely is. I mean, they're doing a great job here on the showcase race, I would say. Let's see if they can also take down a Ferrari and an Audi right in front of them. The fastest Audi right now is Murphy. That's the number 2 car, the black, bluish Ferrari, overall in 5th position, right behind Statsenko, who was the starting driver for the number 1 Audi. Also the pole setter was John Sherritt that put it on pole position. Once again, a lot of cars on the straight here. He made a way around the outside there from the Audi. It was good. Right now, 1 position up, taking away 11th position from Wycheck.
And as we see the second drivers in the car here, we're going to start seeing a bit of relaxing, I would imagine, of the pace, because you're not able to do full out all guns blazing fighting for 12 hours. The drivers do need to relax and get into a rhythm, and they need to do that at some point while remaining competitive. You get yourself into that state of flow, that peak state where you do maybe 15, 20 laps and you can't even remember how you've just done those laps. You can't even remember anything about them, but you've just managed to clock them off. And that's the state that the drivers will be looking to get themselves in and just whittle down some more of that time.
And it is important to find that groove and really just get your mindset right to just do lap after lap after lap. As I said already, it is an endurance race, and on one hand, you want to get into the automatic mode to really just control the car and get around the course. But on the other hand, you need to be permanently awake, because we see it here. It's like there's traffic everywhere. It doesn't matter which position you're on. You probably have a car on your rear and you have a car in front of you, and there might be a blind corner with someone being spun behind it. So there's not a single moment here in the first, besides maybe the 2 long straights, where you can at least relax a tiny bit before then being under stress for another upcoming minute.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to relax. And just on that point you made, I mean, we saw that earlier with Jordan Sherritt coming round the corner at the cutting and straight into the rear end of a car that was in trouble there under the yellow flags. That's not going to be the only time we see that. We will see that quite a few times through the course of this race. So yeah, it's that balance between being on alert and fully ready to go, and being able to drive that car to the best of its ability and not overdrive yourself or the car.
Talking about being on the go, Phil Witt from Muka Motorsport, the number 25 pink Audi, that's not pulling off in the pits. 13th position, that was quite good for them. They had been in a lot of trouble early on in the 12 hours of the first hit, but it seems now they finally found the rhythm and being a bit quicker underway. car guy racing, Cody Pride, now in 10th already. So he also took down Enslin in the 888 Ferrari. That maybe they didn't even took the risk to fight because, like I said, the marked car in red, number 12, the Pride is driving, is a guest car, so they're not scoring any points, which means Enslin not really losing any points with letting Pride pass. That could be one of the deciding factors. Murphy up to 4th now. He wasn't 5th before. He took down Stsenko in the number 1 Audi, which is a big challenge. And Syke still in 9th now after the problems they had on the Honda NSX, trying to get back to Hermann and his Ferrari. Once again, we probably have to highlight 995. That's Biermann in the Sim Racing Aston Martin as their overall 3rd and being the quickest silver car by far. I mean, look at number 36. That's 2nd in class.
Yeah, that is impressive performance from Biermann. And yeah, they'll be very, very proud of that drive so far. The other thing as well is that he's well and truly in with a shout of the overall as well, because he's still there. He's still in contention, and anything can happen in these remaining 8 hours. One man that we haven't really spoken about too much lately, Kirill Antonov up in 1st place there, is just making this look so easy. 33 seconds ahead of Rados in 2nd place there. And he's having a very, very peaceful race so far. He's not really having anybody challenging him right now.
Yeah, and that is Vicek getting loose in the rear off his Audi. Losing another 2 positions there. It was very unfortunate for him, but luckily no impact, no barrier came too close to the Audi R8. Antonov, as far as we know, he's 16 years old, so a real sim racing talent. Kirill Antonov on the Like and Subscribe racing team from Russia, doing a great job right now, leading this big sim grid World Cup by Thrustmaster race here.
That's just thoroughly depressing, that is, to hear that. As a 37-year-old hobby sim racer, to see these 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old youngsters that are just so insanely talented is just so depressing.
You just need to tell yourself, and that's what I'm doing for years now, because I'm not competing for quite some years now. I started over 15 years ago on all of this. We just always pretend that they have way more time to practice, and that's the real reason. Obviously Murphy trying to launch an attack on the Bentley, but that's a lapped car, so that's not for position, because the next car for position is Biermann's Aston Martin. But yeah, being that good with 16, showing that he is in control of his pace. We know a lot of young drivers obviously being super quick, but to lead an endurance race, you also need to be calm and collected, and that seems to work very well for Antonov. So he can be proud of that, that's for sure. Quick overview of the differences from start. The number 11 car, they qualified on 6th, and they're currently listed at 38th, which makes them losing 32 positions. Another -2 since the last hour where we gave you the update on difference from start. And then number 1 car is down by 3 since they started on pole position, obviously. What else do we have? The number 888, they gained 7 positions by now. That's 3 within the last hour. And 488 also gained another 2 finally, as they had been on 0. Another one of the cars really losing positions is the number 8 car. They started 8th. Fitting to their number, and they're now 36, so lost 28 positions and 27 of them in the last hour. So that really hurts. Always still with Kirill Antonov and his beautiful Mercedes AMG there, currently in the lead.
Do you know what really hurts though is the fact that we just saw that there. Antonov has just lapped 3rd place, so Biermann is now a lap down. That is absurd pace from Antonov right now, with 8 hours 15 minutes left to go. I mean, that is a fairly hefty lead that he has got right now.
Definitely, we know that you can easily lose a lap. Just get one of the drive-through penalties or a bit of repair, and all of a sudden you're a lap down. So kind of really creating a gap that they can use across the entirety of the next upcoming 8 hours and 15 minutes. So it will help the entire team if it can go on like that. On camera now, that was a different team. It's now Connection Lost Racing. Dedicek, you know how it happens. Like, they change camera and then you lost the name and the plot all of a sudden. But we're back to a lot of Aston Martins fighting, because that is Fadowski in the grey and greenish Aston Martin in the front. And Dedicek just had to give the position to the number 2 car, to the Ferrari further up the field.
Just going back earlier to when we were talking about Antonov, actually, and your history with sim racing over the past 15 years, it's perhaps a rather nice point to reflect on just how far we've come along, and the fact that we're doing such a fantastic broadcast thanks to Mike Yao and the guys there behind the scenes. It's just amazing. I'd never have thought that this is where we were watching, 30 to 40 incredible GT3 sim racers on a broadcast like this, talking about it and having the viewers on YouTube and the rest of it enjoying along with us. It's a fantastic time to be enjoying sim racing.
It definitely is. I mean, we also got this fully dynamic now, which adds a lot to the experience, especially in endurance racing. I mean, without tyre wear and different tyre strategies and damage and all that, we wouldn't have half of the fun we're having right now here in the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. So it is really cool how far we came. Definitely, I can remember one of my first sim racing casts, and that was an online radio stream, because we didn't have any chance to broadcast video back in the days. So yeah, that's actually how old I am, and that's how old sim racing is by now. So if you're new to sim racing, it's not a new niche and it's not a new product or a new passion for people. You will see that there are many drivers and many teams around for decades by now, enjoying this cool sport, which is not just a hobby for many of us.
It's a way of life. Oh my goodness me, the 404 going sideways.
That was really unfortunate. It looked a bit like a lag issue there, and then collected each other, sending it sideways.
You'll never believe that 404 is the Connection Lost racing team.
I mean, if you actually get to the grid with such a name, then at one point it has to fit, right? There's no other way.
It's that's the joys of sim racing for you. But yeah, he's just very lucky that he managed to get away with that with what looks like relatively little damage. And I think that was an Audi that was caught up in that behind it as well.
Back to the number 888, Coach Dave Academy Ferrari, with Alaric Enslin behind the wheel right now. They have the Audi in front of them is actually for position. That's Onorati, while we heard that the 488, which is another Ferrari, currently in 484, not 488.
404.
404. Oh, that's better check. That's, oh god, so many numbers in this. That's the Aston Martin on 22nd position right now. They have been ordered to change the driver due to connection issues with the current one. So that's why you see them pitting right now in 23rd position. I'm actually quickly checking where our car is. So let me.
Yeah, let's have a public check on where your car is.
Oh god, please not. No. It shouldn't be on stream. Don't show it on stream, otherwise something goes wrong.
Yeah. Every time we check it, guys and girls, something happens to Rennie's beloved car, and it's becoming a bit of a meme right now.
That car is battered. Let's be honest. By now, it shouldn't even be able to run straight a single meter, but it does. It's currently on 32nd position. Keep in mind that we had been close to the top 10 already before the last crash. I think we have been in 11th or 12th, and then we had a pit stop, and then we crashed again. So,
sorry, what was that, Rennie? I didn't quite hear you there.
No, I'm not saying anything about it anymore. Making sure they're not jinxing it again. Where is our beloved Honda, though? Aside now in 8th, and still behind Herman in the 488 Ferrari. I really want to see the Honda doing well, because it's such a rare car. Production decides it's time for my team to crash again. Let's bring up Max Hartlander. Max Hartlander on screen again, 32 position right now on the Audi R8, which had so many crashes by now. In real life, it would probably look more like a Renault Clio in terms of size, but it's still there. It
Right.
runs.
Right,
Thanks
I've
for
got
checking.
to ask, as the team principal, what's the post-race team chat going to be like tonight?
So no, I can't just throw chairs around like every other time because it gets very expensive, you know. No, that's not the case. It's like, bad luck can happen. The guys are doing their best, and we're obviously also running several championships. I mean, we're running 3 races right now at this moment. With 1 car here, and then all the others are 2 cars in, because the second car here we couldn't run due to people being on holidays. So with our data engineers and all the support people around it, there are a lot of people working right now, ensuring that we run the car to the best of the potential. And unfortunately, in the SimGrid World Cup right now, we're a bit out of luck, but maybe we'll get that back. We've still got 8 hours and 9 minutes of racing here in the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster, the 12 hours of the first, and we will be back with all the live action after a short break. Back again with the Rookie Monsters Honda NSX inside, currently in 8th after a comeback run and some issues a bit earlier for their car, which was contender for the lead or even for the win, but still 8 hours and 8 minutes. We're back with David, Chris, and Rainier Butler bringing you all the live action in the SimGrid World Cup. Round 2 here at the first. David, what was your favourite moment so far? I mean, we now come across the 4-hour mark on our broadcast. Tell us what viewers might have missed if they just turned in. David, probably part of the Lost Connection racing team.
Yes. Also helps that I was pressing the wrong button there, never mind. We'll just completely glaze over that one. Right, so the first couple of hours you had Statsenko for the GTWR racing team setting the pace early on in the Audi. It was looking very, very strong. That car is now down in 5th place. Statsenko back in behind the wheel. Jordan Sherritt took over and had some pretty eyebrow-raising incidents, including going back into the back end of a parked car up at the cutting. We then saw the incredible pace of the Rookie Monsters number 37 Honda NSX with Matt Beavis behind the wheel taking the lead. They are now down into 8th place after a bit of an incident early on through the 3rd hour, and a stunning couple of moves around the outside of the chase for Mr. Sai in the car there in the 37. And yeah, it's been an awesome race. And I think that Rookie Monsters number 37, the 2 laps and the 2 passes round the chase has been my moment so far.
Yeah, they're not just really good in overtaking, they're also the fastest car right now on the track, the 37 Honda NSX, while we're with the Leonovi Racing Team number 2, Mario Giacomel, in one of the silver class cars. So that Ferrari 69 is a silver class car, currently right in front of Burrows. So this is a silver class battle between the Ferrari and the AMG GT, trying it around the outside. Burrows now not really making slight contact, luckily not running into the barriers there. That was really tight there. And with this, they now have a Audi that's lapping them, I think, right between them, basically calming this fight down, at least for some seconds.
Yeah, that was some stern and very tough defending going on there from Giacomel to force him wide on the entrance to Griffin's Bend there. Perfectly within the rules, and yeah, he's just going to have to find a better way around and making that Ferrari as wide as possibly can. That brings up a perfect point here. You've got 40 cars in the race, and we've got a car facing backwards. That is the worst possible place down at the dipper there. We'll have to get an ID on who that is there, but yeah, that looked like an Audi facing the wrong way there.
I thought it was the 101, but it's the 997, according to race controls. It's not the Richak car that's currently in 20th position.
That's the Silver Racing team, the Audi R8, facing backwards. I think that was Ciesla that was in it. No, it's not. It's Sienkowski that's facing the wrong way there. So he's going to be going all the way back from 30th. And he is going to be going all the way down. He's going to be lucky if he doesn't cause any more collisions. I think he's got going because the yellow flag has been withdrawn.
Yeah, no, it is... Okay, so that's why the colours look so familiar to me. It is the sister car of the 101 Audi that we had in shot quite often because they had running in the top 5 early on in the race. And we just saw Giacomo losing his position to Burrows pretty easily, I have to say. The AMG really passed him like it's nothing in the fight for silver positions down there. Are we now with the 997 to see what happened here? And it is one of these positions where you can't really overshot the corner, then tried to brake, got onto the grass, spinning around, and then you're standing there because how do you want to turn the car around without crashing anyone? Because there's constantly a car coming.
That's fine. Just close your eyes and hope for the best.
Not sure if that is... interesting race control set. He was driving the car up the hill and turned it around there. So I can tell you, obviously, if you do a race license, they will all tell you you never drive in the wrong direction. Never. Not in pits, not on track. You never, ever go against the direction. And he did there, so that's against probably every racing rule out there. But he did it because he was too afraid of turning the car around there, which I can totally understand with all that traffic coming around. We're looking at it here. He's going up to the runoff, and then, turning around the car here. He should have just turned off TC and spun it around. But he managed to safely join the track again. Not so sure about how safe it was to go against the driving direction, though, I have to say. But back at the fight between Racing Line Motorsport and Muka Motorsport, that's Bentley against Audi. Audi around the outside, and look at that, he was able to keep the car alongside the rear arch there coming out, but then the engine of the Bentley was pulling the hand.
Yeah, the Bentley is not the best in a corner, but it can absolutely go when it comes out of the corner and hits it down straight line. So it's a drag race down the start-finish straight. I've got to be honest, I think Bonca's going to outbrake him around the outside. No, the Bentley just managed to make it stick. And it says, try again, please. Machiazzi in that Bentley is going to be to the outside as they go up the mountain straight here with 8 hours left to go. Can you believe we've already done 4 hours here at Bathurst Mount Panorama? Oh, looks like a little bit of contact between the Audi and the Bentley, and that's going to be the inside line for Bonca. Surely he's going to make the move stick. Surely that Bentley is going to get hung out to dry. It does, and that's going to be another position gone as well, as I think that's going to be Letalic takes that position as well.
Yeah, definitely lost too much momentum going around the outside, but he can be lucky that he didn't lose the car. So better to save the car than trying to get back the position. But now we also got another Audi on his back, and we know that the Bentley currently isn't really in strong position on this track compared to the more nimble Audis here on top of the hill. As soon as we hit the straight, then it's obviously a completely different story. But yeah, Machiazzi had been in control earlier, was great defending there, but at one point it was just too much pressure from the Muka Motorsport Audi, and they slipped through. So they're now down to 18th. Yeah, it wasn't the Letalic Audi, but is the Letalic Audi the next one, mate?
No, that's another
12
12 seconds down, so it's obviously lap traffic, which makes it very difficult for us as commentators to accurately call out all the cars, because we cut quite quickly. So there's a notification that cars 111, 125 and 25 are all under investigation. That's Verwey, that is Twardowski, and I didn't quite catch who that third person was, but 3 cars under investigation. A recurring theme, there you go, number 25 it is, so that is Bonca there, perhaps after that move on Machiazzi. Yeah,
it could be. I mean, I'm not sure if I think that is something that should get a penalty, but it's okay that it's under investigation. Why? Racing Bull says there's 51 reported incidents in the first 4 hours of the first action we had here, so probably marshals will be super busy and very exhausted after this race with so much to look at. Obviously the Black Falcon Black Falcon Mercedes with Killian Ryan Mainen behind the wheel against the R35 GTR once again, which should be. Where did we find that? Because that is a lapped car, or a car that just lapped them. That's further up. It should be still inside the top 10, if I'm not mistaken.
One thing that I found fascinating, Rennie, is the changes in the manufacturers in the top 10. So the first couple of hours, Audi had 4 cars in the top 10. That's now gone away completely. I think they're lucky if they've got 2 in the top 10 now. And really, it's a very mixed bag as we see the number 37 Honda up into 8th place there. Ferraris were nowhere to be seen, and they've now got themselves 2 cars at least in the top 10 there. Pride making incredible inroads though as the guest car for this weekend, up to 9th place, and really raising a lot of eyebrows in the good way.
Definitely putting on a good show here so far. I mean, also very aggressive. They can look for that because they're not losing any points, so they can be a bit more aggressive compared to the others. Well, back now to the Silver Racing team, the 101 Audi, and we saw the sister car. That was the car that just ran against the driving direction up the hill after the spin. Vacek with another Audi actually that's right in front of him there, and then it's followed by another AMG, which is Ryan Mainen there in the blue car right behind that. So it's once again all about managing the traffic to not lose the position, because you do one slight mistake and then AMG is all over you. Now Mainen has to find its way around as well fairly soon. Is it the front end on the Mercedes AMG a bit battered? It looks a bit like he smashed into a wall already, while they're now going side by side.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit worse for wear. That's not going to have too much value on the second-hand market, I can promise you that one. The one thing that I do love about the Mercedes is when I was doing my endurance racing in the iRacing platform, is the Mercedes was the car of choice because it was an absolute tank. The damage that it could take was just unreal and keep on going relatively well. The Audi is an incredibly fast car, but as soon as it gets a scratch on it, the steering is off, all of the problems really come very, very quickly, and that is one thing to factor in with these races as well. It's not just about how they perform in the straight line, how they perform under cornering speed and under load. It's how they perform under damage as well at a circuit like this, or an endurance event where damage is going to be potentially something that you're going to have to live with. That comes a factor as well. Porsches actually do seem to factor in quite well on that one. I think that's Machowski that we see in 12th place there, just heading down the cutting, and that is all for position, I believe. That's Kaminsky, Machowski and Scherer all involved in that little battle there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is a big fighting group once again, and it seems like in terms of how much punishment they can take, the AMG is really running well right now, because even with all the damage, it is very close to Vacek's Audi here, and now trying both passing of the Porsche has to be lapped in this group, and Ryan Mainen tries to stay close to the Audi, tries to still get the shot as soon as there is an opening around the red and black Audi. Very late under braking, they're now running into the next AMG, so that's also not full position, because the next car position would be the Bentley Matiasi. That's the Racing Line motorsport car. Oh, and there is the move actually, look at that. Vacek opening the door a bit too much on the very last corner, and then it sees Ryan Mainen just diving right in there saying thank you for opening the door, or just take it and you can close it behind me, thank you. Even though there was a bit of flashing, that maneuver looked quite good.
Yeah, as we see an Aston just pulling out from pit lane there, that Mercedes just made that look so nice, and made that move look so final as well. Ryan Mainen doing a great job there, up in 18th place in the 211 Mercedes, and this is now we're going to start seeing pit stops start to come into factor as well, so strategy is really going to come to the forefront here as we enter the final 8 hours.
We'll see what happens with all the strategies that got being thrown out of the window already due to incidents here and there, repairs that had to be done. Ryan Mina now has another 12 seconds to the Bentley, but he probably wants to put a car between him and the chasing Audi and the dark red right behind him. Swiftjack back to Herman here. Andre Herman, 488. That's the MSR Ferrari with the beautiful neon green roof. Easy to tell. Currently in 6th position, right behind Tolvanen. So that is a Nissan GTR, not the car in front of him, but the next one. So the Audi in between. It's another lapped car, but he still has clear sight against the next opponent for the top 5 position.
And that's one of the things also that's going to have to factor in, Rennie, is the fact that, you know, these lapped cars, we say lapped cars, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're slow cars. So they're effectively going to be racing these cars, just not for position, but they still have to get past them, and they've still got a lot of pace behind the wheel.
Oh, of course, I mean, we saw people dropping just due to mistakes and all that, but their lap times definitely among the top 5 or top 10. So it isn't always an easy task. And we just heard from Race Control that position 3 to 6, they're all on identical strategies right now. So if you want to make a move up there, then you have to make it on the track. Probably not happening in the pit lane, as we once again see the Audi now losing ground. Wycheck not really being able to stick to Ryan Meenan there, who took down another AMG GT3. So he has a bit of a buffer between him and the Audi. Sherritt is currently, by the way, on 9th, not really where we expect the number 1 car. That's a GTWR, similar to Giant Truck team. They had the pole position going into this race. They created a huge gap, and since then they were struggling with a bit of problems here and there. Actually, really holding on to the top 10 is already a very good job, because they have been further down the field early on.
Just watching Torvainen in 5th place there in the tank of the GTR. We had Jimmer in chat, Jimmy Broadbent, showing some love for the Nissan GTR. I've got to be honest, I think he'll be very happy with where that is right now, given how slow we were seeing it pace-wise when the tyre degradation kicks in. To still be in 5th place, that is one strategy that is really working out quite well for them right now.
Definitely, it seems like they managed the weakness of the GTR very well here, and keeping it well within the top 10 is a huge achievement. Back to Ryan Meenan, who's trying to lap the Ferrari that we had been part of an incident before. That worked well, so that's 2 cars now between him and Wycheck in the 101 Audi in the background. That should be enough space now for him to be sure that he can hold on for 17th position for quite a while now.
Yeah, and again, this is the time where it's all going to come down to strategy as we see Ryan Meenan heading into the pit lane. I love this cameraman's angle here. He's definitely got the wall hacks on, able to track the car as it comes through into pit lane here. But the Black Falcon AMG comes into pit lane, and there we see Jordan Sherritt in 9th place for the Audi, and yeah, really he's definitely working his way back into the team's good books. It's been a fairly quiet stint for him so far, and he's coming onto the back of an AMG there.
Is that the current leading car, or is it a sister car? Is that Solidov on the 56? That could be the Like and Subscribe Racing team. It is the leader, so Sherritt showing that it can be quicker than that, but leader is also pulling into the pits right now. They have a gap of, 13 seconds to Radosh, but they might also need to come into pits very soon, so we'll see a lead change probably now. Well, how it will be turning out after all the pit stops, that's a different story. Always see Jarkko Torvinen, FFS Racing, that's the Nissan GTR. And right behind there, that's Herman, Andre Herman on the 488, and also the 37 is involved there. That's the Honda NSX trying to creep closer. So this is a huge fight now going on for a top 5 position.
So Rados in 2nd place, and I'm wondering what's going on here, because the leader was about 30 seconds, if I remember rightly, ahead of 2nd place there. And from what I'm hearing, they were only in the pits about less than 10 laps ago. So what is going on?
Wait, that must be because we had Antonov in the car, and we obviously had a driver change, and now another pit stop. It's way too early for this car. So definitely giving away their lead. Very unfortunate for the team there. Let's see what happened. Maybe we'll get a replay for that. But we have this huge fighting group right now. Torvinen, Hermann, Sight, and probably Sherrod if he gets closer. No, that's not Sherrod's Audi there in the background. That's one of the lapped Audis. But how long can the R35 hold on to top 5 position against Hermann and Sight pushing from the rear? And we know that the Honda NSX had that fascinating pace lately. One of the quickest cars, or the quickest car on track. But now he has to overtake 2 other cars to get back in the top 5.
What I don't like, Rennie, is the amount of cars using a liberal amount of the grass on either side of this track. We're seeing them getting a little bit too comfortable with putting a couple of wheels on. All it takes is just to lose a little bit of traction, especially in the run down after the chase towards that chicane. We've seen it a couple of times so far. I just think they need to keep their wheels a little bit tighter inside the track.
Definitely. I mean, you touch the brakes slightly, or you want to correct while you're on the grass, and you say goodbye to your very expensive GT3 car, 650,000 euros in average, that you basically throw away there, which isn't a great idea. Well, let's see who has the best defense capabilities, and maybe also keeps calm the longest here. Hermann obviously on the 488 right in the sandwich between the Torvinen and Sight. And he wants to pass the R35. He's clearly being held back by the GTR, and with that he will open possibilities for Sight in the Honda NSX, which is a very nimble car, to make a move here and there. So he wants to pass the GTR, and hopefully he's not getting too hot-headed in doing it.
Yeah, this is good driving though from Hermann in that Ferrari. This is very, very sensible. Yes, he's slower than the GT3. Oh, and there goes the NSX on a move up the inside of the chase there. And the NSX has already got the move done before we're even into the chicane. Stunning, stunning move for the Honda there. Number 37 moves up into 7th place, and he's already got eyes on Torvinen.
I would say this chicane is now renamed to the Rookie Monster chicane, because that's basically where Sight and the 37 did their moves all day long so far. The Honda NSX really been very strong coming out the chase there, and then into the heartbreaking zone. It's doing a great job keeping the car under control and really using all the momentum. And now it is Sight locking on to Torvinen in this R35, while we see another violation for car 68 for unpredictable driving. So as you probably all know out there, 2 violations is a penalty. And Sight already once again attacking the R35 GTR and passing it. He lets it look so easy compared to Hermann, who couldn't find a way around this massive JDM masterpiece. And it seems like Sight just wants to prove, like, hey, it's about JDM masterpiece, has to be a Honda, not a Nissan. And it's just making it look so easy to get back in the top 5 and even creating first gap.
Yeah, and what we need now from production is every time we see the NSX away to go and do a move, we need to get the old yeet sound effect going on, because that's exactly what he's doing in every single corner. He's just throwing it in, and the raw pace of that Honda is scandalous. He is definitely going to be one to watch in these remaining 7 hours, Rennie.
Drive-through for car 125. And which is the second drive-through already. And if you look at the stream right now and think, wow, Sight is doing a great job on the Honda NSX, it's definitely one of the cars I want to explore as well, then upcoming week, the setups for the Honda NSX will be released on Coach Dave Academy, so you can actually dive into the Honda world yourself, driving the NSX GT3, and maybe replicate this raw pace of hindsight right now on the Honda, on the Rookie Monsters Honda, who is overtaking people left and right. The entire morning we're talking about how hard it is to pass anyone on this track, and hindsight is just acting like that's not a problem at all, and we're all just not brave enough to do it. We heard there's a crash in turn 2, so let's hope that this entire group is not running into it, because Hindsight is right in this group now, so he can prove his overtaking skills basically every 30 seconds now, because there's a Ferrari now. He got Porsche already, probably taking the AMG. No, he's not getting involved there. I think that would be a bit too risky, even though he runs around the outside on the Ferrari and they touch, but he's able to keep the car on track. Wow, he's taking all the risks. He's not minding it at all, and that Ferrari was not willing to give away that position.
Oh, that was naughty from the Ferrari there. That Ferrari was, yeah. The 521 was involved in that incident on the hill there. That is the Wheelspin Esport AMR Vantage, and yeah, they've not had the best of day. They're not in the top 25 so far. So yeah, things going from bad to worse for the Aston Martin.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. Also very unfortunate for Hinsight to now be stuck in this group because it cost him so much time. He seems to be one of the quickest cars right now, or the quickest car on the track, doing a great job, especially when it comes to overtaking, but it's also not the first time that we see the orange Ferrari not being the easiest prey here to take down. We probably get a replay of another outside maneuver. Wow! That was two Aston Martins trying completely different lines and ending up the wrong way around on the track. I would put the blame on the outside car there. Very unfortunate. Insight still behind the Ferrari, and then it would be another Aston Martin, but he's creating that important gap to Torvinen in the R35 GTR, making his life a lot easier. R35 is also pulling in the pits, same for Herman, so both cars behind the Honda NSX pitting now, so giving him a lot of room to breathe, a lot of room to work with. But I just want to see the next overtaking maneuver, and then I want to see another one and another one and another one.
Yeah, it's you can't help it, can you? You just want more and more and more from this NSX as it comes booting up the mountain straight there. The raw horsepower of the Honda absolutely outperforms the Ferrari, and I do wonder if that's tyres or a different engine map that's going on there, because that Ferrari did have a significant lack of pace compared to that Honda there. But Sai up into 5th place there and making it look so easy. Of course, it's not for position, he's just making his way round lap traffic. But again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier on, Rennie. These cars are going at exceptional pace, so you know it might not be for position, but it's for pace. The guys are really fast, and you really still have to work quite hard to get past them. Although look at the gap that he's already taken out over that Ferrari.
Yeah, I really think Sai had to be so aggressive, because he knows right now, in the current conditions and the 16-degree track that we have now compared to the 8 degrees that we started on, it really favour his Honda NSX right now. So if he wants to make ground and get back maybe even to the top 3 where the car was before, then he has to do it right now where he is the quickest car on the circuit. And for that, he needs some clean air. He needs to be out of traffic to really use all the pace and potential of the car. It seems like that's working well for him right now, because he's getting closer to Beerman. P4 is now pulling into the pits. That was the CAC Sim Racing car that we just saw coming out of the chasing through chicane and then pulled into the pits. So there's still quite a gap between Beerman and Side, but Side, in case he doesn't pit right now, should be able to claim 4th position. Yes, he will be. He's not going into the pits. Murphy is also in the pits, bringing the Honda NSX probably back into the top 3, and then he should be pitting in around 2 laps.
Yeah, and that was all due to a monstrous moment for Beerman. We'll maybe get to see that on the
Murphy.
replay.
Look at that, Murphy pulled out in front of Side, though he's not getting a podium spot. He's not provisional 3rd right now.
He will do, because that's just out of the pit there. So Murphy was in pit lane, Sai's ahead of him, and as soon as we go up to the sectors, it might update. But we'll soon see there. I was expecting it to be a little bit further up.
No, it's Murphy, like that car we saw
right,
the entire day. That's the number 2 Ferrari. So definitely not inside the top 3 right now. But he's back with the pack. Unfortunately, he also knows that he has to pit. All of the cars around him, front and back, all did their pit stop already, while he still has to do it. That's the CAC Sim Racing Aston Martin 995. Let's see what happened in this replay. the Audi with a lot of damage actually at the front. That was Beerman on 4. Oh, he did a mistake before pitting. Lost a bit of time there, not braking correctly for the left-hander, and then just pulled into the pits. So he even lost a bit more time, which actually gave the position to Sight, who's now followed by Sherritt. 24 seconds. We know that a drive-through is 25 seconds roughly, so a pit stop must be more than that. So if Sight goes pitting right now, wow, we're so afraid that he might touch the...
What happened with Murphy? Why is he so far back? So Sai's got 3rd place, but Murphy is about 3 seconds behind
they're
him.
double stinting the tyres. Yeah, there we go. They're double stinting the tyres. So he's coming out on a used set of tyres already, because they only got 9 sets available for the entire 12 hours here. So we see Jan Beerman actually thanking production for the replay. Yeah, Mr. Beerman, we saw that. Not going for a picnic there. But the NSX is just so much quicker right now.
I mean, this is mind-bendingly fast, and you really wouldn't put him off of getting up there with the top 2. I mean, obviously we'll see how that pans out, but the speeds and the consistency that Sai has got right now with that NSX, I mean, anything is possible. With 7.5 hours left to go, for us still to be in this position, this is going to be an awesome, awesome finish to the race.
Definitely, and maybe we should just ask Honda if they might deliver the wrong car, and that's actually a new Honda Acura NSX GTE car. Would explain why it's so quick around here. He's now in provisional 3rd, so it won't be afterwards though, because as we mentioned already, the 37 still has to pit while everyone else went into the pits. But we also know that the 56 is currently not on the original strategy anymore, after they had to pit way too early. After Soldatov took the car over from Antonov and came in for a 2nd pit stop, where we don't know yet what actually happened.
Yeah, we'll have to do some investigation work. It's possible that maybe a setting wasn't changed on the pit stop. Maybe some strategy wasn't adhered to on that pit stop. But I think we're going to have to wait and find out from the team themselves, and that's even if they admit to what has happened here. Because given that there's one man away out in front, and that's Rados in the number 44 Mercedes, all eyes are on him right now.
Doing a great job there right now. In the pack, still 7.5 hours to go, so we're far away from saying that he can just bring that home easily, because a lot of pit stops in between, a lot of lapped cars, probably a lot of fights as well, and that he still has to keep in control of. While we with Cody Bright, your onboard pictures look so good. That camera that we have, and look how the Ferrari closes the gap to the Nissan GTR. Now with Franke behind the wheel, so they changed drivers in the last pit stop, while Pridey is still behind the wheel on the Car Guy Racing number 12 car in this bright yellow Ferrari. But on the straight then, Nissan shows his true power, and it's just gone again.
Yeah, that thing is off into the Bathurst sunset right now as they come down towards the chase for the 125th time of asking. Incredible to think that we've got 125 laps already in the books here. It's in sim time, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, and it looks like a very, very crisp autumnal morning over there in Australia. Yeah, it does look awesome, and fantastic move. It is warming up nicely from race control, a little mention there. 16 degrees. Now that's actually a great point, because when I jumped onto the broadcast ready, track temperature was about 11 or 12 degrees. So, you know, just for those that are maybe new to sim racing or for endurance racing, what sort of difference is that going to make to the handling and the performance of the cars?
We started in early night, 5:30 a.m. We had 8 degrees back then, so it was obviously a lot harder to actually heat up your tyres and the brakes, get everything in working condition. But what's the biggest difference for teams is that with every degree, they have to adjust the settings, which they can obviously only do when they're in the pits. And when I say settings, I mean tyre pressure. So every single time now they're coming in for a pit stop, they need to know what the current conditions are and what probably is the degree on track in their stint, because if you misjudge that, and you get the wrong tire pressure, you're either not getting them up to a temperature at all, or they're running way too hot. And when you run a tire in the rear, for example, way too hot, then you're losing a lot of grip, a lot of traction, and you struggle to keep the car in line, especially here down the hill. So there are a lot of data engineers probably working their ass off right now, making sure that every time the car comes in, it has the right tire pressure to go into the next stint.
Just having a look over on the YouTube chat right now, Jan Bierman from Keck Motorsport he's got the party hats on. He is very, very happy after his stint, saying let's keep it up. Very fair double stint, thanks to all the drivers out there. And that's what I love about this as well, is that you get to see kind of behind the scenes, the banter, the chat, the interactions between all of the other drivers and each other. But Arc Tavin bringing up a great point. Now, you guys talked about this earlier on about the BMWs, but no Lamborghinis in this field.
True, also no Lamborghinis. Yeah, so we got no BMW, no Lamborghini, and I think we got everything else. We probably don't have any old Porsche. I expect that everyone is on the newer version. There's Matt Beavers, the qualification driver. He's back. And also no Lexus RCF GT3. That's true. Very unfortunate. It's a great looking car.
Yeah,
no Jaguar.
Beautiful.
No XKR. Oh, no. Wait. I think the GT3 is actually based on the XK, not on the XKR, even though it's the same car anyway. Or the XKR coming with a 5-liter supercharged engine and 510 horsepower.
Oh!
And that's Matt Beavers throwing away his Honda NSX early on the stint. And the really bad part about this is that he just took over the car. They just had their driver swap, which means if the damage is crucial and they would need to pit, that totally throws away the entire comeback they just had, because they would need to pit immediately after a pit stop they just had. So let's hope for the rookie monsters. The car is still in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got the pace, but the problem is, right, for a driver that just jumps into the car, you take about maybe 5-10 laps to mentally get yourself into that groove, into that rhythm. He is going to be on high alert right now, and that is when accidents tend to follow each other. We've seen it all the way through the race. That's exactly what happened to Jordan Sherritt earlier on in the number one car, and I just hope... Matt Beavis was just stunning in his pace earlier on. I want him to see him, knuckle down, get past that. He'll be absolutely fine, and just get back into the race.
Yeah, we'll see now how he copes with that small mistake he just did. I mean, there's no fight for position around him. That's the good part. So he's just lapping another Audi, and that's the 101 in the back. I think so. Yeah, it is. So another of the Audis a bit further down the field. Eve is now down to 7th after the pit stop, so we had seen them in provisional 3rd. And now it's up to Matt Beavers if he can get back to that. Jordan Sherritt on 4th right now, so also the number 1 car finally coming back. And the lead is still with the 44 of Radosh, and it seems like the like and subscribe Racing Team 56, the second AMG GT, currently also in 2nd position, is back on track, even though they had one pit stop out of row, basically, but they're still hanging on to a podium position there.
It's quite mind-bending, actually, to actually put that into perspective, Rennie, that the like and subscribe Mercedes AMG was that far ahead of the rest of the field that they could take an extra pit stop and still be in 2nd place.
Quick replay on what happened to the Rookie Monsters car here in the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster, also very supported by Coach Dave Academy. It's 12 hours of first with Renee and David behind the microphone for you, bringing you all the action live from Mount Panorama. More off racing and more of those 7.5 hours still in front of us right after the breaks. beautiful pictures as we ride along with the 225 and one of the few Porsches in our field today. This is the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster Round 2 at the Thirst for the 12-hour endurance race, supported by Coach Dave Academy. See that on the bottom right, so don't forget to visit them as well. My name is Randy Butler, and alongside is David Christie, bringing you all the action live from the Mount Panorama roller coaster. A lot of exciting fights and great laps we saw so far, right, David?
We certainly have. I mean, it's been proper edge of the seat stuff so far, and we're not even halfway through the race, Rennie. It kind of melts my head thinking about what we're actually going to see through the rest of the race here. 25 minutes left to go in this hour, and it's all bubbling away quite nicely, isn't it?
Definitely. We had lead changes with exciting overtaking, especially by, I have to mention, the number 37. Like, while we get a drive-through 4-car 69 for ignoring blue flags. We're not doing that. Try to behave, guys. While we got John Sherritt, he was pole setter in this race. They started up front. They created a nice gap for themselves here with the GT Simulator Giant Track team. And then everything fell apart for the number 1 Audi. And now they're trying to get back to the top positions, doing it in a good way so far. And with them, it's actually Matt Beavers in the 37, the only Honda NSX in the field, that tries to do the same, while we see Cody Bright, the yellow Ferrari, which is a guest team in this race, so they're not scoring any championship points towards the World Cup, but showing a great performance and speed here in Australia, right behind the only Nissan GTR R35 right now that we have, piloted by Franke, the number 123, which was involved in a lot of fights, and that really has to showcase how you use the strengths of the GTR to be viable and still stay inside the top 10 with such a heavy car here.
Yeah, the GTR for FFS Racing of Gergo Panker, Mike Noble and Jarkko Torvinen, really it's difficult to say, because obviously you want to reflect the fact that they're in the top 10. I mean, that is no mean feat whatsoever, but that car is really struggling. When it goes off big time, and it loses a pile of time, and it takes everyone that's behind them down with them.
Now on your screen, that's the 30th position, Maxi Hartlander from Butler Park Motorsport, one of the real racing drivers that also does sim racing. The Audi R8 had a bit of trouble early on, or let's say a lot of trouble. There were spins, there were drive-throughs, incidents with other cars, and they're now trying to get back to a better position. The car had been inside the top 15 a bit earlier when Nicholas Hillebrandt was still behind the wheel, and now tries to have that come back. Same for Pride. Really, I wonder, did we see another driver already on this car, or was it Pride for basically nearly 5 hours already?
Well, it's either they've all got the same first letter, so it's Colin, Charles, Callum, or it's the Pride show. That's what's going on right now, because that's the only driver I've seen in that car.
And me too, so not quite sure what they're doing there.
Imagine if he's single stinting the entire race, just like it's just one guy for the whole 12 hours.
It'll be very impressive, especially if he keeps it inside the top 10. Being able to concentrate for that long and putting on a good show. It's not easy. The number 997, that's the sister car of the 101, spun a bit earlier down the hill and then couldn't find a way to actually turn the car around because it was facing in the wrong direction. So drove up the hill, spun the car on the sidewalk basically, and then drove down the hill again. Luckily, no one was hurt in that incident. Also seeing on the 32nd position right now, that's Ham. And if you wonder, why does he actually mention that? Because there's another driver, it's called Bacon with last name. So we had Ham and Bacon right next to each other on the leaderboard, which was probably one of the best moments in my entire casting career. So yeah, that story was for free that you get here. Let's see what else is happening. Ryan Meenan in the AMG GT 211, currently on 18th. The car was a bit further up the pack early on in the race as well. And we rarely have cars in the lead lap right now because the top three are really doing a lot of work right now, ensuring that there is enough buffering and space for them to do mistakes. So if I'm not mistaken, only the first 3 cars in League Lap.
Yeah, you're spot on with that one. One thing that I actually wanted to maybe give the viewers a little insight with, Rennie, is the fact that obviously you run one of the teams that are in this race just now. And one of the things you mentioned was the amount of people involved behind the scenes. What's it like in terms of the logistics involved? Because a lot of people maybe that aren't into sim racing, or maybe this is their first time watching, think it's just a case of a driver jumping in behind the wheel and going at it for maybe 4 hours or 3 or 4 hours. What sort of work happens in the weeks leading up to a race?
It's definitely way more than that. I mean, the guys, no matter who in the team, they're putting a lot of effort into every single race, and one race has multiple phases, right? There is building the setup and qualifying for it, so you mostly have a qualification setup and a race setup. That means there are at least 2 setups you have to work on, but with the entire team, because you need to make sure that the car is drivable for whoever is behind the wheel throughout the 12 hours. So you have all the drivers involved, obviously testing the setup, trying to work in it. You have the data engineers involved with it as well, working with the telemetry, trying to find every tenth that's available on this track, while Pride is trying to find every centimeter of space available next to the R35. So you've got a full team effort to get the car onto the grid already, and then throughout the day where you have this race, you have the same. You need a spotter and someone that keeps a check on the telemetry, on the tire pressures and everything regarding strategy and the setup of the car, some things that we can change throughout the race. And then you have the different drivers that need to stick to their stint plan that was laid out before and agreed on. They have to be on time. They need to get in the right rhythm, so they have a bit of warm-up before they actually jump into the live car. So it's way more than just the person name you read right now on your screens, no matter which team we are on. It's all a team effort, and behind a successful car in such an event as the SimGrid World Cup is an entire team, an entire group of passionate drivers that are trying their best to get that car up the front.
I think that sums it up quite nicely. Thank you very much for that. Just watching then, Konstantin Soldatov in second place in that Mercedes AMG, the number 56. He is chasing down Rados for first place there, but he's going to have to do a heck of a lot of work, currently running a significant amount of time behind Rados. We see a couple of cars fighting it out over the start-finish straight here at Bathurst. 7 hours, 17 minutes left to go, and you really feel like it is building up to something quite special, Rennie.
It definitely is. We had so many elite changes and cars having huge comebacks, and one of the more silent cars is definitely the 56 and Like and Subscribe Racing team with Soldatov and Antonov that we saw early on. We see drive-through for 72 for avoidable contact, but there also have been a ton of position changes. I mean, for example, the 211 that's on the grid, that's the Ryan Meenan AMG. Like, Ryan Meenan is currently behind the wheel of that car. They started in third position, and then after with 7 hours and 30 minutes to go, they happened in 18th, which means they lost 20 positions since start, but gained 5 positions in the last hours. So it's not like in an endurance race like this that you have people, they happen at the front, they're now dropping down and that's it. No. Things are changing constantly, just like the racetrack and the temperature that we have and the race strategies. Everything is dynamic, turning this event into a great thing to watch.
And that's one of the wonderful things about it, is obviously as a spectator and a race fan, we watch the cars going round and we watch what's happening on a lap-by-lap basis. But then you kind of have to think at the back of your mind, there's like 3,000 IQ plays going on where strategy comes into factor, and you know, you're maybe going to double stint tyres here, or you're going to run a little bit leaner on the fuel for this lap just for maybe 6 hours time, and you're seeing that coming through so much later on. And for folk that are used to watching sprint racing, it's a little bit difficult to get your head around, because obviously you're playing the long game and you're maybe being a little bit more patient than you're used to watching. If you watch, say, like over here with the British Touring cars, where it's a 20-30 lap sprint race, this is all about the long game. This is all about setting yourself up for those final 2-3 hours.
It definitely is, but we also have to say that it's the same for real-life endurance racing. We got a bit away from conserving your car for the entirety of the race, because back in the days when cars weren't as stubborn, I would say, as they are nowadays, it was all about making sure that the car survives at such a 12-hour race. And now it turns into a permanent sprint race, and that's the same here. You were talking about patience, but let's be honest, most drivers didn't really show a lot of patience, because they all wanted to make a move, because for them it's just being on the edge for 12 hours and doing the best. And this turns this into a very entertaining race, but on the other hand, compared to sprint racing definitely, is for viewer that we always have to factor in the different strategies, the different pit stops they did. Everything's provisional. Someone currently leading might not be at all in a position right now to be an overall leader, because he might just have that position because everyone else pitted so far, and they got it gifted to them. They will lose it after the next pit stop. So it's a bit harder to keep track on as a viewer, but we're doing our best here in the commentary to make sure that you guys can enjoy all the racing that's happening here at the 12 Hours of Bethesda.
So top 10 with 7 hours left to go. Then it's Rados from Soldatov on the same lap, along with Murphy in that sole Ferrari in the top 5. Then in 6th place, didn't quite see who that was just as it cut away, but in 7th place it's one of the 3 Ferraris in the top 10, Reichardt in the 488 Ferrari along with Frank in the Nissan. The Tank GTR is still surviving quite well, and it's still in a decent position. Car number 123 up in 8th place for FFS Racing. We've got Pride in 9th place with that guest car, the guest Ferrari. Goodness knows when his mega marathon stint is going to come over, but we will let you know as soon as it does. And then Zanella rounded out top 10 in that Audi. Oh, and a huge moment at Skyline. Oh, and that is a big moment there. That's Macri, and Ryan Meenan runs into the side of him, running down the down after Skyline. Wow, what a moment, and what a frightening moment for Macri there.
Yeah, definitely, there was not much to do for Ryan Meenan there. I mean, if he could have predicted the car coming around the outside to him again on the right side, then he could have braked a bit earlier, trying to switch over to the left. But we know how hard that is, because he was just trying to squeeze through. But with the Bentley coming over across the entirety of the track and being so long, there was absolutely no space left for the Mercedes AMG GT. So both cars with severe damage, I'm absolutely sure about that, probably triggering some unplanned pit stops right here now.
Wow. Try to get my breath back after that. That was a scary moment there for Macri. I think he's going to end up losing quite a few positions. He was down in the Bentley, down in 19th position. I think it's safe to say if he gets that car back on, he might be lucky to get into 21st or 22nd. And it's all about that damage now. Did Ryan Meenan pick up significant damage in that Mercedes?
He definitely did, and it's very unfortunate for him to doing a good
He's
job
into
there.
The pits.
Yeah, there's no way around that. I mean, that car is probably heavily damaged and not going straight anymore. Where a car that's very well going straight, it's this one here, the FFS Racing Nissan GTR, currently piloted by Andre Franke, another German driver here. You see the car is very fast. That engine has a lot of grunt, and right behind him is the very aggressive Pride, I have to say. Not in a bad way, but it's definitely not one of the drivers that stay behind you in line using slipstream all the time and just waiting for you to make a mistake. No, he wants to force it, and he's willing to take the risk for that.
I think we call it up here in Scotland, we call him looking a bit fighty. That's how I would describe Pride right now. And again, it's that balanced way, though, because he's got the pace over that GTR, but he's waiting for that perfect opportunity. He's playing the long game and not wanting to get him into a bother here. This is the moment earlier on for Macri coming through the first half of the circuit here, and really, I mean, once he clips the curb on this left-hand side here and loses control, he's just a passenger.
It was very unfortunate. Obviously, go over the slight crest there, and the car lifts a bit. And then, if you drop the tire behind the curb on these sharp edges, sometimes it can be, if you do the next input at that moment, that basically your tire is stuck behind there, then it's just rotating your car around. That's what happened to the Bentley here, and unfortunately cost them a lot of time and a long repair list. That's for sure.
Now, I'm just looking there because is that car number 192, the Audi of Zanella, just behind Pride there? He definitely is caught onto the tail of that group there. So the GTR really concertina things up and making Pride aware of both in front of him and his mirrors at the same time. So it's a three-way scrap, and this is for position. We're already almost 5 hours into the race, and we've still got proper intense battles going on, 3-car battles all the way through the field.
It is Igor Zanella and the Racing Line Motorsport Audi, a team that we have been on the TV screen a bit more often because they also field several cars in this. Doing a good job closing up the top 10 right now, and having a look at Pride and Franke in front of them. It is not Martin and the 888 behind them. That's the next car, the Ferrari. You see that's the coach Dave Academy car. So the Mercedes in between, that's a left car. I'm getting confused by that. But it's another one of these groups where everyone is lurking, waiting for that one mistake and then get involved in another fight for position.
Yeah, Josh Martin just behind them in the 11th place in the 888 car. A lot of time for that young man. One of the real talents of the sim racing scene up here in Scotland. And as you said, part of the Coach Dave Academy. If you haven't already checked that out, make sure to head over to the website and join the Discord channel over on Coach Dave Academy. It's I think the easiest way to describe it, I've been over there a quiet member for a number of months now. It's almost like a big family because everybody's looking out for each other. They're always helping each other out on setups, how to get the sim running at its best and everything. So really, really nice. Oh, huge moment there for Pride. Oh, coming down the dipper there, and we saw him clip the wall there. That was a huge moment and a significant damage on that car.
Luckily, the car is still facing in the right direction here for him. But Igor Zanella, all of a sudden, all of the back of the bright yellow Ferrari there, giving a chance now to the 192 to maybe make a move, and that would be a move for position. And once again, reminding everyone that the Ferrari is obviously not scoring points as a guest car, but it's certainly in the way of Zanella here to get further up the field, and 9th always sounds better than being 10th, no matter if the car in front of you doesn't count. But with that damage, it will be interesting to see if the Ferrari is still up to the pace it was running before.
That car is bouncing. There is something happened to the suspension on that Ferrari. If you watch it going up and down, you can see that the front right from where we see here is bouncing significantly more than it was before, and that's the side that hit the wall there. So yeah, I think Pride's going to do damage limitation right now as they come right into the path of an Aston Martin.
See what the replay has for us. That's the Ferrari of Pride again, and with a mistake on top of the hill there, coming over the crest once again. There's the curb on the left, curb on the right. We had the Bentley crashing out here, and then you dive into these S's, and it's really hard to get the car stopped for this tight right-hander, and then you drop every single time like staircases below there. The car, it seems like it bottomed out real quick, and then just smashed into the wall there.
Yeah, and that's the point that we were making about probably about an hour ago actually. The circuit looks very, very smooth, and you've obviously got the undulations, you've got the hills and the climbs and the dips and everything to deal with. What you also have is what you maybe don't see on the broadcast, you definitely see it when you're actually driving the sim, is how bumpy this track is, and it's always at the worst point. So right about here, when you're on the brake and going down through the dipper and then through into the S's, it's very, very easy to snatch a brake and just go straight off into the wall on that left-hand side there, the Shannon's wall, clip the car and cause untold damage to your car.
That was very unfortunate for the Ferrari, but that also brings us another good fight here, potentially with Igor Zanella on the Racing Line Motorsport. Audi getting closer and closer to Pride. See how he can handle that now. That he is now under pressure instead of being the one that's always pressuring others, because we saw that before, that Ferrari very aggressive on the way. But if we're not mistaken, he's in the car since the beginning, so it's also now a showcase of, can he actually bring up the concentration? He's actually pulling into the pits. Might be the first driver swap now.
Igor Zanella moving up into to 9th place there in the Audi, and this is a complete battle of attrition now as the strategy really tends to play itself out. We've gotten over the first act. We're now into the meat and bones of the actual race itself. This is where the concentration really comes into its own, because the next 5 hours are going to be an absolute slog. It's just a case of getting the time down, getting the laps in, and just really pushing things through, avoiding any hazards that come into your way, and then setting yourself up for the best possible final 2 hours that you can possibly have as we see Pride into the pit. And I've got a feeling there's going to be some significant rear end damage on that car to fix.
Let's see how quick they can be. Quick the mechanics will fix that Ferrari up once again. Franke is 2 seconds away for Zanella, so not really in striking distance so far. Radosh, Solatov and Sherritt currently the top 3 here after nearly 5 hours in total. Murphy on 4th, Van Druyten the 995 as the silver leading car. That's the CAC Sim Racing Aston Martin, currently overall in 5th. While we have Konstantin Solatov and the Like and Subscribe Racing team on your screen. Really good job from all of the drivers so far. John Sherritt, and probably the team with the biggest comeback strategy so far, the number 1 Audi, which had the pole position starting into this race when it was still dark here at Mount Panorama, when we had only 8 degrees, while we're now up to 18 degrees already on the track. So huge difference to where we started. And then, like I said, it's Murphy, Van Druyten, Beavis, the only Honda NSX that we have in the field, and the 37, one of the quickest cars around the circuit so far, in a 6th. Reichert, Franke, Zanella and Martin closing our top 10. We got Matt Beavis and the Rookie Monsters.
Just having a look at the live timing very quickly, Rennie, something has very much caught my eye. Nearly every single driver in the top 20 are doing lap times about 2:02, 2:03, 2:04, right? Jordan Sherritt for the past couple of laps has been doing 2 minute flat. 2 minute 0.9, 2 minute 0.4 is his best lap. This is, there's a lot of pace in that car, and I wonder if he's either light on fuel or if he's decided to push and try and catch up.
True. So far that worked very well, and I think we're actually ready. Sending everyone into... No, not yet though. I wanted to tease into the next part of the broadcast, but not going to happen. 7 hours and 3 minutes still on the clock. That is enough time for Matt Beavis and the Rookie Monsters to bring that. Is that the 557? Is that the 557 Audi R8? That's just rolling around the corner there. Totally smashed. Yep, I can see it in another stream. It is, that car is done. Chris Dreispring, who took the car over from Maxi Hartlander on the Bottlapar Motorsport Audi, and that's probably the end of their race. Maybe they're just ending their race as I end my commentary still, I'm not sure.
Rennie, I've got some sad violin music if that's any help to you, buddy. That's been pretty much a race to forget for you. I mean, that's really disappointing. But it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? I'm sure it's just a case of licking the wounds and just bouncing back much stronger in the next race.
Definitely, it's all about having that comeback, and it's racing. Things like that happen. It's part of sim racing and part of motorsport, so pretty sure the guys will come back stronger. With us approaching the last 7 hours, it's also the end for me, and I think for you as well, David.
Certainly is.
The commentary stint. Thanks everyone for listening and watching the live stream so far. It's David Christie and Rennie Butler bringing you brought to all the action. I was in there since the qualification. It's now time for me to actually make space for the upcoming commentary duo, which is Jack Merrill and Connell Courtney. So you will be in good hands for the remaining 7 hours with a lot of action here from the Sim Grit World Cup by Thrustmaster Round 2 and the first 12-hour endurance race. So don't miss any of the action coming your way right after the ads.
Hello everyone, welcome. My name is Colin Courtney and we are just approaching the 7-hour mark to go. It is 10:39 a.m. at Bathurst. Our Mount Panorama track grip is good, optimum. We are hitting 18 degrees track temperature, so conditions pretty good. And we've seen, if you were with us just there a couple of minutes ago, we've seen Jordan Sherritt really starting to push the pace now against his fellow drivers, doing 2-minute flats in comparison to a couple of the front runners doing 2:02s or 2:03s. So Jordan Sherritt really starting to push the pace in that beautiful, beautiful number one car, the GTWR car, and that Audi. Two Mercedes leading the way, with an Audi third. We have a Ferrari in fourth. That is the number 2 car. The number 995 car is in fifth. Matt Beavis in the Honda doing, but really good show for the Honda. One of the more unfancied cars in general in this sim, but it just shows you really starting to push the pace, and if you have talented drivers like they have in their team, can get a great result out of it. So good job so far for that Honda team. In sixth, another Ferrari 7th place, and then we have the 8th place Nissan. 9th is the Audi, the number 192, and then finishing up the top 10, Josh Martin in the number 888 Coach Dave Academy car, one of the pre-race favourites. So into the pits comes Jordan Sherritt, and I believe I am also joined by my co-commentator Jack Worrell.
Hello, mate. Sorry about that. I had a slight issue, but we've got it all resolved, and I'm now on the stream for the remaining 7 hours.
Yeah, significant stint for you, Jack. I hope you've got mountains of coffee beside you. Yeah, because that's going to be a long one, but hopefully it won't feel too long, because as always, the time seems to fly by in these SimGrid races. We are already with just 7 hours to go of this race. And Jack, I mean, if you're going to have an endurance race, there's no track in the world that's going to test the endurance of both man and machine than this Mount Panorama circuit.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. It's a very, very challenging circuit, quite a physical circuit as well. I know you've got obviously the 2 long straights, the one coming out of Hell Corner, and then obviously the Conrod straight on the run up to the Chase, and they seem quite easy straights. Oh, you just drive the car in a straight line, but you've always got to be checking your mirrors, looking up ahead, because it's quite a hot spot for little mistakes, and little mistakes there cost you big time. So it's such a busy track. There's never really any time to rest, and to do this for 12 hours, it's going to be very, very demanding on the cars. And obviously, as the drivers get deeper and deeper into the race, they all start to fatigue as well, and that's when more and more mistakes will start to creep in. So I think we're at that point where the drivers are thinking, right, halfway done, or almost halfway done, only an hour left until we're at the halfway point, and that might give them a little morale boost, so we could see the pace pick up again in about an hour's time. But then we've got to watch for that drop again as the drivers are going into the latter stages of the race. So still lots to look forward to, and you've almost got to split it into 2, the first half and the second half, because they will have completely different dynamics as the tracks evolve, the drivers evolve, they get used to the driving conditions as well. So still lots to look forward to.
Yeah, and I think one of the only things, I mean, for such a difficult track, one of the only things helping them at the minute is the conditions practically perfect. We've got optimum track grip, we've got 18 degrees track temperature, quite cool, nice for the engines, and won't be stressing the tyres too hard, although with the way these guys are driving, they will be putting some pressure on those tyres. And it doesn't look as though, at least in the next 30 minutes, as though conditions are going to change too much. It is a beautiful, beautiful day, but we're getting further through the morning and getting closer to afternoon, so we should see those temperatures start to rise as this race progresses, and that might adjust the strategies just a little bit. If you've been preparing a strategy based on the current conditions, you might have to adjust it a little bit, but hopefully for these drivers and the strategists' sake, they won't have to do too much adjusting to their strategies.
No, it's always something you've got to carry into the race, though. Yeah, you can have a strategy set out, and that can be thrown out the window depending on how your first stint goes. But yeah, hopefully now the race has settled down and there's very little changing at this point in the race. There's very little swapping around that the teams and the drivers will have to do, because it's all well and good changing your strategy, but you've got to inform your driver, because if the change in strategy massively affects them, you've got to say conserve your tyres, conserve your fuel, just so you can make way for this new strategy going into the later stages of the race where it really matters. So I think at this point, yeah, the team should be starting just to settle in, and that they're more than happy with what they're on at the moment. But that will all be revealed. Like I said earlier, we're not even halfway yet, so there's still bits that can change, different variations that the teams might have to do throughout. But so far, it looks like everybody's settled in, and they're just in for the long haul now.
Yeah, and it can be a little disheartening as a driver if you are having maybe a little bit of a struggle in terms of pace or in terms of incidents, and then you get the notification from your engineer that you're halfway into the race and you see still 6 hours to go. It can be long and daunting, but I suppose when things are going right and you see that 6 hours to go, you're almost enjoying it. You want to stay out on track as long as possible because things are just going so well. And I mean, it's very, very difficult, this Bathurst circuit, to get right, but once you get it right, it just feels like a dream to drive.
It does indeed. A big mistake there. I think that was the Bentley, the number 194 for Racing Line Motorsport, going very, very deep on the brakes and sadly into the side of the number 70 Audi R8, and that's a mistake that you can see. You can maybe get a bit too optimistic on the brakes, and sometimes you forget to account for the draft effect that you've gained and all the speed that you've gained going down the Conrad Straight. So you can see the Bentley tucked underneath the rear wing of the Audi, and then this part, the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, you might not have expected to close up on the brakes, and there you go, throws it to the inside, tries to avoid the accident, and I think that was just the case of both cars going for the same piece of tarmac. But that happens in endurance racing, little mistakes like that. It might cost you a little bit in the short run, but over an endurance race, it shouldn't affect the team massively. Looking at Andre Franke in the number 123 Nissan at the moment, lapping pretty much on pace. He crosses the line now, and that was a 2:02.322. So by all accounts, looking up and down the order, that is a very quick time. One of the only cars to go quicker than him is Matt Beavis in the number 37 Honda, highest place Honda in the order, might I add. So the sole Nissan that you can really see at the moment, the sole Nissan and the sole Honda, doing very, very well in the field at the moment, and still just the confidence that you can see on show here, getting that close to the wall, and in an endurance race where all the pressure gets to you sort of tenfold, to still have the confidence to brake as late as we're seeing, get the throttle on as early as possible, and use all the track and a bit more there by the 194 Bentley, just to have that confidence and still be lapping quickly and consistently and sticking to a strategy. It's brilliant. I take my hat off to the drivers that are out there doing an amazing job, even to be almost at the halfway point in the race and still pushing almost like a qualifying lap. It's great to see. But now, if we keep an eye out on the timing screen, you can still see on the left-hand side, we're looking at Akos in the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley, using all the track once again, coming out of the final corner. Now hard on the brakes into the very quick left-hander of Hell Corner. Now the long run up the hill, foot to the floor. He does have the Honda behind of Mats Beavis, the number 37 machine, hot on his heels. You will have to keep an eye out for him, because obviously he will be getting lapped by that Honda. But now on the way up to one of the most important parts of the circuit, towards the top end of the mountain, where any minor mistake will have major consequences. Up through the cutting, one of the hardest corners on the circuit, negotiates that just fine, still dragging that Honda up the hill. Very much a one-way affair at the top of the mountain here. Bearing in mind you've got very little runoff, it's pretty much curb and then wall. Occasionally you get a couple of feet worth of grass or gravel. Now, a bit of an oversteery moment there. That's very brave, very well done for getting that moment all collected up as well. And I think that just shows that, yes, by the time where we see that, they look quite comfortable in the car, but you've got to remember the tyres will start to degrade as well. The track might be getting hotter as we get later into the day as well, so you've got to account for that as well. So there's so much you've got to think about going into the endurance race. It's all well and good being quick over a lap or quick over a stint, but then you've got to take into account, obviously, all the strategy changes. If you've got damage, the tyre degradation, the fuel loss as well, because the car will be getting lighter, obviously, as you burn off the fuel, but then the tyres will start to lose grip as well. So it's a very, very busy concept for all the drivers to deal with. But so far, it looks like everybody is dealing with it just fine. A couple of penalties still being dished out, and massive thank you to Race Control for doing such a great job and keeping the updates coming in. But for the most part, everybody's keeping it clean, Connell, and I think they're starting to settle in going into the next half of the race, and that's all you've got to do. Keep your head down and don't let anybody in your mirror really distract you. Stay out of the way of traffic if you need to, and take the risks where necessary. But at this point in the race, I don't really think it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean it's very difficult to get to that point where you get the endurance mindset. We talk about it a lot in the endurance races, the difference between the endurance mindset and the sprint race mindset, where everything's attack, attack, attack. Can't really get away with it, especially around here. It's better to lose a couple of tenths a lap here and there as opposed to spending 30 seconds or a minute in the pits with damages. So really you got to rein yourself in a lot, and it's easy for you to be out on track and to be passed for position, and the other guy just has a bit more pace than you follow him, and you find yourself in the wall. And then it's not just the responsibility for yourself, it's the responsibility for your team, and it all adds a little bit of pressure to your driving. But I'm just looking through our timing screen, and we're seeing the leaders now, just everyone's sort of dropping in that 202, 203 range. So the only person on the last lap in the 201s actually was that number 101 car, Michael Capera. He did a 201.6, and that was only 6/10 off his best lap, or the team's best lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race so far, by the way, is a 2-minute flat .4. That is, of course, by any surprise, Jordan Sherritt in the number 1 car. So, I mean, the pace is 1 or 2 seconds off what most drivers are able to do in terms of their absolute best, but that's to be expected around here. I mean, it's not like if you even take a couple of tenths off around here, you're still pretty much on edge with the walls being so close. So it's to be expected, isn't it, Jack, to be 1 or 2 seconds off, because you just can't really afford any mistakes. Are just so much more punishable around here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that if you can lap on the 2-minute flats, even in the 201s, if you ease that back a tenth, a couple of tenths, even half a second a lap, just to make sure you keep it out the wall and you keep it on the road, it's definitely well worth it, because that time that you lose over a lap will almost gain you time over a stint, and even more so over a race, just minimizing your damage and minimizing the scary moments. And if you keep it pointing the right way as well, it's a massive gain for everybody. Drive-through penalty for car number 194 for avoidable contact. That is the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley. We saw it come to strife with the number 70 Audi, and I think he might have served that already, or he's happy to receive the penalty. I will have another look back. Yeah, so the drive-through penalty has cleared, so I'm assuming he did take that on the lap prior, and he has lost a position now to the number 70 Bentley as well. So it's starting to level itself out now. You have a mistake, and yeah, by all means, if it's avoidable contact, there's nothing major you can do about it. Nobody really does it on purpose. And we're just receiving in our ear the number 1 Audi has disconnected. So the fastest car we had out on circuit has disconnected, and that's not what you want to see, or not what you want to hear, Connell, is it?
No, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, oh, this is an absolute disaster for the number 1 car. We're hearing from Michael Hamlet that they've tried to rejoin, but they've unfortunately rejoined with a new car, getting the driving order wrong. So they are going to have to back out again of the server and try and join back in again, get that order sorted. So that's an absolute disaster. The favourites, the winners last time out at Suzuka. So that is an absolute disaster. It's one of the things that come from an actual racing background. We don't have the problem as such of disconnects, but it's an unfortunate side of sim racing, and it's just a problem that is unfortunately uncontrollable. And Jordan Sherritt was doing a monstrous stint there. I've seen him setting the fast lap of the race so far. So that GTWR team was really on song and really starting to push the pace. So that was an absolute disaster for them in that number 1 Audi. Of course, championship leaders, that will have big championship implications for this prestigious World Cup. So that is huge, Jack.
It really is. That's not what we wanted to see, and like you said, massive championship implications for that team. And they have joined, but in a different car, or that's what I understand. Whether they've managed to leave and get back in the correct car, I don't know. I'm not massively familiar with the driving aspect of ACC. They have now joined back in the correct car, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, in P14 now, the number 1 Audi in the pit lane, so they should be able to get back out on circuit. But all that time they gained after putting in quick lap and consistent laps throughout the race, they're going to have to gain all of that back and then get past any traffic and gains of position as well. Now down in P15. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're currently looking at the number 97 Porsche for Side Max Motorworks. We saw them out at Laguna Seca, and they are now here at Bathurst as well. You can see in the bottom right of your screen the number 1 Audi sat there in the pit lane, not up on the jacks. So whether they're just doing some setup work or they're talking through what they need to do, I don't know. But we should see them back out on circuit and back up to pace very shortly. You can still see on the left-hand side of your screen as well that the number 404 Aston Martin still has that 10-second penalty to serve. That will get added on, obviously, to his next pit stop for Martin Larenc. So little penalties here and there. On the face of it, they might not seem, or they might just fall into let me try and get this right. Insignificance. There we go. I'll put my teeth back in. So 10 seconds throughout, 12 hours makes very little difference. But if you have one of those every stint, that can add up to a lap, possibly even more if you have more than one a stint. And it might not feel much at the time, but it really will hurt your progress going into the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen races not only just for first and second, for many important positions be decided by a couple of seconds here and there at the end of an endurance race. So you could come to rue the 10-second penalty if you've been a little careless. Of course, sometimes mistakes do happen, and unfortunately you get into it with other drivers, as we see the number 1 car leaving pit lane. That is on the bottom right hand side of your screen. So all the problems hopefully out of the way for this team. And this is going to be a very interesting fight through the field, as we should see them in the background of the main screen leaving pit lane just there now. But it'll be very interesting, because it's not completely over for these guys. They still have a huge target to climb up the order as far as possible and try and get as many points on the board as possible and limit that damage that they're surely going to receive in this championship hunt, because it is all still to play for. This is not a one-off event. This is part of the SimGrid World Cup. So championship implications still on the line, and it may not seem like it, the difference, say hypothetically, if they go 15th and they're fighting for 14th, it may not seem much, the difference in a point or two, but we've seen many championships come down to be decided by 1 or 2 points at the end of the season. So every single point matters now for this GTWR Audi.
It does indeed, and like I say, every overtake definitely does count, and if they can minimise the penalties as well, it will only increase their or it will only decrease their loss from that disconnect. Hopefully they have got the issue sorted and they can just continue out on circuit as they were previously. I'm currently looking at Josh Martin in the beautiful Coach Dave Academy number 888 Ferrari, now going through the S's, through the dipper. Very tricky part of the circuit. You can see just the speed of the cars there as they get millimetre close to the wall. Look at this now. This is the Sidemax Motorworks car, the number 97, working his way past. Was that a change for position, or was that was, by the looks of it, that's the number 72 Aston Martin that Lucas has managed to negotiate, going through the chase and secured the position going into Murray's, the final corner. So a position gained for Lucas, meaning that he has now promoted himself up into P15. But he might have the position made for the moment, but it does now mean that the Aston Martin behind will have the draft assistance going over the next couple of laps. So although it although it may seem that, yeah, job done, over the next couple of laps, he will have his hands full trying to defend. Still, cars out on circuit posting very, very quick times, and seeing that this late on in the race, it's really good to see. Still got Matt Beavis posting 2-minute 01s. So let's have a look to see who else is doing that. The number 101 Audi also posting 201s as well, and just to see that pace almost halfway into the race, it's great to see. It just shows that the race isn't over. As you can see, 2 cars side by side now on the run up to Quarry Bend.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Of course, everyone wants to compete at the highest level, but as a nasty byproduct, if you're a competitor, when you are competing at the highest level, everyone is fast. It's a good analogy throughout more national series. Is that you'll have 3 or 4 people who are up there doing great times, and you know, if you have a bad day, you'll be 5th. Whereas you get into a higher level, a bad day could be you down in 20th. So it seems that way with the sim grid. There is a number of high level drivers here, and having an off day or not being on form can really put you down the order. So it is very important to stay as consistent as possible. And even when you're doing endurance racing, you want to try and get settled into a sort of relaxed stint, shall we say. It's very difficult to do, because you will always have pressure from behind from any of the drivers looking to hunt you down for that one position. As we see, case in point, Tony McGough in that 261 Audi is defending hard from Lucas Rommel, that number 137 car. Of course, this is a battle for silver class. If you've just joined us, there is separate championships here. White indicates pro and silver obviously indicates silver. So if silver car does indeed pass a pro car for position or vice versa, that does not impact either's championship positions in any way, shape or form. Of course you want to beat everyone on track, but it has no championship effect. In saying that, we've seen a lot of times, Jack, throughout these endurance races, people battling for position that aren't actually battling each other for the championship. And you'd think that maybe a little more care and consideration, but they don't seem to care. It's just all about on-track pride.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because you can go into these battles knowing full well that it isn't for championship position, but it is for position on the road, which arguably can be very, very valuable, and getting that position made as early as possible can massively help the rest of your stint, because you're out in clean air. You don't have the risk of overheating your tyres, battling and everything like that. But yeah, you can get caught up in the moment and just go, right, this is a position, let's go for it, even though there is very little to no gain for you going into the championship. And I think you've got to have a level head going into this now. Look at this, Lucas Rommel to the inside, having a little look on the run up to the chase, hard on the brakes. He's not going to get the move done round the outside. He does have a bit of traffic behind him trying to make the most of these two battling, but he's still not giving up in that 137 portion. Now into the final corner, much later on the brakes, has a little peek around the outside, lets him know that he's still there, and McCoffoven still has to keep the outside clear, giving him plenty of room. Now into the first corner once again. Can he get the position round the outside? Carries the momentum, but that's compromised his exit. Gets a couple of wheels on the grass once and then twice. They're still side by side. They've been side by side ever since they left the Forest Elbow. Now on the run up to Quarry Bend, the Aston Martin's trying to get up the middle. Now 3 wide on the way up. One of these two has to give up, and it's Lucas Rommel that makes the most of that and jumps on the brake, trying to minimise damage. And they're still side by side somehow. Now on the run up to the cutting, I struggled to get through here by myself. So how at least are we going to do it side by side? I don't know. And there we go, back up to the one-way affair through the mountain section of the circuit. A rubber's the wall for both of them though, which I think just shows how hard they're battling now through. Where is this? This is going up now towards Skyline as they go through the very quick left-hander and then another left-hander, which is very, very tricky. You hit the curb, you might end up in the wall, but they all negotiate that very, very well. Now on to Skyline and through the S's, still nose to tail, and I think this is going to repeat itself lap after lap after lap after lap, because I can't see either one of these drivers, either one of these teams wanting to give up this position.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I can barely do a lap of Bathurst on my own without incident. These two guys managed to do pretty much half a lap side by side without incident. Very good defensive driving from McGough, doing enough to compromise Rommel behind, but not doing too much as to compromise himself so that he could be countered. But Lucas Rommel desperate to get through here. Again, McGough showing him the outside. If you want to get past me, McGough is saying you're going to have to go the long way around. It is brilliant defensive driving, not to the point of being unpredictable. He's very predictable in what he's going to do, and it's up to Lucas Rommel, the attacker, to try and counter those moves. Unfortunately for Lucas, he is being caught now by a multitude of cars. So we've got Staffen for position, only a second behind in the Mercedes. That is the number 7 Mercedes. That is not the car directly behind them. That is number 11. That's the race leaders. The number 11 car. It is the white car, the number 7 Mercedes, that is battling Lucas Rommel and McGough for position. So we're going to have the race leaders involved in a 3-way scrap for 22nd. So as we see Lucas Rommel getting very, very sideways. Does he brush against the wall? No. And now he has lost a position. These two Mercedes are also battling for position. We've got a beautiful onboard shot here showing just what the driver's perspective is going up here. I mean, we've got a train of 1, 2, 3, about 8 cars here going up the mountain. This is just phenomenal. It's just so typical. It surprises me every time, but then when I really do think about it, it doesn't surprise me at all, because I'm getting so comfortable and so used now to SimGrid battles, no matter if they're 4 position or if they're lap cars. That white Mercedes almost clipped the back of, is that the number 7 Mercedes? Don't know. Seems as though the Mercedes in front, if you're watching the onboard on the left side of the screen, the Mercedes in front braked quite suddenly and caught the white Mercedes out very much so. So very, very difficult, as we see, to follow cars around here and stay consistent. But I would like to be in this train, and if you're Lucas Rommel, maybe getting a little bit frustrated there with Tony McGough, you have to say brilliant defensive driving and getting himself caught out by making that mistake, and instead of gaining a position on McGough, he's actually lost 3 positions on the road.
He has indeed, and like we said, track position really is key here, because if you lose a position to a back marker and then suddenly you get a burst of speed again, you've got to get back past them and then back to the battle that you were previously fighting. And I'm not quite sure how everybody got through there and sorted themselves out, but they've managed to do so. Still riding on board with Lucas Rommel on the left hand side of your screen, currently in P23, crosses the line once again, chasing down Tony McGough. You can see him in front of the Mercedes just ahead, and like you say, Josh Staffen has lost multiple positions on the road and then lost the position that he just gained on Lucas Rommel. He's got to get past an Aston Martin as well to get back up. He has a little look on the run up to Quarry Bend, but can't get the move done there. Look at this now, Lucas Rommel up the inside, trying to get past Tony McGough again, round the outside at the cutting, if you can get it done there. That's a big hit on the wall, or a big scrape on the wall. He's managed to keep the moment collected up, and now continuing on. That looks like the position made for Lucas Rommel in the 137 Porsche. We're hearing that the number 1 has had more issues. They are back in the pit lane now in P26 respectively. We'll have to see if we can find out a little more on that. But Lucas Rommel now up into P22, Tony McGough down into P23, and Josh Staffen as well in the number 7 Mercedes. He has still got all of these positions to gain if he plays his cards right. He's still got to negotiate a little bit of traffic to get back up to this sparring duo, but through the Forest Elbow now onto the Conrod Straight, where it's very much like the top end of the circuit, a one-way affair, but you can tuck into the draft of the car ahead, gain all the time on the run up to the chase, and even if you don't get the move done onto the chase, you've still got a medium sort of length straight going into the final corner. Let's see whether this is something to do with the number 1. It is indeed. So going through the top end of the circuit, almost graces the wall there, but manages to get through using all the track and a little bit extra. Let's see what happened. Are they going to fall foul of the curb? No, they negotiate that very well up towards Skyline now. It's looking very, very clean for them. Have a massive moment. They're not going to get that slowed down. Big hit into the wall. They had a little bit of a wiggle going over Skyline, hit the grass, couldn't get it slowed down, and that's a massive hit in the wall, isn't it, Connell?
Yeah, and it's just exactly the dangers of being flustered and trying to recoup lost time is you obviously one of the favourites for the race winners at Suzuka, and when you get a disconnect and you're down to 28th position from third, desperate then to try and make up as much time as possible, but unfortunately you can't make up all that time lost in a few laps, and unfortunately Statsenko had a big moment, and that's just a product, I presume, of pushing too hard. Elsewhere, looking back whilst we were watching the replay, McAuliffe has lost 2 positions to Lucas Rommel and Staffen. That number 7 Mercedes is number 7 Mercedes brushes against the wall. As we see McAuliffe into the wall, that was a hard hit there, and we've seen a couple of brushes with the wall with Tony McAuliffe a few times when he was defending from Lucas Rommel, maybe trying to get a bit of time back there and making a mistake while pushing a little too hard. And this is the problem. I mean, that looked like a huge mistake, but really, if you were able to watch an onboard in the car, it really wasn't. It was maybe a couple of meters here or there, later braking, etc. And that's the problem with this track. Small mistakes really have big implications.
They do indeed. It's a very challenging circuit. You've got to make sure you are a different breed of driver. Got to be so consistent and brake slap bang on your marks. Even if you're going for a quick lap, if you set your car up for quali pace, yes, it might add up over the length of a lap, but when you look in the braking zones, you're probably only braking 5 meters later, because that's all the leeway you have, because going out or coming out of the corner, there's no extra track that you can use there, and there's no extra limits that you can push. Look at this. This is the number 261 Audi, still continuing on. You can see the number 70. Oh, that's the number 97 Porsche in the background, trying to work his way past the first piece of traffic and then on towards the number 261. This is Matt Beavis, one of the quickest cars out on circuit at the moment, in the number 37 Honda, doing a great job, and I think he might have jumped somebody in the pit lane. They still have the Aston Martin in the background, but I'm hearing that they have jumped the number 995 Aston Martin on strategy, and that goes back to what we said earlier, Connell. Strategy can make a massive difference, even if it's not the strategy you were planning on doing. If it makes you quicker and you get further up, it can massively help you. But we're also hearing one of the reasons why they might have done that is the number 995's got an issue. There, the Aston Martin is in the wall. Are they retiring? It looks like they have got some sort of terminal damage. We'll have to have a look. What do you think, Colin?
It could be fuel, could be damage. We don't quite know. He's got it going again. He might have just been letting those cars through. So if he was indeed letting those cars through, I presume he has some sort of damage, but it doesn't look aesthetically as though there is major damage, so it might have been a hardware issue, and which would be very unfortunate for Philip Kalashi, the number 995 car, of course, leading the Silver Series, and his nearest competitor, Martin Lorenc, the number 404 Connection Lost Racing Team, way down the order in terms of, in comparison to the number 995 car, of course, 404 car is 11th place. So a difference of 6 positions is a very nice buffer for that Silver Class Championship lead. So of course it will be just first and second. Lorenc will be second in the championship in terms of the Silver Class. But given that wee buffer of 6 positions keeps that lead constant, and when you're Kalachi, with whatever problems he has, he will be looking now through almost 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. He'll be looking through them to see what Lorenc is doing, because although a top 5 would be nice, of course, the key issue for the number 995 car and what they're focusing on is Martin Lorenc in 11th place. So it seems as though the number 995 has resolved their issue, so I presume it was some sort of hardware issue. We'll have to get in contact with maybe a member of the team and find out later for you. But it's just one of the unfortunate things that can happen. It's almost like a mechanical problem in real life racing. Just hardware issues, and they're not completely common, but they can happen. It's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, they can indeed, and you made a great analogy. It is like a mechanical issue. There's very little you can do about it at the time. You can try little bits here and there to resolve the issue or minimise its effects. Sometimes you've got to change driver, obviously, to sort that out, or it can mean the end of your race. So it adds an extra level of immersion for the drivers. Almost, we're seeing this battle here raging away. We've got a replay popping up on screen. Let's see. Oh, a big moment coming out of Quarry Bend. Now heading up towards the cutting. Let's see what happened. Oh. Yeah, it looks like he lost power there, and normally you'd expect Aston to be much quicker coming out of these corners, and he's very, very slow through here, struggling to get out of second gear, staying well and truly out of the way. So sportsman-like driving. We're hearing it could be hardware failure. It's a very, very odd issue. Not sure what's happened. Yeah, he's going very, very slowly. Ended up collecting the wall a little bit there, but the issue is resolved. They are continuing on. Back to this battle though, the number 12 Ferrari of Car Guy Racing, piloted by Wout Vervoort, chasing down the number 72 Aston of Oman. And these two, they've been sparring away for the past couple of laps, but it looks like the gap seems to fluctuate a little bit. The Ferrari drops back at certain points of the track, and then going into the first section of the circuit, he catches back up again, which could just show the strengths and weaknesses of both the different cars. And I think that is something the drivers have got to deal with as well, although they might have a very quick car on the straights, and that could be the best place for them to overtake. Going into the twisty bits, like the cutting, the Skyline S's and the dip, are the one of the most important sections of the circuit. Your car might be a little bit slower, so lots and lots of different concepts that the drivers have got to deal with. But the number 12 Ferrari not willing to lose a tenth there.
Yeah, and just looking at the time screens, that number 12 Ferrari is pretty much doing identical lap times to the car in front. With last lap they were separated by 0.06 of a second, so their pace is quite similar here. So it will be quite difficult now for that 12 to make a pass, because they are on a similar pace. But when you're behind it, it really is a different story. When you're behind a car, you really just trying to pressure them into a mistake to make your life easier passing, and of course it's much more difficult to make a pass on someone that you have to line up and basically do all the work, whereas it's so much easier if the driver in front makes a mistake and leaves the door wide open for you. Give an inch and you will take a mile. So Vervoort now trying to get the slipstream, but again the punch of that Aston Martin out of the corner might just be a little bit of struggling setup wise in the Ferrari, because it really did look to struggle out of the hairpin. Not even close, not anywhere close to make a dive bomb. It would be a proper dive bomb there if he tried it. But we're just hitting now 11:16 AM, almost getting to afternoon time. Track temperature starting to rise. It has just gone up to 20 degrees. Wind isn't that big a factor, only 8 kilometers per hour. So again, conditions pretty much perfect, and we're seeing these times now as we go to the timing screen. 2:03s for the two leaders last time around, but a 2:01.3 from Andrea Capaccia in third place in that number 2 car. So really starting to push the pace now is Andrea Capaccia. Best lap time throughout the race so far, but 2:01 flat. So 2:01.3 is a very, very quick time indeed. Starting to get the rhythm down. Matt Beavis in 4th in that Honda. And I mean, Jack, we've seen the Honda throughout its SEC lifespan be very, very unfavoured. Much like we were talking about the Nissan at Laguna Seca being a little unfavoured. But these guys, Beavis and his teammates, really showing here that you get the right drivers in who know the car and are able to get the best out of the car, and they will be very, very strong. But we're actually getting word that Matt Beavis was hit by the number 11 car just as we were talking about them. So this is the number 11 car, number 11 position 35 at the minute. That is Seb Hamner for Griphax Engineering, and they are second in the championship, and they are currently 35th overall in these standings. So that is really significant now for this championship. The fact that the issues that the number 1 car has had throughout this race, with the disconnect of Jordan Sheridan, the big incident for Statsenko, and they are still ahead of the number 11 car. So Griphax Engineering really missing a big opportunity to capitalise on the number one car's issues by having their own problems. So the guys who might actually capitalise the most is that Like and Subscribe team. And we've seen these guys in the Endurance Cup not necessarily be the fastest car out on track at each race, but just be there at the sharp end every single time. And it's that sort of consistency that can win you a championship.
Yeah, definitely. It's not about winning the odd race here and there and having a really bad race on the other ones. Like you say, it's just consistency. If you can finish even in the top 5 every race, that is going to put you in a very, very comfortable position regarding championship points. We've seen it multiple times in real world racing and multiple times in sim racing. Let's see what happened here. This is Matt Beavis in the number 37 Honda. Who has he got behind him? Is that the number? Yeah, so I think that's the number. Is that the number 11 Mercedes? It is, of Sebastian Handler, going up towards the chase. Now there's a fair gap between the pair of them. The BMW the Mercedes, pardon me, looks like to have the better overall top speed. A very, very late dive, a very, very late look as well. You saw him closing up on the brakes, can't get it slowed down, and into the side of the 4th placed car. So Matt Beavis, after all the time that he's gained with some brilliant pace over the length of this stint, it's all been undone because of Seb Handler. Whether that was just being a little bit too optimistic, or he just got caught out on the brakes, but I'm expecting race control to have a little look into that. But that's something you just got to deal with. Have little mistakes here and there. Once again, you can see him closing up massively on the cars ahead. So I think he's just that bit more confident on the brakes going into the chase, and maybe he got caught out by Beavis ahead. But it's another incident in the books. Hopefully nothing major comes of it. It looked like a very, very minor incident, just front axle to rear axle, rotated the Honda through 180 degrees, but everybody keeps going, so all is well.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate incident. As you say, he does seem to be very, very strong on the brakes there, so when I just got caught a little off guard and thought it'd be better maybe to go up the inside, and hopefully if he was seen, Matt Beavis could maybe take avoiding action instead of just ramming directly into the back of him. But unfortunately they could not. Hopefully no real damage on either end for both parties. It didn't look like it should be a too badly damaging crash. We've seen, because of the spin, Matt Beavis' lap time was a 2:12. And just checking his last lap, a 2:02.4 was his last lap. So hopefully that should indicate that there is not too much damage, because that is still, of course, decent times. Their best lap was a 2-minute flat 0.8. 2-minute flat 0.4 is the best lap of the race so far. Funny enough, this is speaking of the Like and Subscribe team that could really, really profit from the issues being had by first and second in the championship. They are only a tenth off in terms of their best lap time of the best lap time overall, which is of course Jordan Sherritt's lap. 2-minute flat 0.5 for the Like and Subscribe team, and they're currently doing a 2:02. So it seems like everyone's sort of settling down in the 2:02, 2:03s up at the sharp end. In fact, go down as far as position 20, and you can see drivers doing 2:03s and 2:02s. So very, very consistent, and it just shows the caliber of all these drivers throughout the order, not even just the top half of the order. Just being separated maybe a little bit by consistency and being able to navigate their way through traffic. And that is one of the big issues, to be able to navigate your way through traffic, not only cut through them, but also do it in a safe manner so that you, I mean, let's be real, if as a driver you don't really care about the other cars getting damaged, but only about yourself. So causing yourself damage when trying to get through for the sake of a couple of tenths on that lap can be very detrimental. So racecraft, very, very important here. But of course, Jack, very, very, very difficult, Jack, to get through here when everyone's on quite a similar pace.
Yeah, it really is. It can be really, really frustrating as well, because you might know you've got that pace in the bank and you want to apply it, but you can't take any unnecessary risks, especially when trying to put a lap on some traffic ahead, or trying to negotiate some slower traffic. It might be you unlapping yourself. We saw that a lot at Laguna Seca, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that here at Bathurst, because you might have the pace going into the stint, drop back, and then you've got to let all the traffic by that you lapped all that time ago. So yeah, it can be frustrating as well, because you might, like I say, you've got that pace in reserve, but if you start to get frustrated at yourself, mistakes will start to creep in, and you'll lose more than you'll gain at that point. So you've just got to be patient, sit on, and 9 times out of 10, if you're more than happy to sit behind, you can gain a little bit out of that. We're currently looking at the battle for 8th position. This is between Jarno Kausch and Michael Nowakowski in the Ferrari and the Porsche. So the number 488 versus the number 225 make this the battle for 7th position, because it looks like we have had Zanella dive into the pit lane. Oh, that's a massive moment going into the final corner for the number 7. A big hit in the wall. That looked like the car just broke away on the brakes, or some sort of brake failure. I'm not sure what happened there, but a huge moment. Threw it over the curbs to avoid any contact. So by all means, good avoidance driving, but not what you want to see at this point in the race. I think we do have a couple of drivers that are more than happy to interview at this stage in the race, so we might have to bring in a couple of drivers at some point. If we can, we will do, but we will look into that. Looking at the timing, though, we've still got lots of drivers battling away. We do have somebody joining us into the commentary box. I think we're going to end up with Josh Martin ready to interview at some point. So, Connell, any questions you want to line up for Josh? I think at this stage in the race, we've got lots of drivers battling away. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a couple of drivers, or a driver or two, into the commentary box to see whether we can get an interview on the go. So what we have is we've got a couple of drivers. Josh Martin, welcome to the commentary box. How are you finding the race so far?
Yeah, it's going really well. We've been running a bit of an alternate strategy, I think, but the car's been good. Had a double stint that was looking pretty promising as well. So overall, pretty happy.
Well, it looks like you and the team are doing well so far. Anything that you would like to report to us, whether it's the track starting to degrade a little bit, the tyre degradation? How is the hot rays of Australia treating the track and treating your car?
Yeah, it's definitely warm out there, especially after your first stint or so. Having to double stint, you definitely feel the heat. The track itself it's evolving pretty quickly and pretty well. Our car seems to be pretty settled over the race, which is important, particularly towards this last stint. We've got a few tricks up our sleeve, which we're hoping to deploy, and hopefully the car and track will pair together well.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing that, Connell. Anything to add?
Yeah, Josh, of course, the 88 car has shown tremendous pace throughout both the Endurance Cup and the World Cup. Qualifying 18th place, was that more that you had a focus on race pace throughout the race, and maybe, of course, with the length of this race, qualifying might not be too important, but with the difficulties of this track, how hard is it to actually make ground in terms of passing opportunities?
Yeah, I think in terms of qualifying, it's like you say, it's such a difficult track that track position is really key. So unfortunately, we didn't start as high up as we wanted, but I think given the balanced performance, the Ferrari is going to struggle here. With regards to the race itself, I think if you can run a right strategy, you'll be okay. We've seen quite a few drivers getting hit in the wall, and I think the key thing here is just making sure that you keep the car out the wall, keep it clean, and that's going to gain you at the stops, which will ultimately transpire into a bit of an advantage. So we've made up ground, and hopefully we can hunt down the top 5 as the race comes towards its end.
And we've seen the 888 car be very, very unlucky, shall we say, and in the Endurance Cup getting caught up in incidents that were not caused by yourselves. Is the approach a little different this time? Is there a bit more conservatism within the team to stay out of harm's way?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, with Bathurst being a lot of corners so blind that Ulti had an issue where he came over the top of the hill, and there was 2 cars there that we just didn't expect to see the second one. So I think, yeah, though it rewards patience, this circuit, and particularly when I was just doing that last stint, for me it was just about maybe lifting off to sacrifice a second, but saving yourself from hitting the wall and causing that damage. So I think drivers who are quite patient and have the confidence in themselves in the car should be okay.
We have mentioned it a fair bit on stream, Josh, that patience very much is a virtue around here, and saying that it can get quite frustrating if you know you've got the pace and you're quicker than a car you're catching. But with it being such a one-way circuit, there are very few places where you can comfortably get an overtake done. Would you say that the patience is possibly more valuable than outright pace?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, towards the end of that last stint there, I was sitting quite comfortably behind the number 44 car. And at points, I could have sent it up the inside, but there was nothing to be gained because we were pulling in P7 at the time in Franca. So I think, yeah, patience is definitely one that can reward you. Just sit nice and comfortably, get into a rhythm like you have to at Bathurst, and it'll pay you off dividends in the end.
Well, it's definitely working for you. So thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, and we wish you all the best when you get back in the car, and wish you all the best for the rest of the race as well. And any final words before we let you go?
No, just great job from you guys. The broadcast is absolutely amazing. Also, thank you to Thrustmaster and Playseat for hooking us up with the equipment, and the Coach Dave Academy for its setups, which is saving us over this long race. So thanks, guys.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So that was Josh Martin there, letting us know the score and how he's feeling out on circuit, and it was very much echoing what we've said. So it's nice to be proven right for once in a while as a commentator. But we're looking now at still looking at the 888 Ferrari in P9. He's in P9 for the moment, but the two cars ahead, P7 and P8 of the number 225 Porsche and the number 488 Ferrari, have been battling away lap after lap after lap, and that can only really mean that they're losing time.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you want to see if you're trying to close on the drivers in front. It makes your life a little bit easier because you're basically gaining free time. You don't have to be half a second lap quicker on raw pace because you're half a second quicker because they are making mistakes and costing each other time. So that's always good, and we can see that from the last laps. 201.9 for Gregor Schill in comparison to the two cars ahead, as you said, Nowakowski and Kausch, with a 203.9 and a 204.4. So 2 seconds faster than Nowakowski in 7th on that last lap, and that really is significant. And yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of times, you probably see it more in motorbike racing because you can actually see the riders' limbs, but you can generally see there's a little tap on the seat sometimes, which is a universal racing signal for, hey, let's not get ourselves involved in a battle, and let's just try and string out this gap to the car behind or close the car in front. So if I was Nowakowski and Kausch, I might have a little conversation between teams and say, hey look, Gregor Schill's doing 201s here behind us, we shouldn't really be messing each other up too bad. But Nowakowski's got a second lead now over Kausch, so maybe that is the breaking point, although it's just dropped to under a second. So it might just be a case now Kausch is ready to sit in behind Nowakowski and maybe hopefully be dragged along so he doesn't be caught by Gregor Schill. But of course Gregor Schill has a lot of work to do to actually get a position back, because look at that gap. So that is pretty significant, unfortunately, for the number 888 car, but it's not unattainable because there's still 6 hours to go, and as you said earlier, Jack, that is halfway into the race. And basically, I mean, for the drivers who have lost time, if you've lost a lap in the first 6 hours, well, there's every chance you gain a lap in the next 6 hours.
Yeah, definitely. There's lots that can change. I was about to mention this battle that's been going on for a little while in the background. The battle for 21st position overall, I think it says. There we go, 21st. So this is between Mark Barton for Champion Motorsports B in the number 77 Mercedes. He has the number 999 Mercedes for company behind him. That is Eric Neath. So Mercedes versus Mercedes here. diving into the final corner. The gap has started to open up a little bit, but it looked like Eric was slightly more confident on the race going into the final corner. But we've seen this throughout pretty much every battle. The gaps between them is very much an accordion effect, because they close up at certain points of the circuit and then slowly start to spread out again going into the other parts of the circuit. And I think that's almost what we like to see, because it adds the extra little element that the drivers have got to deal with. Because you might think, oh, I've been losing way too much time to him in the sector 1, so they might push a little bit harder, which then make a little mistake, so they've got to push even harder to get all that time back. So it's a good little dynamic to get some really close racing. But it looks like this battle is slowly starting to open up little by little. It looks like Mark is pulling away, but now going back in towards the top end of the circuit. The gap is starting to open up a little bit, but we are at that point in the stream and at that point in the race where sadly we have to leave you only for a few moments, because obviously with some of the YouTube and streaming restrictions, it won't keep all of the stream. So what we've done is we've split the stream into 2 parts, and we are at that point where we have to swap from part 1 to part 2. So don't go away. We will be back in just a few minutes' time.